Hi, friends. My name's Huesto Enrico. That translates in English to host Eric. And I'm the Huesto, or host, of Talkiendo de Famosos de Peopleoples. That also translates in English to talking with famous people. Note, the language it translates from is not Spanish. Anyhow, today we're talking about concepts as immutable objects. So I was reading this Wikipedia article a second ago about obscurantism, which is a term that was used as sort of an all-purpose critique for a stretched time back in the day when we were looking at sort of an Enlightenment period that sought to provide more clarity on matters both in the physical world and the metaphysical world. So you had philosophers like Hegel and Kant and stuff doing work concurrently with progress in the Industrial Revolution and stuff like that, So at the time, there was this sort of clear directionality that science and reason and logic and all those wonderful things could, in fact, tear back the veil of mystery that shrouded the human experience and our universe, our world, whatever. So during that time period, people started using this term obscurantism, which was basically a slur hurled at anybody who was making things less clear rather than more. Now, whether or not somebody was actually making things less clear or more would, of course, depend on who you ask. And people try to sort of parse out or taxonomy the different ways in which people manage to obscure things. I find it an interesting term because a term I would normally use instead of that is dissembling. If somebody is dissembling, they are trying to avoid resolving the issue by making it wash out in some fashion, more obscure. They try to create, doubt whether things are black and white. They try to frame things as subjective matters that are objective. That's dissembling. They try to parse out irrelevant little shreds of definition within a node to avoid dealing with things between nodes. And you see it in debates, plenty, as people try to avoid actually clashing on the substantive issues around, The thing is, meta-analysts, that is to say INFJs, ENTPs, and ENFJs in the current understanding of it, although there's been a suggestion that ENFJs ought not be considered meta-analysts because neither of their knowledge functions, that is to say their knowing or their deliberation function, are absolute values. They're both instrumental values. So that's a good point, and it's probably why ENFJs don't seem as much like meta-analysts as the other meta-analyst types do. But the whole idea of a meta-analyst, of course, is that we don't take concepts as immutable givens. And even analysts generally do. And what this means is, for most people, if you ask them a question like, what's the best way to make a decision for public policy or something? Is it an impact calculus or something else? Most people will choose an impact calculus. If they say something else, they might say, do no harm. So for most people, whatever basic angle they have on this, whatever their position is on it, they're going to advocate that. It's going to be their position. It's going to be part of their ontology. For all types except for meta-analysts, concepts become part of their ontology. They're accepted as immutable givens and treated as objects. For meta-analysts, however, instead of doing really object analysis. We're doing process analysis on objects. So what does this mean? It means when I advocate in favor of deontology, it's always wholly qualified and contextualized. And when other people argue in favor of deontology or utilitarianism, whether they call it that or not, it's decontextualized. It's considered universal. So, in other words, I can articulate universals by framing the context successfully. If you try to articulate universals without being able to successfully, navigate the contextual matters, then you're always going to end up being an advocate and never really an analyst. So, what does this mean? Well, for example, if we were to look at this idea of obscurantism or dissembling, I would look at the process as being one of basically that I'm not going to get fooled by the specific nodes. I'm just going to say, okay, you're taking the wrong approach to this process. If you are committed to this process through that frame, then we're never going to find common ground because I'm trying to resolve questions and you're trying to dissemble. We have alternate goals. Since your goal is to avoid ever allowing my goal to succeed, then, and since all you have to do is be disruptive or preventative or negationary or something to prevent that from occurring, there's no reason to have this conversation anymore. If the person's goal is just to dissemble. Now, the thing about that is obscurantism or dissembling occurs in a few different modalities. So one can be obscure by always insisting on more specificity. In other words, to do a run of vagueness critique, basically. Like, well, you haven't articulated every specific detail that one might want to know about this and answered every possible question that one might have about this. Therefore, you haven't met your burden. That's sort of burden dissembling, burden-based dissembling. But you could also do something like this. Simply painting a bunch of irrelevant shit around something that's presumably legitimate. Like, this is what happened in those emails, right? It's like purportedly there to indicate that, to warn my daddy's going to get sued, but actually just there to defame me and assassinate my character, The thing about this is why it's so important we use words correctly. Now, what's interesting is Becky claimed that I was harassing her in that email. But what she ended up doing is demonstrating what the difference between harassment and expression is. Harassment involves directing communications at somebody repeatedly, a specific person, and trying to make them watch or read or see or whatever something. That's very different than expressing myself publicly like this. I'm talking to other people about a variety of things, and Becky comes up periodically. She's a legitimate topic of conversation because she's in my head. She's in my memories. I can talk about what I've experienced in life. There's no reason why anybody could call that harassment because I'm not directing it at her. I'm not sending her emails. I'm not calling her. I'm not texting her. In fact, I'm not even talking about her very often. But Becky seems to believe that she has the right to control what I say, even if it's not directed at her at all. She wants to reject the obligation she has to not watch those things that she doesn't want to see. So I've been alerted on many occasions that Queen's Weakness has talked a bunch of smack about me in videos or whatever. What have I not done? Well, watch them. Why? Because I don't think I'm going to like them. They'll probably make me mad. And I'm sure they're full of shit. I don't worry about it, though, because I know I don't have any big secrets that he might reveal. I'm not into any shady shit, right? Whatever he's going to say is either going to be bullshit. It's going to be trying to frame some sort of legitimate thing I do as illegitimate. That's one of Becky's tricks as well. Or some other bullshit. So I don't even care what he says. It's not like I'm worried about saying anything legitimate because there's nothing legitimate for him to say. So do I think that Queen's weakness is harassing me? Not remotely. Do I think he's expressing himself well within his rights? Absolutely. He can talk as much shit about me as he wants. I'm not going to watch it. I don't care. No skin off my back. If he does insist persistently in defaming and slandering me, I might get upset. I don't think anybody's really going to believe it. And that brings us to the question of defamation. So that's what Becky was doing in those emails. She was defaming me. She was cherry picking things that she thought made me look bad. Some of them were true enough to pass muster or had kernels of truth in them, or some of them were absolutely true. But the difference is some of them were false. And the false ones mean that was a defamation of my character to my father. Now, I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to sue or anything. Remember, Joan, Lisa, and Henry, and this is another thing why it's so important we use words correctly. If, in fact, I was just talking shit about Becky on the internet and saying things that were untrue about her, that would qualify as either slander or potentially defamation of character. But they have to be untrue. If I'm reporting the truth about what she's done and said, then there's no defamation. There's no slander. And of course, even if I were just saying the truth, if I was, slipping notes under her door and sending her emails all the time and calling her and texting her and stuff, that might qualify as harassment. But I'm not directing any of these communications to her. And by and large, I don't talk about her on the internet. Regardless, it doesn't matter whether I talk about her on the internet or in person with other people. It's my right to discuss my experiences, share my thoughts and feelings, and tell the truth about other people. It's my fundamental right. And this is where we need to understand words again. There is no right to privacy. That's insane. There can't possibly be a right to privacy because, good, I'm glad you know about it. That's part of the reason why I talk about it. We need to get these issues out there so we have clear distinctions. Because, good, I'm glad you know about it. That's part of the reason why I talk about it. We need to get these issues out there so we have clear distinctions. The reason we have a public space where people are allowed to talk as they see fit and do what they want, basically. There are limits to that, of course. But the good thing is those limits are incredibly good job, Isaiah Root. I'm very proud of you. The thing is, what we have is clear, bright lines. What comprises harassment? It's going to have to involve intentionally contacting that person repeatedly, despite them expressing they don't want you to contact them anymore. That's what Becky did to my dad yesterday. Now, does it qualify to the level of some sort of harassment I'm going to sue her for? No, I'm not making any threats. I'm not dumb like that. I don't make threats I'm never going to follow through on usually. I mean, I just sort of did a little bit with dollar on a car. But actually, I did challenges, so I guess I just followed through on that a bit. Anyway, see, this is the natural economy of the universe. If you don't want true things said about you, it's probably because the truth doesn't make you look good. And in that instance, you do not have a right to keep that truth quiet. In fact, others, depending on how bad it is, probably have an obligation to voice it and make sure that everybody knows. This is the naturally occurring checks and balances on bad behavior in society. It's always been the case that anybody who behaves badly is going to be talked about within any community, whether it's online or off, and their reputation will be hurt as a consequence. So the real question is always very simple. Is what's being said about a person true or false? Because it is the good and natural consequence when bad behavior produces bad reputation. We want those things to link. In other words, if you go to a restaurant that feeds you bad food and you get sick, you want that public. You don't want the restaurant to be able to hide that fact because other people might realize, hey, maybe I don't want to go to that restaurant. I'm not saying it's your business. That's exactly the point, Joel Nathan Henry. I'm saying it's my business. It's my business. I get to talk about what I want to talk about, provided I don't violate somebody's confidentiality that they secured consent from me about, in which case I would be violating my own contractual obligation. And provided I don't tell untruths about people, of course it's not your business. It's my business. It's not Becky's business. It's my business. I get to say what I want, provided it meets those criteria, which it always does. So this is where we learn why it's so important to use words correctly. So Becky says, I'm violating her privacy. No, not remotely. Not even at all. Because she doesn't have a right to privacy. Couldn't possibly be, because if she did, then she'd have the power to compel others to turn around rather than look at her when the wind struck her. And if they refuse to do so, they'd be guilty of a crime. We know that's not the case, so no, there's no right to privacy. Privacy is attained through property. So, for example, note that I'm not shining a camera into Becky's house and showing her. That would be a privacy violation because I'm invading her property. Now, I'm not doing that. Notice I'm not hacking into her email to read her emails to other people other than my family. That wouldn't be appropriate because that would be violating her property rights. On the other hand, when she sends my family an email, my dad or me or whatever, that email becomes our property and we can do with it as we please. It's the way it works. If we don't use words correctly, we end up saying incredibly dumb things, like Eric is harassing Becky. Except if we use words properly, we realize he'd have to be directing communications directly towards her for anything to comprise anything like harassment. You might use words badly and say Eric's slandering Becky on the internet. That would be wrong because slander requires untruth. It would be factually false that Eric's slandering her because Eric's only telling true things about her. One might use words really badly and say that Eric's defaming her character. No, that's what Becky did to Eric's dad. Becky defamed my character by sending a series of attacks about me and my personal thing that had nothing to do with her fundamental or supposed complaint that I was talking about on the internet, and some of which were untrue. So that would constitute defamation of character. That is actually suable offense. I have actual evidence of her defaming my character. Am I going to sue her or threatening to sue her or something? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. But she actually did defame me in a way that I could legally support and defend. Right. Becky said, I said her full name on a live stream, Becky O'Coin, and therefore I doxed her. I mean, that's not using words correctly, is it? That's just pretending you can make words whatever you want them to mean. It doesn't work. So, well, I mean, because she sent my father a bunch of emails saying things about me, some of which were true, but some of which were not true. I established a couple of them that weren't. The ones that are not true constitute defamation of character. I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't care. My dad doesn't believe anything. My dad doesn't, and not even that he doesn't believe. He doesn't even the shit that defames me because he doesn't care. It's not relevant to anything. Yeah, well, I mean, Joel and Henry, the great news is what is your business is the decision to be here or not. So you are absolutely welcome to go if this is making you uncomfortable. Or you're welcome to stay if it's not, or whatever. The good news is I'm not claiming it's your business. I'm claiming it's my business, and I'm sharing it with you. If you don't want to receive it, that's fine. You don't have to be here. Same thing with Becky. If she doesn't want to hear me talking about her, that's fine. She doesn't have to listen to my videos. No, that's where you go slander, libel, defamation. Defamation you can defame one private party to another private party, but you can't slander in that capacity or libel. Well, you said you cringed. So, I mean, I would call that a form of discomfort, wouldn't you? Drama, just history rhyming again? I'm not trying to pin you to any side. Like I said, I'm doing my business. You do yours. Your business is to decide whatever you want to think or feel about it. Whatever. I don't care. My business is to tell the truth. And that's what I'm doing. And my business is to set the record straight and also to utilize this as a learning opportunity for a lot of people. It's important we use words right. Harassment means something specific. Defamation means something specific. Libel and slander means something specific. You know? Suing somebody means something specific. And the email where she said, she sort of backtracked with my dad. I was like, no, I don't mean, I didn't mean to say I was going to sue you. What I mean is I'm going to sue Eric, and since he doesn't have any money, you're going to have to pay for it all. Okay, well, how's that not suing my dad then? Or how do you get him to pay for it? If you're suing me and you win, you collect the judgment from me. If I can't pay it, you don't collect any judgment. If you're suing my dad, you collect a judgment from him. Now, if you're not suing my dad, he wouldn't be responsible for paying you anything. That's why it's important to use words correctly. Well, Joel Nathan Henry, I guess you're probably not having to battle against miscreants and ne'er-do-wells all the time. The thing is, what's important to remember is that miscreants and ne'er-do-wells, they hate more than anything else the light of day. You can see they hate the light of day because that's even how they try to get me. They don't understand. They keep trying to shine a light on me. But it's either a lie, in which case it's not light, it's darkness they're shining on me. Or I don't care because I'm not trying to hide the truth from everybody. Yeah, she's threatening to sue me and doesn't know anything about lawsuits. That's what it would mean, I guess. Yeah. Or she's just blowing smoke up everyone's ass. The only reason she emailed my dad at all was because she wanted to tell him a bunch of slanderous, defaming things about me. That's why she emailed him. Not because she wants me to stop talking about her, but rather because she wanted to defame me. Which she attempted, I suppose did, but which hilariously blew up in her face entirely. My dad didn't even mention any of that shit to me. And now she has to deal with the fact that she actually did harass my elderly father. And she actually did throw my 21-year-old daughter under the bus in the process. She doesn't seem to care about anything other than hurting me. And so now she's at least going to go, okay, well, Eric, we'll stop talking about this in the next couple of days if I just, hopefully she's learned something, you know? Yeah, no lawyer is going to take that one on spec, okay? See, if you have a really good case and there's a chance you're going to win a big settlement, most lawyers will take that on spec. And they'll be like, well, I'll take 30% of the total when I'm done winning it. There's nobody who's ever been, there's not even a paralegal. There's not even a first-year law student. There's not even a college kid who's considering law school who would take this nightmarish bucket of slop on spec, knowing that they're likely to lose a countersuit in the process. Well, see, Joel, that means you don't have any logic. She wasn't doing what I did. She emailed my father defaming things about me. I'm talking about her. She was talking to my father. I'm talking about Becky to whomever. Right? I'm not talking to Becky. And I'm not contacting Becky's family members. Those are the kind of things that comprise harassment. You have to be directing things at somebody. Just saying like, boy, one thing I know I don't want to ever be like is like Charlie Manson. Charlie Manson was an awful guy. Charlie Manson cannot sue me because I'm talking about him on the internet. He was an awful guy. I think he's dead now, right? Somebody else equivalent, there's not even a little kid with lofty aspirations of someday maybe taking pre-law classes in hopes of becoming a paralegal. Not even a lawyer who would take that case. As Isaiah Rude said, as I paraphrased. Right. I know. Sending an email is like harassment. If you keep sending an email to an elderly man who's not responding to your emails and who's made it clear by his son that he doesn't want to receive any more emails from you, that's harassment. Whereas if you just talk about somebody, that's not harassment. Because why? If I go to open my email, I didn't choose to receive that email and look at it. On the other hand, if I watch a video, I chose to watch that video and I can turn it off at any moment. Right? See the difference, Joel Nathan Henry? For example, this. You might say, Eric, I'm going to hold you accountable for making me uncomfortable. Except you wouldn't say that because you'd realize, oh, I can just leave. Now, if in fact I've harmed her reputation with other people, then that would constitute defamation, assuming I was saying lies. Of course, if I'm telling the truth, it's not me defaming her. It's not me harming her reputation. It's the truth about her own behavior. No, I haven't blocked her from my dad's email yet. I shouldn't have to. Hopefully she's learned something. And that's what I've been saying from the get-go. If she keeps trying to seize the frame and double down, triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, maybe eventually. No, I'm not talking about some shit that happened in summer camp at all, Joel Nathan Henry. She'd like to bring that up. I'm talking about an email that she sent to my father in which she defamed me and slandered me. I mean, and she didn't slander me. She defamed me. I used the word slander wrong recently. I've been using it wrong because technically she didn't slander me in that email. She defamed me. So my bad about that. Correct myself there, okay? She defamed me, and I read that email out loud. So in other words, me reading an email Becky sent me 2 days ago, sent my dad 2 days ago out loud, almost immediately after she sent it, is not bringing up old news. And the reason she sent it had nothing to do with me bringing up old news. It was about a Frank James video in which I recommended her as a possible girlfriend for Frank James and made one snarky comment about her relationship with Shane. So nothing to do with that. And even if I were to bring up old camp stuff, that doesn't justify her behavior. I get to bring up old stories from my life all the time. Maybe I'll tell more stories about that camp again in the future for sure. Maybe the one before that too. I'll tell stories again from my trip across country. I'm a crazy old guy like that, always repeating those old stories. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. So Joel Nathan Henry, you're right. I get to choose to speak whatever I want to choose to speak about, as long as I'm telling the truth. And I ought to also be fair and reasonable at all times. I try to be. Certainly, I've been much, much vastly fairer with Becky than she'd ever dream of being with me. Yeah, these kind of things are why you can't successfully be sued for making a bad review. It's like Tori's been around here again recently and leaving nasty comments, and she has much less. Joel Henry, I didn't say you were against me. I'm correcting you where you're wrong. That doesn't mean I need to relax. It means you need to correct your wrongness. When I correct you because you're wrong, it doesn't mean I'm tense, right? It means you're wrong. So if I correct you when you're wrong, you don't go, oh, Eric, you're too tense. You should think, oh, Joel Nathan Henry, I'm too wrong, right? Yeah, that's true also, Octavio Silva. I have been kind of beaten up on people who are not responsible for this stuff, but anyway, the point is, like, Tori keeps coming around. She's leaving comments and stuff and trying to get me again. You're like, except she's just, it's like, God, Spacey, control your woman. I mean, check her in some fashion or break up with her or something. You can't pause it. The amount of weight on Spacey has got to be unbelievable, because he's got to carry around this knowledge that his woman is saying spiteful, awful lies about somebody on the internet all the time. And that when that guy calls her out on it again, she's going to throw another fucking conniption fit. I guarantee you, it's like somebody's going to tell her I talked about her in this video, and she's going to talk to her, probably pretend to be sick again so she can be taken to the hospital. She likes to fake being sick. She's a malingerer. I have actual concrete evidence of this. So yeah, I'm not slandering her at all. She did that exact thing when I tried to hold her to account here in Los Angeles. That's what caused the The falling apart there is she just refused to be held to account by me, wouldn't listen to me, showed me no respect, just utter disrespect, and no willingness to be fair or reasonable or intelligent or anything. So I said, you get the fuck out of here, you know? And then she went to my car and she pretended to have some sort of medical problem. So this basically I had to take her to the hospital. I mean, you know. So if these people think their spite monkey bullshit is going to stop me from talking about them, they are wrong. It will always get me to talk more about them. Oh, Tori came around and said another spiteful thing today. It's something I'm likely to say every time Tori says something spiteful. At that point, I'm likely to recap again why she's such an awful person in her current capacity and needs to change her ways and needs to learn things. The common denominator here is a refusal to learn. Now, I am pretty confident that on this one, Becky has learned. She recognizes the fact that expressing oneself, as I'm doing, is different than harassing, but she did. She understands now that correctly and accurately reporting news is totally acceptable, whereas defaming somebody, what she did, is not. I hope she understands now that there is no civil protection for somebody's feeling bad when the negative truths about them are revealed, and there shouldn't be. I hope she understands now there is no right to privacy. There's a right to expression for a good reason. I hope so. I mean, I'm testing it, right? I'm making sure. These are the narratives. She wants to control the frame and control the narratives a lot. So I'm making sure everybody understands these are the truths, these are the narratives, and she needs to remain silent. Within a couple of days, I will stop talking about it. But it's not because she's forced or pressured me to stop talking about it. No, I'm not. Bullshit. Joel Nathan Henry, if we were both doing the same thing, what would Becky be doing? Use a little bit of TI. What am I doing, Joel Nathan Henry? I'm talking about Becky on the internet. So if Becky were doing the same thing, what would she be doing? Joel Nathan Henry. This is an easy TI question for you. What would she be doing if she were doing the same thing? Would she be sending emails to my dad or something else? Joel Nathan Henry. If she were doing the same thing as me, would she be sending my dad emails or something else? We're going to walk you through this slowly. Did you suddenly break all your fingers, Joel Nathan Henry? Yeah, very similar to the Barbra Streisand effect. The point is, I encourage Becky to make as many videos about me as she wants. Talking to people outside of the poop. That's my point. I encourage her to do that in public, in a public thing. She make as many videos about me as she wants. My father is not outside of the loop. My father is my family. Contacting a family member is definitely off limits. And that's reasonable. And that's very different. Fortunately, Joel Nathan Henry, you can now admit you're wrong about this, right? Say, yes, I was wrong. You are correct. Becky is doing something very different. She's emailing a specific person and defaming you to that person with untruths mixed in with some partial truths and a bunch of awful spin under the guise of a threat to sue that's complete bullshit. Okay? Yeah, if she were doing what I'm doing, she'd be seeking me out to have a conversation with me to correct me for my wrongness. But she's not doing that because she knows that's not how that conversation will go. And she's desperately terrified of being held to account for anything. Now, Joel Nathan Henry, acknowledge you were wrong. This is how you grow TI-wise. Acknowledge you were wrong and say, you're right. Actually, she is doing something different. Exactly. Why doesn't she do the same thing? Yeah, I'd be happy to. If I'm so interested in the conversation, first of all, it's apostrophe RE. Why didn't she live stream? What? Can you rewrite that question, please, DHBUE? It's all a mess. No, Joel and Henry, we're not talking about whether it's a big deal or not. We're talking about whether you were right or wrong that she and I are doing the same thing. Were you right or wrong about that? I don't want to do the same thing as her because what she's doing is bad and what I'm doing is not. That's the difference, Joel Nathan Henry. And now, come on, you are at least third grade level intelligence. You can figure this one out. You were wrong about that now. Come on. My point is, if Becky wants to talk shit about me, she should get on the internet and do it publicly on a YouTube channel. Okay, well, you're just stubborn FI then. No time for stubborn FI today. Sorry. All right, Eileen. Look, it didn't start out as this topic. We didn't start off on topic. I'm talking about meta-analysts in general. But it segued into it because it's about how important it is we use language correctly and what we learned from this. As a general rule, we learned a lot of things from this exchange. We learned there's a difference between contacting somebody directly and talking about somebody on the internet or in any other capacity. We learned there's a difference between defamation, slander, libel, and legitimate critique. And the distinguishing vector there or metric there is that whether or not it's true. So these are things we learned about law and about expression. We learned that there is no right to privacy. There's a right to free expression. And the reason there's no right to privacy is because that would empower people like Becky to force everybody to turn around when at their whim they felt like not being looked at anymore. We learned that it's important to be careful about what you write in an email because it can always be used as evidence against you. So you have to be really careful. If he doesn't hate privacy, TI recognizes privacy as a subset of property. If it's my property, I can require privacy from you because you can't come on my property because it's mine. If I go in my bathroom and close the door and you peek in my window, that's an invasion of privacy. That violates privacy because it violates your property rights. Now, you are welcome to seek out as much privacy as you want and attain it for yourself as best you can. So, for example, I could remain private by never engaging with anybody on the internet. And then nobody would ever be able to talk about me because nobody would know me. I could remain private by choosing not to make videos with Eric, for example. Now, one of the funny things she did was she made a video with me about ISFPs that had nothing to do with any drama or anything preceded the drama. Was a video she wanted to make with me so that she could have a video on my channel with me. And then after she got mad, she reported it as a privacy violation to YouTube. I mean, talk about just like, no, you cannot trust her at all. When you agree to do something like that, to make a piece of media with somebody, to go on their channel, they make it and put it up there, you no longer have the right to change your mind. It's insane. You have to own your decisions, right? So if you don't want anybody to know that you're cheating, don't cheat in front of a bunch of people. If you don't want anybody to know you emailed awful things to someone's elderly father, don't email awful things to someone's elderly father. Look, I don't seek out to violate people's privacy. Anybody who's willing to have an honest conversation with me in private, I don't tend to air this shit in public at all. And there's lots of things that I choose not to mention that could be very negative about somebody because I think they were crossing a line. So I don't use all the ammunition I have. I am not simply a privacy basher. I am saying privacy is not a right. And so we can't treat it as such. I don't know if Becky's confused about that. She thinks privacy is a right, and that's why she can sue me because I violated her right. Or she's confused about harassment, thinks that's why she can sue me because I'm harassing her, even though I'm not. Yeah, she's not being harassed. She's harassing. If anybody is, she's not being defamed or slandered or libeled. She's defaming. And unlike her, I have evidence of her actually contacting my father and defaming me. I've never contacted anybody she knows to defame her. I'm not interested in her. I'm not harassing her. I'm not stalking her. I'm not calling her. I'm not texting her. I'm not any of those things. I'm just doing my thing, live streaming periodically. That she's going to come out in conversations occasionally. She doesn't get to say, nobody gets to talk about me anymore. Obviously, that's just stupid. You know, the best thing she can do is to be honest and own everything, and then she can help to have a role in reframing that conversation. She's trying to force everybody to frame it the way she wants to frame it, and she thinks she can just spin shit to make that happen. It's not going to work. Well, Ethan, remember, this is very recent. It was just last night that she sent the last of 5, I think, emails to my dad defaming me. So it's not that much attention, right? It's the appropriate amount of attention, and it's in the appropriate time frame. And I certainly will move away from this topic as I stop being mad about it. I would be a bad person if I weren't at least somewhat mad on behalf of my father and on behalf of myself. And if I didn't take this opportunity to make sure that Becky learns the hard way, never, ever to do anything like this again. Right. After you consent, you can't go back and say, I never consented. Well, I think I mean, I don't know. I don't want to do any psychological diagnosis on her. She did that shit on me. She called me a monster and said I needed help, or my father needs to get me help, But I'm not going to try to do that to her. I'm just going to say there's a critical area of growth that she needs to engage in. And I've articulated how that happens and what it means to be honest and objectively self-critical and commit to the truth. And she, as yet, has not chosen to take that course. But I don't know if she ever will. It's not my problem, not my responsibility. I don't care. I don't want any updates on the matter. I'm just saying that's what she needs to learn from this. If she's watching this, which I doubt, but if she is, that's what you need to learn, You need to learn humility, being wrong, accepting losing, being a gracious loser and putting on the learner's hat, learning to defer in certain circumstances to somebody with superior wisdom. At any rate, you can say whatever you want. And if you successfully annoy me enough, I'll probably time you out. Doesn't mean you broke a rule or you said something not on the list of things to say. It means you pissed me off. I think she did. I don't know. I don't watch her stupid shit. I don't care. She can post many videos about me as she wants. If she chooses to slander me by actually telling lies about me in those videos, and she does that enough, then I might do something about it. But of course, I'd have before I'd ever even dream of threatening to sue somebody, I would already know for sure that I had all the evidence I needed to win. And that there was no chance of me losing. I wouldn't even threaten to sue unless I was certain that if it goes to court, I will certainly win a large settlement. In that circumstance, I would threaten to sue. Well, but she's not succeeding, Sarah. See, this is the thing. Simply provoking response from me does not build her case. It ruins her case because she's providing me evidence of her dishonesty and defamation. She's got these emails, which I can read out loud on the internet, that prove that she never actually wanted to email my dad to warn him that she's going to sue him. As she said in the follow-up email, oh, no, I never meant I'm going to sue you. I just mean you're going to have to pay for all the damages I win from Eric. So, okay, it's like she wants to have her cake and eat it too there. But the point is, she sort of admitted she never actually sent the first email in order to warn him about the lawsuit when she said, Oh, no, I haven't meant I'm going to sue you. So then why are you sending these emails? Well, it's just to tell you all these awful things about your son. But some of those things, unfortunately for Becky, were lies. So, I've already got an airtight case against her for defamation, and I've got the evidence in the emails she sent. Meanwhile, she's got shit. She's got a bag full of shit, and it's tied around her neck. She's walking around all day smelling it. Oh, I know she's hoping that that's going to happen. But the more she presses, the calmer I get. See? It's easy. That's the trap nobody ever gets me with. Nobody ever gets me with that trap. Doesn't matter how mad I am, I don't say the wrong words. Just not something I do. I mean, you were mostly, I guess, punished, quote unquote, for refusing to answer my question and then moving on to something else as though I'm supposed to pay attention to you when you're not paying any attention to me. Right? I asked you a question. You ask me questions. You want me to answer them. I ask you a question. You refuse to answer it. So there you go. Not that, I mean, I'm not saying that justifies punishing you. I'm saying I don't need to justify punishing you. Stop annoying me. And asking me to do your work for you by articulating a bunch of specific rules to what you can and cannot say is annoying me further. I'm the best around. Nothing ever gonna shut me down. I'm the best around. Other people's stupid arguments frown. I'm the best around. No one's gonna pull this bullshit now. You try to pull bullshit past me, you are trying to pull it past the wrong fucking guy. I shouldn't sing that song. Why not? I didn't write those lyrics. Just the parts of the lyrics I wrote were not I'm the best around. I don't necessarily mean it about myself. It just incidentally seemed to be that way. I'm kidding. I did mean it about myself. I am the best around. I'm the best debater around. I'm the best argument critiquer, thinker, whatever around. So if you want to go legal with me, you are fucked. Fucked. I feel more of an obligation not to bore my live stream people with talking about it too long than I do an obligation for anything else. I do want to make sure, though, that it's clear that to the extent that I do stop talking about Becky, which I will gradually over time, that it's not because she is pressuring me to or forcing me to. It's just because she ceased to become interesting to me. And that the reason I stopped talking to her additionally is that she has successfully learned something and not sent any more emails or anything like that. Yeah, the circle's over. Assuming she doesn't follow up with any emails, it's over. But that doesn't mean we don't post-mortem it and learn things. We learned a lot about from this. We learned about the importance of using language well. We learned that words matter, that the truth matters and lies matter and stuff like that, you know? So one of the things I learned was I should not have said Becky slandered me. I should have said she defamed me because she emailed my father specifically. I realized that at some point. I got to recap this and remind myself I made mistakes here too. Becky did not slander me. Now, when I said she slandered me, that was an honest mistake. It wasn't a lie. I should have said she defamed me. I used the wrong word. Regardless, same basic meaning, different context. Whereas in contrast, something like when Becky said I tried to force her to use drugs, that's not the same thing at all as what happened. And that's a lie. So, I think she said 5, maybe 4. I'm not sure. Yeah, words matter. Better think before you say something off the cuff. And the thing is, she was flying off the cuff. She sent an email. I'd read it out loud and talk about how it was filled with lies or whatever. Instead of going, shit, I just lost this. Maybe I should rethink this. She said, oh, I didn't win. No, try again. It's just like, ooh, that is not wise. That's letting your feelings do your thinking for you. And it's absolutely the case that the more significant something is for me to respond to, the more I'm well served to wait before responding. Now, this one was easy. I didn't need to wait at all because she set herself up for really low hanging fruit here. In fact, I made some of it happen almost, not really intentionally, but you know, I was doing this little sort of test at the end of each one. I'd be like, now don't you send my dad another email, just to see if in fact that prompted her to fire up another email. Just to be defiant, you know. I think that probably had something to do with it. And I kind of knew that I was prodding her a bit there, but you know what I always say, give people enough rope and they hang themselves if they're wicked people or they're engaged in some sort of malfeasance. And that's what happened here, you know. Prompt somebody who's willing to do bad acts to act enough times. One of those times you'll catch them in a bad act. Prompt somebody who doesn't do bad acts enough times, doesn't matter, nothing happens. So I'm not in the habit of doing bad acts. Bad acts include lies, false misrepresentations, unfair representations even. So, you know, I haven't called Becky a monster. I haven't said she needs to be, you know, receive professional help just to be a non-dangerous member of society, which is what Becky has said about me. Why did she pull my dad into this? What did I ever do to her? Literally nothing. I didn't do anything to her. The thing she's accused me of are screaming at her. I'm not sure what else. Oh, slandering people on the internet, which of course is a fucking falsehood. It's a lie. I mean, I don't slander anybody, nor do I defame anybody. I report on things. When one reports the bad behavior of another person, that is not slander or defamation or anything bad at all. It's a good thing. It shines the light of day. The only people who don't like the light of day, who are this antagonistic to it, are people who are trying to hide shady shit. I know, she's quintupling down. This results will change after she throws enough shit. She's kind of like, she is like the kid who's playing Risk, okay? All right, it's not slander if it's true. But I think she's basically, well, at least yesterday, hopefully she's past this now and is not paying any attention. If she's smart, she's turned up her computer, she's just doing SI shit, SE shit, and not paying any attention to what's going on the internet right now. If she's smart. Yeah, she at the time she was basically like she was losing in Risk. She was like a kid who kept losing battles to the same guy in Risk, and was down to like 50 troops left or whatever. And so she was so mad she just wanted to throw all of her men in a desperate suicide attack against the guy who hurt her as she perceived it. Willing to throw everything away just to do harm to the one she's mad at, kind of a thing. I didn't run out in public with posters of a cheater, but I would respect that individual's right to do so. Becky didn't cheat on me. I don't care. The fact that she was a cheater and that it came out in the story on the internet had to do with the fact that that's where things came to a head when she stormed off and refused to talk to me anymore. Because we were arguing about her being a good house guest or not, and she was trying to fight that simple claim that she was not being a good house guest, as though I needed to substantiate it with more than just my opinion about it. The fact that I said and pointed out correctly that other people were annoyed too does not mean that that's now the core issue is exactly who's annoyed. I'm the guy who lives there, and I'm telling her she's not a good house guest. What more fucking evidence does she need? Anyway, she tried to get all moral high ground on me when I accused her of being a bad house guest. And I said, you are not in a position to have a moral high ground, referencing the cheating thing. She stormed off and refused to have a real conversation with me thereafter. So when I'm relating this story of what happened to me on the internet, I don't want to slander anybody. I don't want to defame anybody. I don't want to libel anybody. So I tell the truth about what happened. In fact, I do want to correct myself. I've been saying we were screaming at each other back then. It's probably the case. I don't exactly remember, but it's probably the case that she was using her condescending therapist voice and I was screaming. So if she wants to say, he says we were screaming at other, but he was lying, I wasn't screaming, she's probably right about that. She probably was using her condescending therapist voice and I was screaming, most likely. Okay. Eric Moore. Oh no, guys, look, Eric Moore contracted coronavirus. One of the lesser discussed symptoms of it is that it causes your name to change to coronavirus. It also causes you to think of the Cinco de Mayo as your very favorite holiday. Now, you know what's a good idea there? I think it was. That way, Eric Moore, real coronavirus, when they see you, they'll just think you're one of them and they won't try to infect you. It's smart. You're in camo. You're in virus camo right now. My dad has been like shaking his head a lot because Trump put Pence in charge of coronavirus. My dad's like, Mike Pence is not a doctor. What happened to the Surgeon General? Like, yeah, that's a good point, Dad. Why isn't the Surgeon General in charge of this? Why is Mike Pence in charge of this? Well, because it's so little threat, you can safely put Mike Pence in charge of it. That's what I think about coronavirus. Coronavirus can duck my sick, okay? Coronavirus can duck my sick. You better duck my sick. Baby, don't you go to Goleta. Baby, don't you go to Goleta. Baby, don't you go to Goleta. Baby, don't you go now. Don't you go. 5 points to anybody who can tell me, the first person who can tell me the band that sang that song. 5 points. 5 points to the first person who can tell me the band that sang that song. Baby, don't you go to Goleta. Baby, don't you go to Goleta. Baby, don't you go to Goleta. Baby, don't you go now, don't you go. Eric Moore is the real virus? The real coronavirus is Eric Moore, huh? He goes around and touches people and gives them himself. What band sang that song? What band sang that song? Nobody knows. Everybody has to Google it, I guess. The answer is, hi, Countess. Do you know who sang the song, Baby, don't you go to Goleta? Baby, don't you go to Goleta? Baby, don't you go to Goleta? Baby, don't you go now? Don't you go? I've been there and I've seen the clothes they wear. They're not like them. I know. That's why one of my emails is riceassrust@gmail.com. Because my name anagrams to Rice Ass Rust. Isn't that nice? I know you didn't, coronavirus. You meant to just, hang out with a few Chinese people in Wuhan. Before you knew it, they were sharing you with their friends, and then were sharing you with their friends, and you were all over the place. I guess that's what it means to get along well with somebody. If you do get the coronavirus, Isaiah Rude, I want to recommend that the first lyrics to your coronavirus song is, oh my God, I got coronavirus. I actually have a contingency plan for this. I already said I would write a song if I got it, and now I have. Those would be good lyrics. Okay, I'm going to give you my guidance. Okay, Countess, I'll unbore you. You like SE, don't you? You're a big SE fan. You like that? All right, 1, 2, 3. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to transubstantiate a Miyagi hand rub to you. Transubstantiate thee. That's a Miyagi hand rub you got there. Or the Miyagi hand job. You know how we were talking the other day about a Portuguese breakfast? I think another good sex thing like that, like a Portuguese breakfast, is a Miyagi rug burn. A Miyagi rug burn is when you get a girl to give you a hand job like this. Really fast, like just like Miyagi does, but with the penis between them. I don't know if you're kinky or not, but I'm really into a Miyagi rug burn. What's a Miyagi rug burn? All right. You remember in Karate Kid when Daniel's leg was hurt? Yeah. All right. Well, I want you to imagine that my penis is between Mr. Miyagi's hands when he does that thing, like that, okay? You got to go super fast, okay? That's why it's called a Miyagi rug burn. No, I've never gotten a Southern Sam, I don't think, but I don't know what it is. I don't think I want to know if it involves any poop or pee. Just to let you know that, okay? Miyagi rug burns. I like getting a Miyagi rug burn from a transsexual in Thailand. It's my sort of my ideal sex act, I guess. I'd like to be tied to a lamppost in a public square in Thailand and receive a Miyagi rug burn from a tranny, please. Would that be okay? Does it sound like this, Isaiah Rude? La, 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 la. I hope so. It would be a question, but yeah, Eric could be an ISTP with any, though I've never met an ISTP who talks as much as I do, or Eric does. Yeah, who thinks I'm an ISTP with any? Is that possible? That's not possible. What is that called? What is that horrible thing called you said? A Southern Sam? Ay. Okay, yes, we're going to pick a topic for a song, okay? The topic for today's song is corduroy, okay? Corduroy, as you may know, is the arms dealer for Mindy's Club. So corduroy, he's an arms dealer with a heart of gold. And secretly, he'd like to teach painting to inner city youths. But he can't quite give up his illegal job as an arms dealer right now. He's trying to put away, that one last big deal so he can get his nest egg put away, okay? That's the story of this song. The story is Corduroy's song. It's about him. It's about his inner struggle, being an arms dealer who'd really rather be teaching art to inner city school children. Sarah can name the song, and you guys write the lyrics to it, and I'll play it on the guitar. Okay, so, I wish, you could, somebody, what they should, what? You don't like that topic? Okay, talk about this then. how when I'm finally rich and famous, I'll wear nothing but corduroy. Okay, write lyrics about that topic then. About a guy whose dream is to become rich and famous so he can buy everything made out of corduroy. All his furniture, his walls, everything, corduroy. He wants to dress his animals in corduroy and take them to a dog park that instead of having grass, it has grass made out of corduroy. Well, Octavio, we are doing some tarot today. We don't know when exactly. But I think you might get a tarot card right now, though. And maybe Sarah ISFP. Okay? You're going full nudist? Right on, Joel Nathan Henry. Right on. This is you. Oh, it's upside down. This is your life. This is your life, Octavio Silva. 6 swords, a lady, a branch. That's your life. Hey, it's Rachel Apollosa. Hi, Rachel Apollosa. I'm going to do a card for you too, Sarah. That's what I said your name for. I just haven't done it yet. Just chill out. Octavio Silva just got the 6 of Swords. I don't know if he wanted the 6 of Swords. I didn't ask him if he wanted that one, but yeah, that's what he got. Eric wouldn't be Eric without extroverted intuition. I sure wouldn't. You know, I see myself sometimes being what it would be like if I were an ISFJ almost. Like I can kind of have those moments where I'm no longer, it's much more FE, right? My extroversion is on FE level and my introversion is on an SI level. Like I'm comfortable. I'm not ideating right now and I don't really care about them. Yeah. So I'll just listen to this person and make them feel good. You know, I really kind of had that day yesterday with Cameron until I got home, and then more Becky shit. You know, so I had a nice day away from all the drama and forgot about it more or less. And I got home from the bike ride. But during that bike ride, I felt very ISFJ-ish. Like I wasn't doing a lot of talking. I wasn't extrovertedly intuiting a lot. I had my FE more on point. Although, you know, it's like with good FE polar people don't know you're FEing at all. They don't get that they don't get that FE is much more subtle than trying to just schmooze people, right? It's a very nuanced and complex field of endeavor to have that much awareness of other people and, you know, what's going to make this person's experience better right now is an FE question that can have very nuanced answers. But for FE polar people, they just think FE, oh, that's when people try to schmooze you and try to manipulate you. FE is just manipulative. You know, I didn't use FE yesterday with Cameron to manipulate him at all. I did it because it was a way it's like a modality of enjoying myself that I rarely use. But when I do, obviously it stood out because I've talked about it on a couple of occasions. It's like I was shifted into some sort of weird introvert mode because I guess the morning was kind of disruptive. I guess it was probably the trauma, so to speak, of the whole Becky stuff, pushing me back into my 4th slot and making me ISFJ. Like I've said before, when faced with some kind of trauma, people tend to retreat to their 4th function and manifest a kind of like their socionic stool. I am gassy again. It must be that what's it called? Hook burger. Yesterday evening, I was super gassy. And why? Well, because I went to Hook Burger and they have all these grilled onions on their burgers. And I was farting up a storm last night. I just went there again today because I liked it so much yesterday. I decided to go again. And here I am again. Same flatulence. Now, is that enough proof to determine that, in fact, Hook Burger is responsible for my flatulence? I guess it depends on your standard of proof. I went there by myself today. Quite pleasant, just sitting there by myself, listening to a live stream on my phone. I didn't even have my headphones with me. I just kind of put it next to my ear. I was once a wolf boy. Fuck's sake, sent it accidentally. I was once a wolf boy is a good beginning. This card here is for Sarah ISFP. Ooh, you got 10 pence, lady. 10 big pence. That's 2 pence shy of a dozen. Okay. So I was once a wolf boy. I like that at the beginning of the song for sure. I like it. I was once a wolf boy. I was once a wolf boy, huh? I need more lyrics. It's not enough to quite start with, you know? I need more than just one line to start playing. I need to know where I'm going a little bit, you know? The Full Moon Blues? Okay. Okay. I was born a wolf boy, but broke up with the moon. That's great, actually. This is a really a couple of great lines of lyrics. It does sound like a blues song. And I was born a wolf boy, broke up with the moon. I mean, regarding that question of whether Becky's an ENFP, I would have vociferously said no until these recent exchanges. I still say no because even in the recent exchanges, it's she's still constrained by TI. She thinks she can spin the meaning of any word into the equivalent of anything that's vaguely related to it, but she's not like Tori, who's just openly telling lies. Things Becky say have a kernel of truth to them, usually. And sometimes she pushes it too far and she actually does lie and defame me. But it's not just randomly made up shit. Whereas like Tori just makes random shit up. It's like she says shit that has no relationship to me at all. So that's the reality of that. Okay, so thank you for putting song in front of any lyrics like Lubomir Catch did, so I can keep track of it a bit. If somebody could collapse them all into one, again, would be helpful as well. All right, so it goes, I was once a wolf boy, but I broke up with the moon. I was once a wolf boy, but I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love. Okay. I was once a wolf boy, but I broke up with the moon. And then, where's the other song one? God damn it. Oh, yeah. I had enough of that puppy love, love. But I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy. Had enough of that puppy loving. So all right, so okay, I think you should go. The last one of that quatrain should be made my way to high noon. What do you think, Lubomir? Or Lube? Can I call you Mir? All right, so if you're gonna put the song, you have to put song in all caps, colon, and then whatever the lyric is. Because otherwise, I will not know that it's lyrics. Okay. I was once a wolf boy, woke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love and I made my way to hiding. I was once a wolf boy around the moon. Had enough of that puppy love. Time to make my way to high noon. A D is right. I gotta go there. Okay. I broke up. I was once a wolf boy, and I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love. Headed for high noon. Oh, okay, you're okay. I'll go with that better, Loop. That's better. Now I'm howling at noon instead of made my way to high noon. Okay, I like yours better. You're right. This is NI. Okay, this is a good example of NI in the works. My NI at that going. My idea is good, but then not necessarily being great about refining it, right? But it's also really good about recognizing when somebody else's reformation of it is better, and I'm not attached to it. It's not an FI thing for me, you know? All right, so can somebody put all the lyrics in one thing right now for me here that we have so far so that I don't have to scroll. Okay, well, I mean, can you put it again? And did you put song in caps and then colon and then the thing so I know it's lyrics? Have I heard from John? No, I haven't heard from John. What's he been up to? Did you put song, Dark Phoenix? You didn't put song. No, put it all at once and then push enter. Cats, Lou, Bomir. Now you got me confused as to what to call you. This is hard writing with the lyrics constantly going away from me. Very difficult to write. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the lyrics in my own meowity meow here so that I can keep track of them without having to bug you guys about keeping track of them for me. I'm able to type things with my fingers as well. You guys are not the only people who can type things with your fingers. I was once a wolf boy till I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love. Started howling at noon. Okay, so we need another verse of equivalent rhythm and pia, you know? So what's the first line of the next verse? If you're not putting song in front of your thing, I'm not considering it as lyrics for the song. At least put it in all caps. Okay, 1, 2, 3 did. Never mind the hoi polloi, because now I own Illinois. That's for a different song. Okay, this song now has an identity. And the song needs to be in the same sort of meow about it. Give me a better woman soon. Were you rhyming at noon? Sorry, I went with now I'm howling at noon, which was better. Okay, so what's the first line of the next one? Well, I didn't ignore your idea. I chose his is better. Can you sing a song called My Coworker Ate My Lunch? Did your coworker eat your lunch? Do you have a coworker? I was once a wolf boy till I made my choice. Now my playboy dress in corduroys. Now my playboys dress in corduroys. I was once a wolf boy till I raised my voice and howled the worlds of Tolstoy and the real McCoy. Well, I think that in general, you have to be careful about letting rhyme drive your narrative too much. And wordplay drive your narrative too much. It's a problem I have too. That's an Enidon problem. These lyrics right here. I was once a wolf boy till I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love. Started howling at noon. These are NI lyrics. These are straight up NI lyrics. There's nothing. This is not clever in wordplay at all. It actually has a lot of potential to be a good song. It's good lyrics. You know, I was looking for some better days with fit in this, but I don't think it does unless you do something interesting with it thereafter. I don't think it's gonna be poppy enough for this, you know? I know. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. You and I are in the same boat there. I've been told by many people there are too many words in my songs. Okay, so the first line of the next stanza. I want to throw out the possibility for the first line of the next stanza. Someday I'll go back there. Possibility. Fits rhythmically. You know, I'm curious about Lou's thoughts about this because he's a damn good lyric writer. Is that the first line of the second thing, Lou? Is that line 5, in other words? Are we gonna go someday? I'll go back there. Sold my destiny, or you're gonna start with sold my destiny fur coat. Screams break the silence. Walking from the dead of night. Vengeance is boiling. He returned to kill the light. That's when he's found who you're looking for. Listen on, you'll hear him. He's that guy who kills you. Bark of the Moon. Are those the lyrics to Bark of the Moon? Yeah, you're starving. You need to eat. All right, so let's go with someday I'll go back there. And reclaim my coat. Someday I'll go back there and reclaim my coat. What did you say about the coat there? Sold my dusty fur coat. Someday I'll go back there and sell my dusty fur coat. I think maybe the next one should end with capture. To kind of rhyme with back there. Dale. Dale. Someday I'll go back there and sell my dusty fur coat. What do you think about this? Someday I'll go back there and sell my dusty fur coat, and given and someday I'll go back there and sell my dusty fur coat, given to the rapture of someone's knife at my throat. Somebody's knife at my throat. Think about that. Or yesterday's. Given to the rapture of yesterday's knife at my throat. Okay, Al Lobo Ferroz. Why are you recommending beer to a recovering alcoholic? You're trying to make me drink? It's fine. I'm joking. You can't actually make me drink at all. So you're welcome to recommend whatever you like. Basically, got some interesting typing methods. Perhaps letting people speak without stipulation might yield more convincing results. Letting people speak without stipulation. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying I don't let people talk enough? That's probably true. I could listen more, talk less. I could leave more silence and let them see what they do with it more. There's a lot of different things I could do differently. The thing is, I'm not just typing people usually. I'm usually making a video too. Regardless, I'm not just typing people. I'm providing an hour's worth of experience for somebody. I mean, I ask leading questions because I want to see what they do with that lead a lot of times, you know? People respond to a lead differently. It's not the question itself. It's how they're responding to how I'm asking the question sometimes. Sometimes I do ask leading questions. Sometimes I'm not as perfect in my TI disinterest, and I'm sort of just trying to confirm something rather than really test it, you know? That's true. I can be guilty of that. But look, importantly, I'm not competing against Spacey. I will always be a better typologist than Spacey because at the end of the day, I have thought more, talked more, written more, worked more on cognitive functions than he has. And I'm also a little better at understanding what answers mean, I guess you could say. But I don't doubt that he can catch up on that stuff. Fine. I'll always be a better typologist for him than he is, but it doesn't mean I'll always be better at typing somebody in a given setting. So he may at some point surpass my ability to successfully type somebody in an hour talk, for example. It's possible. I don't think he's there yet, but it's possible. It's not possible that he would be ever able to better type people than me if we both had, say, 2 weeks with a person. We'd probably almost always come to the same conclusion. The point is, I'm not trying to compete with him. I want him to be good. I want him to be successful. Am I going to concede that he's more of an expert on the matter than me? No. And that's probably an interested calculus as well as a disinterested one. It's not in my interest, and it's not in my disinterest either to embrace something that I have no reason to embrace that disadvantage myself or something. But I don't resent him. I don't wish he weren't do that. I'm good for him. I'm proud of his success. To the extent that he's a good typologist, it's because of me. So, but also to the extent that I'm a good typologist, it's because of all of you. You know, it's like these things, that's how these things work. This has become a hub of ideation about cognitive functions. And I tend to be the one who sort of nutshells it all the conversations and what everything people have concluded. And I sort of get credit for coming up with a lot of stuff that I just I hear from other people. I try to credit other people when they say things. I don't always remember, you know. You're an incredibly stable genius, Donald J. Trump. Incredibly stable. And the funny thing is, you know, I am an incredibly stable whatever I am. But people don't view me as that. They view me as unstable or something. Like, oh, you were talking to Rachel Pelosi. You were talking to Trump. They were talking to me when you said Mr. President. My mistake. You're right. I'm not Mr. President yet. He is. Okay, right. I'll play the song. I burned down the forest, broke branches there too, sold. Okay, I see. I burned down the forest. I'll replace your dusty fur coat line in this stanza with something else. Yes, I was joking about that. Of course, I'm not susceptible to people talking about booze around me. All right, so where is it? I burned down the forest. I think he's like a there in there. I burned down the forest, broke the branches there too, or broke meow meow. It needs an extra syllable. I think I put a there in there. Okay. I burned down the forest, broke the branches there too. Then I looked back at the chat, and the scrolling had made it disappear. Boo! Burnt, not burned. I think burned is correct, but broke the branches there too. Um, sold my dusty fur coat. Now I'm looking at you. All right, so here I do the second stanza. It'll link into your third stanza a little bit. So the end of the lyrics so far. I was once a wolf boy, till I broke up with the moon, had enough of that puppy love, started howling at noon. Someday I'll go back there and break bread with the goats, given to the rapture of knives against my throat, I guess is probably the best way rhythmically to do it. Knives against my throat. I burnt. Instead of I burned down the forest, for now I burned down. For now I burned up the forest and broke the branches there too. And broke the branches there too. Sold my favorite. Sold my. Sold my uncle's. Sold my only. Sold off my. It seems like it needs no more syllables in there. For now, I burned up the forest and broke the branches there too. Upon my. Sold off the best of my coats. Sold all my very best coats. Sold off my dusty old coats, or sold off the best of my coats. Now I'm looking at you. Sold off my dusty fur coat would still work. We just have to say, I guess it needs another. Sold off my dusty fur coat works. You need to be off in there, I guess. Now I'm looking at you. Okay, so now I'm going to read it with it properly all figured out here. Ready? Here we go. I was once a wolf boy till I broke up with the moon, had enough of that puppy love, started howling at noon. Someday I'll go back there and break bread with the ghosts, given to the rapture of knives against my throat. For now I burned the forest and broke the branches too, sold off my dusty old fur coat, and turned my eyes to you. You got proper rhythm on it. And broke the branches too, sold off my dusty old fur coat, and turned my eyes to you. Now we got a poem more. I should try playing it on the guitar or else it. All right, let's try it now. Are we ready to try this song? This is an important song. This is an important moment in songwriting history. I was once a wolf boy. I broke up with the moon. I was once a wolf boy till I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love and I started howling at noon. And someday I'll go back there and break bread with the goats, given to the rapture, knives against my throat. For now I burn the forest, broke the branches too, Something like that. You know, we're getting it together little bit by little bit. I was once a wolf boy till I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love. Puppy love. And I went to new. Yeah, like that. I was once a wolf boy till I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love, and I started howling anew. Someday I'll go back there and break bread with the goats. Going to the rapture of knives against my burn. Now I burn the forest and broke the branches too. Sold off my dusty fur coat and turned my eyes. Where's the right chord for that? Huh. I was once a wolf boy till I broke up with the moon. Had enough of that puppy love, and I started howling anew. I should go there then. Okay. Had enough of that puppy love. This is how I write songs, basically. If you were ever wondering how I write songs, this is how I write songs. Because I normally don't have this much lyrics already set up. And I just meow, 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 and go, and eventually it either comes together or it doesn't, you know? Is it fun to watch? Probably not. I don't use capos. I don't even have a capo. If I had a capo, I'd throw it in the trash. Set fire to the forest instead of, for now, I burned down the forest. Set fire to the forest might be better. Set aflame all the forest. We could change the song entirely and try a totally different approach to it, you know? That's the other thing. Oh, look, I have a pick over there. I forgot. I was once a wolf boy. I broke up with the moon. I had enough of that puppy love, and I started out anew. Someday I'll go back there and break bread with the goats. Running through the rapture of the knives again my thumb. Well, I don't know. I don't feel like playing the guitar right now. I'm bored of the guitar. I'm bored of everything. I'm tired of everything. I'm tired and bored. I'm tired of the guitar. I'm bored of it now. I'm not ignoring you, 123. I mean, Dark Phoenix. I'm trying to do the song that we have in progress. You keep trying to write new songs while we're still working on this song. It's like, that's not why I got this vanilla milkshake. I'll tell you what I'm not bored of, El Lobo Feroz. I'll tell you what I'm not bored of. Burn! You get this card. King of Cups. You are the King of Cups. You have a whole lot of cups. You are the King of Cups. The King of Cups. All right. Now, here we go. Eileen, are you ready? 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 Pow! Page of Wands. That's what you get. That's what you get. Okay? Coronavirus. Are you ready? Eric Moore, are you ready? Are you that ready? Are you ready enough? Pow! You get this one. 2 of sticks. Yes, 2 of sticks. Okay, well, I'll tell you this, Octavio. Coronavirus, aka Eric Moore, just got 2 of sticks. Prior to that, somebody got something else. I don't remember. Yeah, Eric, I leave for 2 seconds. That's true. Octavio. I didn't know you weren't there. Oh. All right, 3 card reading for 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is the first one that pops out. This is your lucky spot. This is where you're going to experience luck in the next couple of days. 10 sticks, okay? It's your lucky spot. Now, 10 sticks is not normally a good card to get, so that means you're going to have good luck in an area that's normally a bad thing, which means a bad thing is going to be less bad, or what should be bad is actually going to be good luck. Okay? This is your good luck card. Now, here's your bad luck card. Here's where you're going to have bad luck. Next couple of days, 1, 2, 3, bad luck. You can avoid the bad luck. That's the good luck card of your 10 sticks. You have good luck in that area of analysis, 10 sticks. Now, you're going to have good luck in this area of analysis. Pow! The moon. And you're going to be required to assist somebody else's luck or harm their luck, depending on how you choose to play it. But with this one right here, pow! Ace of Wands. You have to help somebody else with their Ace of Wands. Meanwhile, you're going to be lucky in this area and unlucky in your desire to land on the moon. So 1, 2, 3. I want you to abandon your interstellar travel aspirations. You're not apparently, according to the tarot, going to be successful in landing on the moon. However, you can play with your sticks and you can help somebody else with their Ace of Wands. Okay, here we go. Love. Lubomir Katz. Lubomir Katz. Let's see what you got. Lubomir Katz. Lubomir Katz. You have got a lot. This is your area of vice. It's where you're a center. You Page of Swords center you. That's you, Lube. Lubomir Katz. Lubomir Katz. You're your Page of Swords area. Here's where you're a saint. Your area of virtue. Pow. Not that one. That means it's just a deck of cards. We'll give you a different one. Your area of virtue. Area of virtue. What is Lubomir Katz's area of virtue? Pow! King of Swords. Wow, nice. Hey, that's a good card. I like that card. That's this deck's identity. And lastly, your area of free will. What that means is neither easy nor hard for you to be good. Your area of vice is hard for you to be good. Your area of virtue is easy for you to be good. Your area of free will, you have to use your choice making. Make wise choices. 5 swords. Your area of free will is 5 swords. That was all for 1, 2, 3. Now, Rachel Lapalosa has requested that I pull a few cards for the single greatest relationship in the history of humankind. The relationship between one Rachel Lapalosa and one host Eric. Let's find out. This is one of the areas in which our relationship is extra super special good. That's true. And this is one of the areas in which our relationship makes us both individually extra super good. 9 sticks. And this is an area where even though we're not perfect, being together makes us both better. Okay. 7 sticks. So there you go. So what does that mean? It means, number one, this one is an area where we're both super special. And this is an area where we make each other both better, right? So what is this one again? Nine of wands? We make each other both better in this area. We both relieve each other terror, inability to cope, unhappiness. We relieve all that stuff in each other. So this is correct. And then what was this one? This one was, what did I say this one was? That is an area where even though we're not perfect, we make each other better at it. So this one is we sort of help resolve these problems for each other. This one, we strengthen our certain weaknesses in each other. This is 7 of sticks. And this one is how we're so perfect. We're both fools. We're both fools. We help each other deal with the terror, resolve the terror, and we improve each other's ability to, what's the 7 of sticks? We improve each other's ability to take the high road, stand up for your beliefs, be determined, have stamina. Yeah. So that's really good pull for us, I think. Rachel, I think that's right on the money. It's a good one. You know, this deck of cards recognizes the golden pair when it sees it, okay? Matias Sanchez. You're going to get a past, present, future pull. I rarely do these. I rarely use the word future. I'm going to give it to you today. Past. Your past is influencing you by the Queen of Cups. You thought you were done with her, but she still got her hand up your butt. And Matias Sanchez, your present. Nothing but rainbows and cups and chicks sitting on colors of light all day long, dog. That's your present, dog. And your future. What does the future bring? This means the emerging present, okay? I'm not really predicting the future. The tarot is just informing us about the emerging present, just to clarify, just to do a little cover my ass, you know? Ooh, looks like you're going to be holding something round. Pretty good. Pretty good, Matias. Pretty good. You got a round thing in your hand, and you're standing on top of those books for some reason. Look, Matias, those books aren't for walking on, they're for reading. Is Eileen trying to tell you she's autistic, El Lobo for Rose? Is she trying to tell you that shit? Eileen is not autistic. By Lubomir Katz, thanks for your help with writing the super good lyrics. What I'm going to do with those lyrics is make a super good song. And then Lubomir Katz is going to leave a comment saying, Eric, I'm proud of you. You made a good song. I'm going to say, oh, thanks, Lubomir Katz. Your lyrics, I credit you for them. I'm going to put it in the thing. Lubomir Katz with the lyrics here, dogs. I'm going to say I put dogs after everything. That's how I make sure I sound youthful. Everyone loves youthful shit. That's why. Good night, Lubomir. I know it's just a bit of personality. I know it's just a personality. What's just a personality? Take me to the valley. I'm on the run with you. Take me through the valley, down onto the dunes. Bury me above the ground and sing this silent tune. It's great. That's great. That's beautiful. I like that. Fantastic. Fantasticio. Fantastiquio for sure. I like that. I'm going to copy and paste it right now. It sounds like such song lyrics, you know? I like things that sound like song lyrics. Hey, are you like singing a song or something? Because those sound like lyrics. Yes, I am. Singing a song called The Story of My Life. Normal text. Clear formatting. Yes, El Lobo Feroz. This is your card. El Lobo Feroz, you get the 10 of Pentacles. The cards I read you a couple days ago, I don't remember which ones they were. Yeah, well, they tend to be that way. They tend to be kind of true. That's just how the human brain works. Expert intuitors, probably INTPs as well, but definitely ENTPs, I think, sort of understand what tarot is. And I think tarot is basically like the reason it works so well on so many people is that most people don't understand expert intuition. So the links between the intuitive meanings of things and your life seem as though they are discovered truths, not created. Because for most people, they can't create ideas that well, you know? And so, wow. 2 of the 3 legendary Sandin are the same type. Hold on now. There's a controversial statement. Which 2? Which 2? Tsunade is not the same type as Jiraiya. Tsunade is not the same type as Jiraiya. Jiraiya is probably an ENFP, I think. Probably ENFP. Oh, you think Orochimaru is an ENFP? That's very possible, actually. Joel Nathan Henry, I stand corrected. That's very possible, actually. Good point. Good point. Okay, I'll do a poll for Jeebus. Jeebus, this is your first card. This is the future. This is the tarot speaks about your body below your waist. Knight of Swords, not bad. This is yourself above. This is like body, heart, head. This is your heart. That was your penis. Okay, this is your penis, which is the same thing as body. Heart, star, and head is your brain. See what you got for brains, Jeebus. Let's find out. See what the tarot say about your brains. Ooh, it's got 2 things to say about your brains. You got 2 things on your mind. Loving, and I guess that's the kind of lady you want to love. You want a lovely lady who fills out her blouse and holds circles in her hand. This is what's on Jeebus's mind. Right? This card represents his body. Since it's a swords card, it means he's penis focused. This card represents his heart. In his heart, Jeebus thinks he's a star, but his various jokes about my father and Rachel generally fall flat. In his head, he's mostly wanking it. Right? Did I get you right, Jeebus? Did I nail you right on the spot there? I like this body, heart, mind. It's a 3 pole. Bubes, 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 bubes. Everybody likes some bubes, bubes. Tsunade's not a censor. Tsunade's an NTP. By the way, Eric, that card you pulled for me right now? Yeah? What was it? Me and my INFJ girlfriend were thinking about having a kid together. You guys are going to adopt a baby goat? All right, 1, 2, 3, body. Pew. Your body is Knight of Swords. Didn't Jeebus get the same guy? I've just been shuffling too. It's your body too. I guess every guy gets his dick, right? Daddy likes beebs. Okay, now, body, heart. Your heart. Ooh, you have a heart of temperance. How moderate of you. And your mind. What occupies your mind? Thing number one, Page of Cups. Everyone gets two things that they think about, okay? Since Jeebus did. Page of Cups is on your minds. On your mind, 1, 2, 3. What else is on your mind? Ooh, this one popped right out. Doorways. You think about young men with cups and you think about doorways. You want me to replace the doorway card? Fine, I'll take the doorway card out. Fine. You get this one instead. This is the other thing on your mind. Knight of Cups. Page of Cups and Knight of Cups. You got a lot of moisture on your mind there, 1, 2, 3. A lot of moisture. That is a lot of moisture. Okay. Now, Angantyr. Let's pull a card for your body. Your body needs a card. Oh, yeah. This is your body, Angantyr. Your body is the 4 of cups. 4 of sticks. Your body is the 4 of sticks. Your heart. This one popped right out. Your heart is the magician. What a magical heart you have, Angantyr. And which two things do you think about most? Let's find out. Thing number one. King of Swords. You're a logical fellow there, Angantyr. That's good. I like your logic. I like your reason. I like your kingery. Good job. What's the other thing Angantyr thinks about? This one. Okay, so you're into kind of that kind of kinky stuff where you blindfold chicks and tie them up, or what? Is that what you're into? That's what he's into. That's what Angantyr is into. He's into being super logical and then blindfolding chicks. Hiring babies to blindfold women. He's into that. This is 5. What is this one anyway? 5 what? 5 pentacles. 5 pentacles is what that is. Okay. The 4 sticks represent your arms and legs. Interesting. Okay. Eileen, it is time for you to know the true words of truth about your body, your heart, and your mind. Beebs. Beebs is fun to say. They're fun to touch, fun to look at, fun to say. Everything about them is great. Dark Phoenix, your body. Ooh, Hanged Man body. Now, here we go. Your heart. Your heart is filled with justice. Nice. Nice. You've got a just heart, Eileen. That's good. That's important. Having a just heart is very important. Now, let's see what Eileen really thinks about, what she's secretly thinking about. This one right here. She wants that Page of Cups, y'all. She wants to get a cup of something. A cup of dolphin meat. Looks like there's a little dolphin over there, see? Eileen's thinking about getting a cup of dolphin meat. That's one of the things she's thinking about. And she's thinking about this. 9 sticks. 9 sticks is what she's thinking about. Her brain is thinking about happy, important news, inner child, idealism, sensitivity, etc. And it's also thinking about, why is everything so hard? So tired. No more. Okay, who else would like to know what their body, heart, and mind are? Anybody else? Did I miss anybody? Anybody wants to know their body, heart, and mind? Page of Cups. You're the rage enough. And the Page of Cups. Octavio Silva. Your body, your heart, and your mind team up together to make you. Okay, here you go. Your body, Octavio. Ace of Swords, Octavio. That's my penis, okay? You have stolen my penis. Everybody who Octavio Silva is interested in getting on, note, he is packing the Ace of Swords. If that encourages you. Now, his heart. Let's see if he has a heart of purity and truth or evil and wickedness. His heart. His heart is the 7 of sticks. Well, you have to obviously be very stealthy. You have to be very stealthy and wear dark clothes and come at night and all those things. Now, here we go. Octavio Silva, what is your heart mean? Oh, there it is. Okay, good. So that is your heart. I'm glad you're standing up for beliefs and taking the high road. That's good. Being scapegoated, avoid that part of it, if possible. Now, your mind. Thing number 1 that you're thinking about in your mind. Ooh, the devil. You've got high-minded ideals in your heart, but the devil in your mind. You're chained to a cup and chained to a stick and chained to a pentacle, chained to a sword. Okay, next. The other thing you're thinking about besides the devil is meow. Ooh. Mine's 2. That's not a good one. I know. I remember that 3 one is not good. You got some dark thoughts, Octavio Silva. You got some really dark thoughts. Have you thought about eating some porridge? Might maybe eat more porridge? That's what I'm going to recommend. I think basically this tarot reading is you should eat more porridge. Joel Nathan Henry. What do you mean? What's the problem? What did I do? I didn't do nothing, Joel Nathan Henry, to you. I didn't say that. I didn't say you would joke. Would you like 3 cards? Who else wanted 3? Somebody else set it up here. It was El Lobo for Rose. All right. No, it was. Oh, yeah. El Lobo for Rose and then coronavirus. Okay. El Lobo for Rose, your body. Chariot. Do you do track and field by any chance? Your heart. Ooh, you like to blindfold ladies too. And that's the 5 of Pentacles, by the way. And your mind is this one. El Lobo for Rose. This is the first one. It's 4 cups. And the second thing that's on your mind, is this one. It is 2 sticks. So you got 4 cups on your mind, you got 2 sticks on your mind. Average them together, you've got 3 cup sticks. If that helps you understand anything, probably it does. Now, coronavirus needs to know about his body, his heart, and his mind. Eric Moore, this is your body. Your body is transition. You are in a perpetual state of puberty. You were born in puberty. You've been in puberty ever since. You'll die still in the middle of puberty. You're a walking example of puberty. This is your heart. Oh, how cute. Oh my gosh, that's so adorable. Eric Moore, I love your rainbow sitting in your cups. Your blood red sun. Here's your mind thing 1. That's what you're thinking of. One thing you're thinking, everything. I want to get out of here. I'm tired of this last year. I'm leaving. So you're thinking that's one thing you're thinking. Now, another thing you're thinking is this. Ooh, I just saw this one for the first time the other day when I pulled it about the community, the channel. And I see it again. This is 6 Pentacles. I think the 4 kinds of cards should be called circles, lines, cups, and swords. Why not just circle, line, square, and triangle? We find 2. I guess that's the thing, is your pentacles are circles, but they have triangles within them. That's what makes them so magical. Anybody else I didn't do yet? I'm supposed to do or want to do? Anybody wants me to do them with the doing? Rachel, I don't think, did I do your body, heart and mind, Rachel? My precious, perfect, spectacular angel. The first mind card was, I don't remember. Rachel's body. Right now, it's true. Her body, I've placed it in Hermitage until I return to it. Now, her heart. I don't think you're retarded, Jeebus. I think you're normal. Rachel's heart. The Chariot. SE is in her heart. Rachel, would you say your heart has extroverted sensing within it? I think so. You like to do shit. You like to get out, but not too much. You do want to move down the road, but you'd rather roll on top of a chariot rather than walk. And mind thing number one. Who you thinking about, girl? Who you thinking about? I hope that's me. I think it is. I think Rachel's thinking about me some of the time. I think that is why she pulled that card. I'm thinking about her some of the time too, you know? That's one of the things that occupies her thoughts. I love that. I love being in her thoughts. The other thing that occupies her thoughts, you gotta be shitting me, right? Rachel gets this card a lot. Rachel identifies with that card. So anyway, your body, Hermit, your mind, Chariot, and your body, Hermit, your heart, Chariot, and your mind, Love and the Fool. Yeah, me and you, yourself and me, basically. What are you thinking of? You're thinking of Eric and Rachel. Thinking of Eric and Rachel, and then you're thinking of Rachel. Big pull. That's called a big pull. Yeah. You're welcome, my precious, perfect wonder pants. Every time I think about you or see that icon or know that you're here or just note that you said something in the chat, I just get so happy and satisfied and like, how nice is it to have all my relationship questions answered forever? I don't have to think about it. I know. And it's just, I don't really get love per se. I try to understand it. I feel it sometimes. I try to go like, well, what is this thing? Try to parse it out. And, at the end of the day, you just stop thinking about it because you can't. That's the problem with love and emotions in general is you can't really think them out. Were you guys engaged? We're sort of informally engaged. I did buy a ring for her, but it wasn't technically an engagement ring. I got one for me too, but not technically an engagement ring. I would say we're engaged, but I have not formally proposed to her, just sort of casually proposed to her. You want me to pull a card for Nietzsche? Okay, I'm going to pull a card for Nietzsche. Here we go. Figures, 7 cups. Nietzsche's always playing with his cups. Self pull. Okay. What about Stephen Rain though? Stephen Rain hasn't anything pulled yet for him. In fact, when she got back from her camp one day, I noticed as she like sort of surreptitiously put on a ring, I was like, "Did you just put on your ring now?" And she was like, I she just forgot to put it on in the morning, obviously. Okay, so self-pull time. Oh, wait, no, Stephen Rain time. Stephen, your body is raining. Yeah. This is your body, Stephen Rain. Knight of Cups. You got the body of the Knight of Cups. That's not bad. But take a look at this guy. Does that look like you? You kind of have that red-haired, big mustache look going on? Kind of like a a British RAF general look, like that kind of look. Anyway, that's your body, is Knight of Cups. Your heart. Now let's find out your heart, Stephen Rain. Let's find out where your heart is. Wherever it feels like being. It's a wheel of fortune. Changes minute to minute. You can't rely on your heart to be the same from moment to moment. It is going to change with context, and that's fine. Now, two things on your mind, Stephen Rain. Two things right now that you've been thinking about a lot. Two areas of mental activity that can provide you the path to fame and fortune or ruin and defeat. Thing number one, balancing your priorities. Paying your bills, taking care of your shit. Clean out your car, Stephen Rain. It's been a while. Okay? Now, the second thing, bye, Eric Moore. The second thing that I want you to know that you are thinking about and that can control everything in your life forever is this. The sun. Okay, so I read this as you are conflicted. Should I get shit done or should I play? I can't decide. Should I get shit done or should I play? What does my heart think about it? Shit if I know. It spins around and around. I have no idea what it thinks. How about my body? My body's just fine. It's this total lack of directionality and motivation that's the problem. That's my read on how you think about your self-concept, Stephen Rain. That's my read on your self-concept. Should you trust my read on your self-concept? Probably not. But that's what it is. Okay, Ethan McDonald. I didn't pull any cards about your body, your heart, or your mind. Ethan McDonald approaches the shot carefully. He measures it out. What's it going to be? What do I want my body to be? Thought Ethan. And then he revealed the following. Your body is a wheel of fortune. Wow. You never know what your body's going to be. Some days you wake up, you're feeling big and full of vigor. Other days you feel like an old man with arthritis. Some days you don't need to eat anything. Other days you have to eat all the time. Didn't I pull one for myself? No, I guess I didn't. Okay, and your heart. Ooh, you have in your heart, Ethan McDonald, the moon, also known in Indian language as the Pagoo. Now, last one. You've got two things in your mind, Ethan McDonald. Thing number one, Page of Cups. That's a little bit of romance on your mind, dog. Is that what that is? Romance or something like that? Or it's just new ideas and whatever. Emotions. You got some emotions on your mind. What else you got in your mind? This one popped right out. Queen of Pence. That's the other thing you got on your mind. So that's Ethan McDonald. Now I'm going to pull for me. I'm going to pull from my body, my heart, and my mind. Me and Alan Watts play tag with one another. I was playing naked tag with Mr. Alan Watts when he critiqued my epistemology. Who seems to have high any like Eric? Poop face? All right, here. My body. My body is a community resource. Everybody sup upon it. I guess that's what the 5 pentacles means. Wait, yeah, 6 pentacles. Six pentacles. The TWFP movie will be rated NC-17. Just so I don't have to worry about saying shit that YouTube gets mad about. For God's sake, you know? Now, my heart is filled with 9 pentacles. 6 of pentacles. My body is generosity, community, support, employment, sharing, kindness, gratitude, being valued. My heart is 9 of pentacles. What do you think that one is? I would have thought that that 6 of one would be my heart more. Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. It's in my heart. Okay. Not in my body. Self-discipline is not in my body, but it is in my heart. You know, independence, financial stability, thriving, business, hard work, reward. Those things are definitely in my heart, not in my mind or my body. Okay. So, oh, he did he? Well, you know, did I? Is that the guy I had a fist fight with over who could be your guru from now on? Was that Alan Watts? Probably. All right, now my mind. First thing on my mind. First thing on my mind. Page of Wands. Interesting. It's hard to say. It's hard to say how much there is to it because there's no way to cross-reference it. There's no way to validate it against anything else. Hi, Winston's mom. Good to see you. And the other thing that's on my mind, judgment. So bright ideas are on my mind, and judgment is on my mind. That's true. This is a good pull for me. I don't quite get how my body is a community resource, but whatever, that's fine. I mean, I guess it's for both Kitty and Rachel. For Kitty, Meow, and Rachel, they, who's stroking your shaft? Will you stop responding to everything like anything positive as stroking your shaft and anything negative as hating you? It's like we're just saying whatever. Just chill out. Nobody's stroking your shaft. They should be stroking mine. Okay? That's whose shaft everyone is supposed to be stroking around here. God, Jonathan Henry. I reserve all this shaft stroking for me. Winston's mom. Winston's mom. Let's do a poll for Winston's mom. Okay, Winston's mom, we're doing a couple different kinds of polls today, okay? So right now we're doing body, heart, mind. Two things on the mind. You get one body, one heart, two minds because you think of more than one thing. Stroke me, stroke me, stroke. Here's your body, Winston's mom. The Empress. What does a bucket of wiggles mean to me? I just sort of picture either a bucket of worms or I think of like having a little kid trying to be on your lap and they're like my daughter when she was little, she'd be all wiggly, Think about that maybe. But mostly I think about a bucket of worms. Becky is a bucket of wiggles? No, I don't think so. Winston's mom, your body is all about femininity, motherhood, fertility, pregnancy, nurturing, compassion. It's nice, It's a thing that grows babies. Now, your heart. Your heart is smack dab between your body and your mind. Ooh. Winston's mom, in your heart, do you cry over spilt milk? That's what that card suggests. Now, let's find out about your mind. Mind is the intellect of the body. Mind number one and mind number two, you got two things on your mind. These are two things on your mind? There's more to life than love and flashy guys, Winston's mom. There's also spilt milk. That's a depressing pull for you, man. I gotta tell you, Winston's mom. Unfortunately, my intuition's too good. Makes me want to stop playing with these things. I don't want to know that. And I must say, while my modesty may be sorely lacking, my intuition is fucking slamming. I gotta smoke a cigarette. Can you guys chat amongst yourselves? I actually kind of feel like I'm getting the hang of the logic of tarot, like the fact that cups are all emotions, right? Your page is going to be like your most youthful-ish kind of version of that emotion thing. Your knight is going to be a little bit more mature, but not very realized. Your queen is going to be the maximally realized femininity. Your king's going to be the maximally realized masculine form of it, and the ace is going to be the maximally realized universal of it. So I'm kind of getting the just general hang of the logic of the deck, I guess. But I don't get the logic of the numbers. Like, are all the threes bad? Three of swords is bad. Does that mean three of cups is also bad? Three of six is bad? Three of pence is bad? I don't know. Like, two of cups is good. Does that mean that two of swords is good? Two of swords is no. See, two of swords is making a decision, but two of cups is soulmates. So I guess the two aspect of it is whatever the thing is, but duality. Well, it makes perfect sense why the three of swords is betrayal. Because only in thinking does duality betrayed by the third thing. Three of cups, in contrast, three doesn't betray duality in emotions. It's cumulative, it's additive. Three of sticks, in terms of solvency, well, that's moving from a partnership to an enterprise, kind of. So I don't quite get what the difference between sticks and pentacles. Like, if sticks are TE, what are pentacles? All right, let's make a fortune. Interesting. So what about my three things? Three of cups is a third party. What about three of okay, three of pentacles is which one? Is that one? And so you got three of cups is a party. Three's a party. Two's a crowd. Two's company. Three's a party. In cups, but two's company, three's a crowd in swords. Two's company, three's a what in cup in sticks and pence. You know, is the house of communications short trips siblings? What I wonder about is this. What do you wonder about? Do you wonder about the tundra? Whereas the three of wands is moving, like adventure. Okay, so how did I get into tarot cards as an ENTP? Well, my girlfriend is into tarot cards, so I like them too because I like my girlfriend, and because she's doing this basically magical thinking NI thing. I just fit it into my meta framework and say, well, it fits into this category thing. It's magical thinking. It's mostly NI, but I see how it works in any way. You know, it's like I get that the person is creating the link between the meaning I state and themselves because I understand how extroverted intuition works. People who don't have it dominant, probably, or second, maybe, feel a lot more magic in it because they don't have that intuitive grasp of how extroverted intuition works. But I mean, my point is, see, you can be really good at tarot without having any magic powers, and that's fine. And other people go, well, Eric, maybe you do have magic powers, though. And I say, yes, that's possible too, which is a great answer, you know? I really enjoyed what somebody said yesterday. I think it was something along the lines of sticks and stones can break my bones, but dolphins always rape me. I know cups are emotion. I know that swords are logic. Wands are creativity. So then pentacles are TE. Okay, so I mean, Julie and Henry, I kind of have a bit of that same feeling right now, which is to say, I'm sure she's feeling kind of low right now, and I don't mean to, and haven't been condemning her to the depths of hell or anything like that. You know, I'm sure she's feeling alone and rather a bit of a pariah at the moment. She shouldn't be a pariah. She's making mistakes. The biggest mistake she's making is the simplest one to fix. She's still clinging, you know, instead of sort of throwing herself on the mercy of the court, you know, and going, all right, Eric, I give up. Let me admit everything, talk to you, and try to redeem me a bit, you know. That's all she's got to do, but Rachel and I do live in different states, but we see each other frequently. I tomorrow will buy a plane ticket for her. I'm not going to buy it today because I'm waiting for a check to clear. And I'll buy her a ticket from New York to Los Angeles and hopefully have her arriving on St. Patty's Day. St. Patty's Day, the most Irish of holidays. So, look, she and I are going to live together soon enough, but for potentially as long as the next 4 or 5 months, we'll be playing kind of 2 weeks on, 3 weeks off, maybe, like 2 weeks together, 3 weeks apart. It's not a permanent situation. I think it's probably most likely that Rachel will come back and live here with me and my dad again. My dad likes Rachel a lot. I don't think he or I or we didn't know what to do, think, or how to react when shit went down at Christmas with Rachel. I called the cops on her. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to react. I didn't know what was going on. I never had an experience with that. I never had an experience with somebody engaging in bad behavior that wasn't that didn't need to be held to account. This is maybe the first time that I've ever experienced that. And it drew such a clear difference between, say, what Rachel was doing and say what Tori is doing. Tori likes to have something there be something wrong with her so that she can use that to sort of compel public perception. Rachel does not like having anything wrong with her at all. She doesn't want to be like that. She has to take care of herself carefully. And if she does, she's not like that at all. So the thing is, having had some distance from the event that precipitated her going back to New York, my dad has had the opportunity to travel with Rachel again, hang out with her again. My dad likes Rachel a lot, and has intimated on a couple of occasions that he's cool with her coming back here. So, and I think when she does, we'll have the master bedroom, we'll have this room, and it'll be a lot more. I mean, I just think the time together will be a lot easier. Actually, we'll complement each other better. I use the word compliment with an E in this instance because. Was it spelled with that? I'm not sure about that, actually. El Lobo Feroz. I took the word from you, but I mean it. When Rachel was first here and we were living together, it was too much strain on both of us because we didn't know and we're never going to know whether we were meant to be together until we saw what the worst could be. And the worst was that I got to see what Rachel's like at her absolute worst. And she's still a good person. And she's not immoral and not wicked. She's just kind of nasty. Even when she's at her craziest, she would only ever damage some property or something. She's not going to hurt any people. And she never even said nasty things to me about me or really even anybody else. She just had this sort of moment where she probably felt as though she had been starkly controlling herself to be nice and FE for too long, too much, and too much being asked of her from an FE ground. Because when she first got here, I didn't, we had to adjust to each other. I was sort of thinking, all right, now this is how you can be useful, Rachel. You can hang out with my dad some and talk. Of course, I realized soon enough that it didn't work. It's like I didn't need to set the terms like that. And I could just, the terms should be both people empowered to be as happy and free as they can be with each other. And, yeah, I mean, at the beginning, we were both sort of, I guess, cautiously hopeful, but at the same time, ultimately quite sure that this too would fail. It's like deep down in our hearts, I suspect both of us at the beginning of it, we're quite certain that this too, as everything prior had, would fail. And the reason we no longer think that is not because we think differently about the relationship, but because we love each other and we understand that question is missing the point. You don't care about tarot? Well, you know what happens when you don't care about tarot, Countess? You get a bad card. Let's see if you're going to get a bad card. I bet you do. The deck heard you. The deck heard you when you said that, Countess. That's why you got this card, the Chariot. What this card is telling you is until you show a little bit more respect to the tarot, you're likely to get run over by a chariot in Singapore. Nothing is ever perfect anyway, except for my love for my beloved Rachel Lapalosa, which is entirely perfect in every way. Aren't I romantic? I took romance lessons from a Frenchman. That's why I'm so romantic. That's where I learned ooh la la and you know you my girl. It was that Frenchman who said, when you love a woman, you got to put your pointy part in her cuppy part. That's when I learned how babies are made. Did you have the mustache and the baguette? No, I had the beret and I had the ascot. That is it. I had the accent, of course. Would you like another glass of wine? I have here an olive and oui, oui. I love your hairy armpits. Why would you put your nose in her armpit? Because that's where the line of cocaine was laid out? Is that the answer? Because somebody cut out the lines of cocaine on her armpit? No, don't rail those up right there. Don't rail those up on her armpit, dog. What are you doing? No, rail it up on the fucking mirror. What are you thinking? That's not sexy. Oh my God. Now it's all soaked into her sweat now. We have to get another bag. Oh, oui, oui. Hello, my name is Pierre. I'm going to teach you tonight about the French way of making love. When you first see a beautiful woman, you want to make love to her, you have to go up to her and say, oh, oui, oui. Hello, I am Pierre. Tonight, I will make love to you. That's it. That's as simple as it is. You got typed by Spacey. Oh, good. Did Pierre reply? Oh, you mean Pierre XO? No, I don't know. I haven't checked any comments or anything. This is for you, Countess. It's warning you that somebody's going to try to grab your fiery stick. Don't let them. Yeah, you could just look her in the eye and give her the smolder. But another trick that Frenchmen often use in picking up on chicks is the ancient French art of mime. So we go like this. The only way out of this box is through your vagina. Works. It does. If a Frenchman says it, you've got to believe it's true because they're the experts on miming. Adolfred Hitlersus. Hi, Adolfred Hitlersus. You have excellent critiquing ability for streams. It is marvelous, which is to say, it elicits marvel in those who watch it. And also, I want to point out that it's got some fun things for the censors too. If you're a censor and you don't want to hear all this dorky talk about ideas and stuff, don't worry, because periodically I will light my farts on fire. It totally lit on fire. That's how I got those burns on my butthole. I speak Flemish and a bit of French. But I only speak Flemish in France and French in Flimland. So it's not very useful. Belgium's a bit like Canada. We speak Flemish, but we are French and we hate the Germans. Okay, I'm going to don't stop slandering the Flemish by calling them Northerners. That's not okay. They're from all different directions: west, south, east, and north. Adolfred Hitler's. You might get along well with one of the Transformers we have in here, Amazon Prime. She goes by Elizabeth B. Milburn. My speeches of the highborn. Fellow Congress people, today I raise to you the issue of the washerwomen. We are proud men, noble, of high birth, of proud carriage. We have a duty to speak thusly about the washerwomen. This stream is like the river I never had. But just as with the river I never had, I'm kicking myself because I always forget to bring an inner tube. Life is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Hey, 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 hey. No, Shakespeare. No, it's not. No good tales are told by idiots, okay? And life is an excellent tale. All good tales are told by good tale tellers. And good tale telling and idiocy are contraindicative. I got a job interview? Yes. I got a job interview to be Jeebus's caregiver. To change him 3 times a day, feed him his porridge, and put him to bed at 4 in the afternoon. 488. 488. My favorite number. It's my favorite number because I like things that are twice as expansive as 244. Yeah, I loved it, Jeebus. It was great work. They gave me a bamboo pole to beat you with and said, feel free to just have at it anytime he starts to act up. But I just figured you leave out that anytime he starts to act up, but I just beat you randomly. It's fine. Dostoevsky told some good tales. Well, they must have been full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. No, they mustn't have. You know what, Shakespeare? You know that's not true. You're not a bad tale teller yourself. Okay? Actually, Eric, he never says that all tales are told by idiot, just that life is as though it were a tale told by an idiot. You're misinterpreting everything again. How somber is your tone? What are you going to do? What are going to do with the slaves? Are you referring to a specific group of slaves that I'm supposed to do something with? Is there a slavery problem that I'm supposed to resolve? Or a slavery resource I'm supposed to exploit, or what? And additionally, I might point out that it's going to be hard for me to come up with an advocacy that does anything with all the slaves. That's a pretty high standard to me. So, how how many of the slaves am I going to do something with? Yes, and this made his brothers Karamazov tease him unmercilessly, but he told on them, and his mom got mad. Yeah, moms tend to do that. Don't tease me for my mustache. That will make me cry. Don't tease me for my mustache. Don't poke me in the eye. Don't tease me when you want to. Tease me when you don't. And if you never want to, you'll tease me in a moat. Look, Slavs, fellow Slavs, I am tired of being a Slav. I'm tired of us being referred to as Slavs. I'm going to recommend from now on, we pronounce it sleeve. And the reason is Slav sounds too much like slave. I'm going to pull a bong rip now. Yes, Kitty's here. My kitty friend is here with me. She is currently making her fur smoother with her tongue. She does this a lot. It's like, why don't you just use your paw? Just pat it down a little bit. You don't need to lick it, for goodness sakes. Countess, it's like, I'm just going to remove that just to be safe, okay? I don't even know what they're going to bust me for. Adolfred Hitler says, let's not be nutty with shit. Let's not be iffy. I mean, you're not even necessarily being nutty with shit. You may be just making jokes, but I don't want to run any risk of YouTube thinking I'm whatever, you know. I wish YouTube would just sort of assign to me an identity. Like they go, okay, we get who you are now, Eric. So we don't have to worry about if somebody says your video is meow, we know what happened probably. You know, but they need to. Why did you time him out? What did he do? What did he do exactly? I suspect I agree with your instincts. Okay, look, I agree with your instincts about him. I agree. This new viewer is not alone and may not be friendly. I get that. But the problem with being preemptive like that is it gives other people arguments against you. You know, it's like it's better to give them enough rope once they hang themselves, then ban them completely. Something like that, you know? But I'm not busting your chops for timing them out, and I do agree you're almost certainly correct. Okay, so explain this for us, please, Lobo Feroz. What do you think that? Okay, thank you. You clarified. I don't think they misinterpreted it. I think they co-opted it for their own ends, but I'm not sure it's illegal in the U.S., but it certainly would not be well received. Bert, what have you done? Who's Bert? Oh, Bert Wynn. What's the latest with Becky? She seems to have hopefully learned something and seems to be laying low and respecting my request that she not bother my father with her nonsense. Hopefully that she has accepted the reality she has zero possible, even conceivable legal ground, and she's given me some, and so she will, with as much humility as she can muster, do what she can to reduce the amount I talk about her, which means not contact me or my father or anybody. She doesn't get to say how much I talk about her, but I don't want to. I mean, I'm not trying to beat her up in any sense, you know? All I did was read what she did and critique it appropriately. So it's not, unlike her, I'm not spiteful. I'm not trying to harm her. I am trying to get the truth out there and correct things. Transracial people like me are. It's like, all right, how you do right now? No, my dad's not disappointed with me at all. Stupid garbage comes with the territory. He's a smart guy. He did say to me that if, in fact, she pursues legal action and he has to get additional legal counsel to the legal counsel he already sought, he actually called his lawyer. This is anti-polar, It's like, so which one has her name in it? In the title. Oh, yeah, that one. All right. The reason I titled that one is because I wanted to drive home the point that I am reporting on a person's actions that they took at me, my family, So that's what I was doing. It's perfectly okay to use her name. But I agree just to be abundantly we'll call it Canada's latest actions. And not that there's anything at all wrong with me using her name. She has a name. When I want to refer to her, I should use it. Let's not be hypocrites. What are we being hypocrites about? Oh, which race? I told you already which race is entirely innocent, or froze. Being transracial. My race is entirely innocent. As far as I know, I'm the only fully fluidly transracial person who's on an ongoing racial change from race to race on a just continual basis. And my people, transracial, fluid transracials we're called, we have never done any sort of violence, never invaded any countries. No, I'm not transracial, okay? I'm transracial. Rachel and I are going to maybe try to be transracial at some point when we switch personalities into each other's bodies. Why is he concerned about PP? PP's right here. PP's fine. She's just sleeping. She's just sitting here, being adorable as usual. Oh, the P. What a very good kitty friend. What a spectacular kitty wonder. Yes, Daddy loves you. With his emotions. It's true, my special kitty friend. Oh, important glory. If kitties were means of anonymous dirty sex, you'd be a glory hole. I could refer to her as the Canadian menace. That is regality right there. Regality and majesterificationalizing. Majestifinalia. Okay, my kitty, it comprises mostly majestifinalia, which is the paraphernalia of majesty. So it's mostly like crowns, scepters, thrones, things like that. Checky. That's a good name for her because even by her own self-accounting, the best thing she's doing is wanting a check from my dad. Wanting an unjustified check from my dad. Edge of glory have only meaning. Thank you, 123, for commenting on my glory hole joke. I appreciate it. I would have felt sad that nobody had, except I had already forgotten making it. Kitty's thinking you woke me up for that. Yeah, well, I think what happens is it's like if she's fully asleep, she'll sort of jolt awake like that. Usually I can talk to her when she's asleep and she'll just sort of shift in her dream a little bit, or Checky Cheesy. Checky Cheesy is a good name for a rapper as well, I think. Not as good as Grindy Peps. Grindy Peps, I think, yes, he did. As a matter of fact, Bert Wynn, my dad told me to stop saying anything about Becky, which means he met her demand. So why would you, what are you doing? What was wrong with that? My goodness. Yeah, he did. He told me to stop all Becky-related materials. So since he met her demand, I mean, what else can she demand of him except to tell me to stop everything? It's a weird thing to demand, but okay, she demanded it. He met her demands. So how can she possibly sue him? Or what's she suing him for? You know? After all, he met her demand and told me to stop. We have an email. I have an email from him that proves it. We have a paper trail. Of course we do. Because unlike a certain Canadian menace, members of the Strauss family aren't idiots. So this has turned out incredibly well. And the thing is, what it is, it's Mercury in retrograde. I'm not involved in any narcissistic shenanigans. I feel really satisfied. This has been resolved in full. Because of what she did, it really sort of coalesced all the basic arguments I have about what's going on with her in clear in-eye ways for me that resolve the questions for me. Like, I always knew that what she was doing, what I was doing were different things entirely. But I could never really nutshell why exactly. Well, the answer is, for example, she actually does harass people, like she did my dad, by emailing him again and again and again. I've never harassed her at all. And the key warrant there is I'm not communicating at her. Not at anybody specifically. I'm just making media. You know, happening to, that she comes up as a subject occasionally in my media, unavoidable and understandable because she's part of my life history. You know? Could what be stalking? I didn't initiate this conversation. A person in the chat specifically asked me to update them on the situation. So I'm telling the news. I mean, I'm doing what I do. I'm interacting. She was never my neighbor. No. I will sometimes name her and sometimes call her by other names. It doesn't matter because there's nothing wrong with me naming her. After all, I'm not telling any lies about her. No, I was never her neighbor. She stayed at my house briefly during a summer camp we had. No, Becky's not a stalker. She's not a stalker. She's not actually a harasser either. She demonstrated what the difference between harassment and expression with when I tell the world what somebody's doing, that's expression. When she emails a specific old man multiple times, even though he's not responded to any of them, that's harassment. Now, it's not literally harassment. I don't think she's guilty of any actual wrongdoing that she should be punished for or anything like that. But I'm saying when we draw the distinction between the words, we know now that when I talk about somebody in my videos, making media, that cannot be harassment. It could be slanderous if I were lying, but I'm not, so it's not. I mean, this is an important distinction, right? It's like she's accused me of harassing her before, and I never really worked out all the argumentation on it. Of course, I'm not harassing her. I'm making videos. The fact that I talk about her in those videos, if she were going to try to establish that those videos were thereby harassing, she'd have to establish that there was some sort of calculated ongoing campaign that I'm putting through to bother her or harass her. But in her first email to my dad, she admitted right off the bat that it had been at least 4 months since I had even mentioned her. You know? So I've transitioned here. I am also not unwilling to answer questions about it, because what I want to make very clear here is there will never, ever be a moment when I constrain myself because I'm afraid of triggering Becky. There will never, ever, 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 ever be a moment where I constrain myself because I'm afraid of triggering Becky O'Coin. Yes, Rachel Apolosa? I am wearing pants right now, my darling. I'm wearing long pants. It's cold outside. See? Long pants. Okay. So, it does rile me up when the subject comes up again. I get my adrenaline go and meow, correction. But that's because it is the case that this has been a long struggle where I've had these spite monkeys hating me from the distance. And I feel a sense of satisfaction and resolution that, okay, the matter's fundamentally resolved. They'll still try to attack me from a distance or whatever, but the fundamental question of whether I've ever harassed Becky has been resolved to everybody's satisfaction at this point. The fundamental question of whether this is he said, she said, or one honest person and one dishonest person, I hope has been fundamentally resolved in the minds of everybody now that she's had her words read on the internet, so that her words could convey to others what they ought to think about her based on their own decision making. So, this is, my dad will kick me out because of Becky. My dad will not kick me out. Period. That's it. He doesn't want to kick me. He doesn't want me to go anywhere. He asked me this morning as we were standing I was going to work, and he's standing there by he's standing kind of near my car, just like doing his morning mucus clearing routine that, like he goes outside and he goes, and then coughs up shit. And, it's like, this is his sort of morning routine outside. So he was doing that. And I walked up, and there was a person on the street that was pushing a carriage. There was a baby carriage, but he thought from the back that it was actually this person pushing this other old guy in a wheelchair that comes by periodically. And he said, well, you going to push me around the street like that in a couple of years? I said, of course I will, Dad. Of course I will. I love you. My dad loves me. The thing is also, I have been somebody in the past who, if a parent were going to cut somebody loose or punish them like that or something, that would have been the time to get to do it to me. I've been actually engaged in not very good living before, and not being a good son, and not being a good anything really, because I was drunk. So remember, my dad's an SI user. He knows from experience the range of Eric. He knows what a good, well-developed, actualized version of Eric this is. Even the most actualized version of Eric, you could argue, is still terrible. But if that's the case, then you still have to deal with the reality. No, this is a great point. I like to point these things out, because the reason I'm so satisfied is there's absolutely nothing, nowhere, zero, anything she can say or do. And she's going to have to accept that. So, it's like my father's been there for me and under much more stressful circumstances than a couple emails from Becky. He knows about my ways. He knows I do drugs and stuff. He's never really judged me for that. No, somebody came in and asked him questions, so I answered them. Well, Dark Phoenix, we've gone over this before. I can never tell if you are joking or not. You are too dry in your humor, or because of the fact that it's typed in here, I can't read through the dryness. So you're going to have to give me a little, in parentheses ahead of time. What follows is a joke. That's actually not what happened in this instance, Winston's mom. My dad did not walk out of the car for any reason, but he was out there probably to get the paper originally, and then one of his notes. The only reason I was out there when I was is I found out that I had to leave for work a half hour earlier than I thought I did. So it was just coincidence. Sometimes he might do that, but I try to be more FE aware than that. So I kind of get it. I try to read whether he wants to meow, and then I'll try to go meow, I've known you all your life, Liz. I was there when you scraped your knee and caught butterflies in childhood. I was there for your first kiss and your eventual marriage. I'm you, Liz. You're me? And I'm Liz? That's two distinct surprises. The laughing, crying are hints. Oh, well, I mean, putting the laughy cry guy does not cause me to cease to understand and answer the thing that you said, though. It is a joke. If it's a joke that it's worth actually responding to on point, I will, regardless if you intended it as a joke. I find it useful for other purposes at that point, No, you will not, Octavio Silva. You will not be right back. You're going to stay right here, mister. You will not leave for even 1 second. What if I pull another tarot card? Who's going to cut and paste some shit into the thing? Not me. You hold your pee. You sit there and you hold your pee indefinitely. God, can you believe the gall of that Octavio Silva? Be right back. We're not going to save your seat. No, McFarlane. You are not. I am talking right now. You sit back down there. I am in the middle of explaining something important. You are not going to go run off and do your laundry right now. If you want to do your laundry right now, have somebody come move your washing machine into the room where you are now. That's a fair requirement. Anybody who wants to do laundry, you ask a family member to move your washing machine into the room where you currently are. It's the only acceptable approach here. Nobody gets to leave. Once you're in this live stream, you're stuck here forever. Keep the nihilism on the low on the stream. Please keep it for after we're done with the witch hunt. Joel Nathan Henry, are you my director? Are you my director? If you're a critic, if you're just critiquing, if you're just a critic, you could say, Eric's really failing here because he's including nihilism too close to actual combat. And even though the thing I was doing wasn't nihilism, it was incredibly self-important guy was the character, I guess. Incredibly self-important guru. I was a nihilist, then I found Pornhub. You were really bad at Googling. If you got them in that order. If that's the order in which you discovered those things, you are very, very bad at Googling. No, I stay. I stay for the wine. I come for the air, but I stay for the wine. I come for the food, but I stay for the sodomy. It's the after dinner stuff that I really enjoy. They've got great desserts too. Cheesecake, phenomenal. Talking to the chat, not to the host. Talking to the meow, not to the boat. Yeah, listen, okay, as far as that goes, Joel, I want to second what you say there. I want to encourage everybody to not go around talking a bunch of shit about Becky or whatever, you know? I'm not interested in seeing anybody go after her. I'm not interested in seeing her harmed. I may be interested in getting the satisfaction of winning in some sense. I'm not going to deny that. That's true. You know, at this point, yeah, she needs to lose, and I need to know she's lost, and she needs to know she's lost because she fucked with me too much. But that doesn't mean I want to see her hurt beyond just having the record hurt her as much as the record actually naturally does. So if anybody's feeling vindictive on my behalf, please do not be, and please do not feel that way if you are inclined to respect my wishes. I'm not saying you don't have the right to do whatever you want. I'm just saying I don't want to see that happen. I'm not looking to I'm not looking to become the monster I oppose, so to speak. And I'm not actually calling Becky a monster. But that's the phenomenon that occurs a lot when people fight good fights, is they become the monster they oppose. I don't want to do that. Becky is a good mean girl name. It's true. I'm Becky, and this is Mindy, and this is Tiffany, and you are Gertrude. Nobody likes a Gertrude, okay? Right, that's what I was basically referencing there. El Lobo for Rose. The interesting thing is, El Lobo for Rose, it's not actually the way it works. Frederick Nietzsche is completely wrong about the mechanism there. It's like, beware that when fighting monsters, you do not become one yourself, because monsters don't fight fair. And in fighting them and not being a monster, you're trying to fight fair. If you're fighting in the wrong kind of battle, then that persistent unfairness may eventually prod you into doing some of the bad things that the other person has done that makes you oppose them in the first place, right? That's how it actually works. This is what I don't like about Nietzsche. There's actually an explanation for that, a real explanation. It's not a metaphor, you know? Beware that when fighting monsters, you do not become one yourself. That's not a metaphor. I mean, it is a metaphor, but it makes perfect sense. Okay, so your central warrant here, Nietzsche, is that when you do righteous battle, you run the risk of becoming unrighteous. So why would that be? When you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. No, that's not why, though. That as a metaphor doesn't explain anything. We have an actual explanation, which is because they fight dirty, and eventually the temptation is you're going to want to fight dirty too. But that's not very fancy and philosophical sounding, right? You know? Starla doesn't sound like a stripper name. Sparkle does, but not Starla. Now that's true. Actually, that's not even true, right? Blessed are the sleepy ones, for they shall soon nod off. That's not true either. Often, even when I'm super sleepy, I can't sleep well. And when I'm sort of sleepy, I sleep really well. Listen, Jibis, I'm not initiating any conversation right now about Becky. I'm responding to people like you who bring up Becky in the chat. And when people say, stop talking about Becky, I point out again, my talking about Becky is a naturally occurring consequence of her bad behavior and will dwindle and trickle off over the next couple of days. It's reasonable for me to still both retain a little anger at what happened and feel some satisfaction in continuing to set the record straight. I'm not going to extend it way too long or anything like that. But as long as you keep bringing it up, that just extends it further. So, Jeebus, if that's what you wanted to do, great. Jeebus, you better not tell me to stop talking about Becky. Okay, now you're just trolling. All right, so anyway, what is my stripper name? Permissible Chocolate. My stripper name is Permissible Chocolate. Now, for Rachel, I'm her Forbidden Chocolate, and she's my permissible vanilla. But my stripper name is Permissible Chocolate. Mm-hmm. And the song they play when I dance on the I can't believe it's not Butt Butter. Butt Butter is a good stripper name for me too. But anyway, the song they play for me when I strip is Get the Funk Out My Face by the Brothers Johnson. And what I do is I strip at like a Chippendales place. Mostly there's bachelorette parties. So there's a lot of women in the front row. And every time one of the Brothers Johnson says, get the funk out my face, I go, and thrust my junk right into the face of one of the ladies in the front row. I've actually knocked out cold 3 different ladies doing that. Just, oh, did that hit you right in the face like that? Yeah, that shit is tight. Above all, don't lie to yourself. The man who lies to himself and listens to his own lie comes to a point that he cannot distinguish the truth between him or him. That is true, but I don't see. It's like Nietzsche keeps doing the same thing, right? Starts with a great sounding claim, and then his warrant is fucking shit. Above all, don't lie to yourself. Great claim or command in this instance. The man who listens to himself and lies to himself and listens to his own lie comes to a point that he cannot distinguish the truth within him or around him. That doesn't warrant it at all. It says, don't lie to yourself, because if you do, you'll lose the ability to distinguish the truth. But there's no warrant for that. It pretends to be a warrant. It's just a description of the same thing that the initial claim says. All right, what's that fucking song called, Bacon? I'm going to put it in a tab right now. I'm going to put it in a tab. I'm going to Google it. I'm going to tab it. I'm going to set it up. I'm going to wait. I'm going to bust that shit into my ears. I'm going to dance like crazy. What's the song called? You're going to see me dancing up a storm. You're not going to hear the song, though, because I'll probably get copyright violated. What's the song called? Is it called? Meow, meow. Oh, something like Sunshine, Rainbow, Happy Time, or whatever. Only 200 possible. 200 what? Oh, that wasn't Nietzsche. That was Dostoevsky. Oh, I didn't finish it. And so loses all respect for himself and for others. And having no respect, he ceases to love. It's a little bit better, though, when you add that other part. Yeah, it is better when you add that other part. But it's cool. It helps us feel the weight of the whole thing. I really think I love that title. It's called Free Fall. The title's not Free Fall. It's called Free Fall. Rainbow Kitten Surprise, huh? That's one of my favorite kind of casseroles. Take equal parts rainbow kittens, macaroni, and iceberg lettuce, mix it together, bake at 350, and you've got Rainbow Kitten Surprise. I'm not sure about this 1, 2, 3. All right, I'll tell you what. Hey, you stop calling my live stream a Becky stream. All right, I'm gonna play this now. I'm gonna mute this so I don't get a boppy right bite. Okay, it's cool. I like it. It's got an arrangement problem. They need to drop the drums in and have it kick in like about a minute in or so, and they just choose to be atmospheric the whole time. That's a mistake, and it prevents it from being a really fucking epic song. But it's good. I like it. And that is the correct critique of that song. One of the things I'm most proud about in life is when I hear a song like that, I can usually tell in one listen whether it's great or what's wrong with it. And there's a lot of really good songs that aren't great because there's something wrong with them. I listen to plenty of good songs that aren't great because there's something wrong with them. That doesn't mean that I'm dissing the song at all. It's pretty damn good. I like it. There's something wrong with it. And that doesn't make it unusual, Most songs have something wrong with them. Yeah, if the drums kicked in properly and it just sort of started to roll and move, that song would be rad. We can all learn so much from each other. We can. I learn a lot from other people's failures, my own successes, other people's successes. I try to do what? Say what? What are you doing? Eric, please say true, just, and right. I am upholding the side of the thing that's true, just, and right. And you are a scoundrel. That's my imitation of myself. Remember, watch out for dolphins, because sticks and stones may break your bones, but dolphins always rape you. Don't go swimming with them. Bad idea. Each year after Ash Wednesday, there's a little celebrated holiday known as Garbanzo Thursday. It's a celebration of the world's many different forms of hummus and other garbanzo bean related products. It wasn't, people think it was sponsored by the garbanzo industry. It wasn't, it predates that. It was actually initiated by the inventor of the garbanzo bean, Frank Garbanzo, who was an Italian who lived in the 1700s. And one day combined a couple different weird things in his laboratory, and bada bing, bada boom, he had garbanzo beans. Now, when at first the people tried the garbanzo beans, naturally they said these are disgusting because they don't really taste good, right? But Theodore Garbanzo, I believe his name was. What his first name was? I forget what his first name. I think it was Theodore. Theodore Garbanzo. What he did was he had a really good idea. He crushed them up. He put a little spices and stuff and other goo in there. And he gave somebody a little pita chip. And he said, try it this way. Try it this way. And the person, And he said, You mean hummus? And that's the story of the invention of hummus. Did my parents listen to me talk like this as a kid? Usually, I mean, my mom would tell me to shut up plenty. Like, okay, enough, stop. You know? But it's like, I want people to know the true story about the invention of hummus and where garbanzo beans came from. And it's like almost nobody celebrates Garbanzo Thursday anymore. It used to be everyone at church did the whole Ash Wednesday thing. Garbanzo Thursday came around. There was the community hummus fest. There was the hummus potluck where everybody brought all dishes, different kinds of dishes, but all made out of hummus. And, Oh my God. Don't tell me we have a representative of the Chickpea Nation in here. The Garbanzo tribe and the Chickpea tribe are longtime enemies. Everybody knows that. No chickpeas allowed. Garbanzo's welcome. Oh, you can't come in here, Chickpea. Get out of here, Chickpea. Oh, look at little Chickpea over there. Are you crying, Chickpea? Hold on. Are you sure that's a chickpea? It looks a lot like a garbanzo bean. That's no garbanzo bean. That's a chickpea. Look at that thing. Are chickpeas and garbanzo beans the same thing? Are they? I actually don't know the answer to that. Are they the same? Kidney beans? Noah. I thought we were friends. Kidney beans? You're going to sink that low. Might as well get fucking 40 bean soup, why don't you? Why don't you just eat 40 bean soup? El Lobo for Rose has his eyes on you like a hawk. A hawk whose eyes are specially designed to spot ISFPs in the wild. I don't think she's an ISFP, El Lobo. I mean, I've never typed her, but she just doesn't smell very ISFP-ish to me in general. She's a little pokey, like meow, meow, meow. Oh, you know she's not an ISFP. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I thought maybe you were being serious. But I figured if you were being serious, then you weren't just trying to like get at her by questioning her type. So you maybe actually meant that. So I thought I'd say, yeah, actually, I don't think she is an ISFP. Whatever she is, you know. But what I want to know, Winston's mom, is it the same thing as a garbanzo bean? Is it two different names for the same thing, or are those different things? Are chickpeas different kind of bean from a garbanzo bean, or just a different name? For example, is it the equivalent of eggplant and aubergine? Or is it more like eggplant and cauliflower? See what I'm saying? They are the same, says Noah. I'm not going to believe it until Winston's mom tells me. Noah, you could just be making that up. Until Winston's mom tells me, as far as I know, they could be different. Noah, which are you? A garbanzo bean or a chickpea? You have to pick a team. Nobody's allowed in here unless they're on either the chickpea team or the garbanzo bean team. Personally, I'm going with chickpeas this time. We're skins. So any girls on the chickpea team, just warn you right off the bat, we're skins. So you're gonna have to take off that shirt. What do you mean the team's all dudes? God damn it, that totally backfired. For guys, I try to be a feeler if they want me to. I picture Eileen attempting to be a feeler. Oh, are you sad? There. You'll be okay. But are you still sad? I comforted you. Get over yourself. Now, remember, if you feel something, you can use one Kleenex only. The garbanzo bean is a chickpea. There are two types. The other beans are kidney beans. Black beans, lima beans are in the legume family. I tell you what else is in the legume family. Peanuts. They're not nuts. They're legumes, like peas. This is the kind of disinformation people are spreading all over the world, calling them peanuts. That's inherently misleading. They should have originally named them pegumes. Otherwise, people are gonna think they're a form of nut. And then it's let's say you're on a special diet, and your diet says you have to eat 2 cups of nuts a day. Because somebody decided to call pegumes peanuts, a perfectly reasonable person who's a dieter might accidentally eat a cupful of legumes when they've been instructed to eat a cupful of nuts. That could entirely destroy their diet. They could become depressed because of their weight fluctuations. It could end up leading to suicide. So next time you want to name a plant, name it with a little bit of foresight. This has been Eric Strauss speaking on behalf of the Campaign for Pegumes. Matthew, that is an appropriate response. Peanut industry barons, we can call them, robber barons, deserve to have hummus thrown in their face. Metaphorically, unless you brought crackers, then literally. A delicacy is boiled peanuts. You ever boiled peanuts, Eric? No. You know why? Because you can't boil a nut. What's his mom? You know what you can boil? A legume. I've also never had a pancake. They're properly called flapjacks. Having a lower voice is an NTP thing. Yeah, we got some. I actually don't think so. I think actually NTPs kind of have high voices. I kind of have a high voice, I think. I've always thought I had kind of a high voice. I was a soprano in voice choir. And I don't think I was ever below a baritone. Certainly not a bass. But I could act like I've got a deeper voice if you'd like me to. Hi, everybody. My name's Eric. I've got a really deep voice. So, this is how I naturally talk. You may think it makes me sound extremely manly and sexy. That's a normal phenomenon. That's okay. Listen, if you find yourself moistening your panties too much because of my deep, deep voice, just go ahead and change them. Or you might want to just leave them off until the end of the live stream, okay? Because that's what I do. That's what I do with my deep, deep voice. I've been in my Cancer moon while you've been in the house of Mercury. My voice is deep, but in the most unpleasant way imaginable? Are you sure it's the most unpleasant way I can imagine? For example, I imagine your voice being deep, but also emitting methane gas, for example, from your butt through your mouth. That would be worse than the way that your voice is deep. If you're getting kind of moist, underneath your clothes. Chances are I'm saying some words. I'm a deep-voiced man, gonna sing it like Sam. Yeah, I'm saying some words. If you really want to moisten, try offering to your on a first date. If you're going to a first date or something, okay, and you want to impress your lady, bust out this: an authentic Negro spiritual. Explain to her, look, I thought, we had a great dinner. We had a really nice time talking. I want to share something with you now that's important to me, because I believe in multiculturalism, and I think it's important for us all to celebrate our identities and racial identity in general. So I'd like to play for you, Susie Ann, my first date friend here. Yeah, we've been holding hands. It's been great. I'd like to play for you this Negro spiritual. Working on the cotton working on cotton. What do you think? Authentic? Is it authentic? I Can't Get Enough of Your Love, Babe was originally a Negro spiritual. Sounded a lot different than its current incarnation, but also 8 days a week. Originally a Negro spiritual. Little known fact. Call Me Maybe, originally an Apache Indian chant. A lot of our popular songs come to us from some of our shared cultural history of disadvantaged peoples. True story. My words today are like a history teacher has come to move inside of your ear and filled your brain with knowledge and wisdom. What time is it? 6:30 already? Who made it late? I don't remember asking for somebody to make it late. 4 hours? How did I get to 4 hours of live streaming? Adderall. Have you been making me twacky again? I blame you, amphetamine salts. God. Ooh, I need your love, babe. Guess you know it's true. Lordy, Lord, Lordy, Lord, were the original lyrics to that. Okay? If you want to make any song into a Negro spiritual, you just need to add Lordy, Lord, swing low anywhere in the song, and it becomes a Negro spiritual. The only thing to do now, okay, well, we're already at 3:43. Now we're kind of obligated to make it the single longest live stream in history. So, you should aim for 72 hours at least, Eric. 72-hour long live stream. That would be impressive. 4 hours? That's any baby can do a 4-hour live stream. My baby, my newborn infant, did a 4-hour live stream yesterday on the subject of pacifiers. He's not even been introduced to a pacifier yet. He's already jumped his horse over the Grand Canyon twice before he left the hospital. And what have you done all day, Eric? Absolutely nothing. Rachel, you don't like Swing Low Sweet Chariot? But Swing Low Sweet Chariot. It's one of our proudest shared moments of cultural bonding. One of our great Negro spirituals. Swing low, sweet chariot, a coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. went down to Pancake Town, and what did I see? A coming for to carry me home. Was a bunch of pancakes coming down to see. A coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot. A coming for to carry me home. Was a bunch of big pancakes up in the sky. A coming for to carry me home. Got 100,000 flapjacks sitting in my sky. Coming for to carry me home. Got 100,000 flapjacks sitting in my eye. Coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot. Coming for to carry me home. Fill up that bitch with pancakes now, cause it's coming for to carry me home. Free stream isn't ending? Oh, that's your name. Stream isn't ending. I was afraid I was going to start paying to do this. If I don't paint a map of Hawaii tonight, I will have gone 3 days since the deed. Well, what's the deed? What's painting a map of Hawaii? Is that some sort of euphemism I'm not familiar with? If I don't paint a map of Hawaii tonight, I'll be lost at sea? It's too late to paint the map of Hawaii if you're already at sea. Okay, you need to paint it before you leave the mainland. Oh, you're talking about ejaculating from your penis with man seed. Noah. That belongs one place and one place only. Inside a woman's puss. Otherwise, it's sinful. Otherwise, it's sodomy. Look, if you're rubbing one out, it's sodomy just the same as if you're humping a donkey in the ass. Same exact thing. And it doesn't even require you to rub one out. If you have a wet dream, it's exactly the same as you raping your way through a field of pigs, sodomizing them all. It doesn't matter. If it's not a woman's vagina, your man seed doesn't go there. It's just another form of sodomy, Noah. Everything but the main front hole is sodomy of a human woman. So don't do it. Don't touch yourself with these things. You don't need to touch that to go pee. Okay? You just go like that. Truth. I am feeling the truth today. If you ever even look at your own penis, that means you're gay. Otherwise, why would you be looking at a dick? True. If you want to stop being gay, you better stop looking at yourself right now. You better stop looking at that penis. Imagine those Negroes out of the church and fighting for freedom like Haiti. Boy, if my freedom's got to be like Haiti, I'll stay in servitude. Don't you have the same problem when you look in the mirror? Is your dick all over? No, I mostly, when I look in the mirror, think, I don't like these little lines. I don't like it when this thing comes up like this. I look at this thing mostly. I say, I don't like that. It means I haven't got enough sleep. It's mostly what I look at when I look in the mirror. I don't like that line right there. That thing. I don't like this thing right there. I just don't like this. It's ugly, and it looks like I got a little, it looks like I got a little vagina on my face. I can't mail you a cigarette. I could transubstantiate you this one. Thanks, Octavio Silva. I appreciate you thinking my face is awesome. Character. I got plenty of character. I could use a little bit more youthful handsomeness, okay? I don't need more character. Oh, you got a big scar on your face? That's fine. It's character. Well, maybe, but, how much character do I need? I think I've filled up my character glass. What bird wasn't in pain? Strangely. Very bizarre. I don't understand what you're saying. What are you referring to? I don't know. Things are saucy. I have a character on my schling. I am dashing? You're talking to me, Rachel? I think this girl, Rachel Lapalosa, might want to smooch a little bit or something. Hey, Rachel. What's my opinion on spreading? It's fine if you have that much good shit, basically, is my opinion on it. The idea of spreading is it's usually used as a technique to win that's not argumentational, fundamentally. So if you spread, you read the evidence cards you have super fast, and you try to get as many arguments on the flow as possible. And if I run like in an LD round, I go, okay, I've got 4 blocks here plus framework. I've got my framework arguments. I've got three distinct cards in framework. I've got 4 cards under deterrence. I got 4 cards under this. I got 4 cards under this, right? And each of them has a distinct warrant. Then if you can convincingly argue that any given one of them is a voter after the argumentation has been done, if dropped, then you run all those arguments and you make sure that your opponent then, it's their job to cover the flow. So they have to answer every single one of your warrants that you said in your first speech. Now, this is part of the reason why Lincoln Douglas is an asymmetrical round structure, which means the AF goes first and goes 6 minutes. Then the neg has 7 minutes in its first speech. However, that first neg speech is a constructive, which means if they're going to make any of their own case, they need to do that in addition to rebutting the affirmative case. If they drop anything in their neg constructive rebuttal, their NCR, it's called. If they drop anything in their NCR, then it's dropped, and the AF can extend it. And if they drop something that is potentially, oh yeah, transubstantiated cigarettes. Sorry, CJ, I transubstantiate these. If they drop something that the opponent, that the person who's spreading, can successfully extend that drop and impact it as a voter, then the round's over, basically. Because once you've dropped it, you can't go back and answer it. And once you've dropped it, silence equals assent. It means you agree with that. So, that's why people spread. It's not really good for it. I mean, it is good for thinking. It's not my favorite form of argumentational debate because it comes down to round mechanics. However, you can beat a case that's structured like that even if you do drop something. Now, you shouldn't, because ultimately the best debaters cover the flow precisely. They don't drop shit. They don't not address things. They answer things actually on point. They don't avoid the warrant. They actually address the warrant. That's how you know you got a good debater, if they have an actual answer for everything. So the thing is, my kid's not really spreading right now, and I don't really want him to spread. But it's partially because of the kind of cases we're running. Spreading is a good idea if you don't have a really great idea for a case. So like on neg, on the nuclear weapons topic, it's not a bad idea for neg to run to run a shit ton of different warrants and arguments and hope the AF drops them. However, the problem with that, and this is why they're neg, is neg can't really win by AF dropping a neg argument if neg drops an AF argument. So neg can make their own case. They don't have to just respond to AF case. They can say, and here are my own arguments. But they don't have fiat, so they can't have to keep doing anything. So neg's at a disadvantage if they're trying to spread, because AF dropping a neg argument is much less easy to link to a voter than AF dropping a neg argument. I mean, than neg dropping an AF argument. So usually, spreading is determined by the AF. If the AF spreads, the neg may have to spread to cover the flow. And so usually once a round starts spreading, if both debaters are good, it'll be a spreading round. If AF doesn't spread, then neg may or may not try to spread. If neg does try to spread, then it means they're probably trying to win off case, which means on case is their response to the AF case, because the AF defines what the case is. And so if they're trying to spread on an egg at that point and the app's not spreading, then they're almost certainly trying to win off case. It's much harder for an egg to win off case because their fundamental job is to negate the app. Does that answer your question, or is it too jargony? I'm over here, so I can't see your response right now. But the transfer station wasn't working right until I took it outside. So I needed to make sure whoever was getting this got it. And I could tell it was getting stuck in the window, top of the window up here. And so I had to come outside to make sure it got to them. Being a licensed metaphysician by all licenses all the time means I can tell when transubstantiations are going awry. I've been licensed to do that. I've also been licensed to make and retain an extremely special kitty friend. Comes with a lot of responsibilities and no privileges, really, except the privilege of this astonishing kitty friend's company. Oh my goodness. You are an astonishing kitty friend. Your kitty friendhood is a friendhood that is astonishing me. PB, I would like to do whatever I could for you, except I'm paralyzed by my astonishment at your beauty. Fortunately, you don't seem to be needing anything in particular right now. Look, PP's illegal in almost every state because she's so beautiful, she makes the other cats jealous. But California allows her, she's got a pardon from the governor. Isn't that right, PP? You got a kitty pardon for being so kitty beautiful and winning all the kitty pageants. You're constantly re-winning kitty pageants again for the first time forever ceaselessly. Yes, you are. She does know. She knows what a beautiful, beautiful, and important lady she is. Yes, she does. Oh, my PNP. Daddy loves you. Yes, your daddy loves you. Oh, my goodness gracious. What a wonderful kitty friend. So true, so just, so fine and special. So merciful and forgiving. She's not merciful and forgiving. Boy, did things get almost ugly with her and Orange Cat, Rachel. Right after I hung up with you earlier. Bye, Dark Phoenix. You go to sleep. While you're sleeping, I want you to dream of my cat and how beautiful she is. And when you wake up, I want you to feel jealous because your cats aren't as beautiful as mine. Anyway, so Rachel, after I hung up on the phone call with you, you know how Orange Kitty had gone in there? I showed you Orange Kitty. Well, PP decided enough was enough. And she went over there and there was a coming from both of them. And PP's tail got all like big, like a raccoon's tail. And then I shooed Orange Cat away because I didn't want to fight. Did the snake survive? What snake? I don't remember any snake. There was no snake in this story. You must be talking to somebody else. Yeah, Kitty almost had it. Well, not with Tiff, not with Tom. She almost had a tiff with Orange. Orange Kitty. I don't know Orange Kitty. Orange Kitty doesn't have a name. It's just Orange Kitty. I let Orange Kitty come in to eat from PP's plate. PP sauntered over there, kind of slunk over there in an attack-like fashion, but then sort of just chilled and watched Orange Kitty. But as soon as I hung up with Rachel, things started to get looking like they were going to be a battle royale. There's going to be fur flying, kitty paws punching each other. You know, kitties have started to fight a little more civilized lately. They've taken up Queensbury rules boxing. It's still bare knuckle, but at least now they're not allowed to use their claws, which reduces kitty injuries and fights by a substantial amount. Pee actually led that change. She was the cat who got that bill passed in the kitty legislature. And so from now on, whenever you see a cat fight, you will see them standing on two legs and boxing with their little paws. No more claws, no more hissing. Wow, yeah, I don't blame you. When you've got this cat, it's kind of like aromatherapy for your eyes. That is aromatherapy for your eyes right there. It's like, let's say right now your main problem is that you're not smelling enough sandalwood, and this cat is like a big bowl of sandalwood in your nose. You had to use forceps to pull a claw out of your cat's face, Stacy? That's terrible, Hambone. That's why we passed this new law. From now on, that shouldn't happen anymore. They should be boxing. If Pee did a live stream, we'd be watching her, but end up watching you play with a ball of yarn. Right, yeah. Pee would turn the camera on to me, and I'd just be lying there going, right. See, Kitty's pretty right. She is a kitty who knows how to use SI. Like, look at that position she's in, right? She's just like, oh yeah, I'm liking this. All stretched out. I think like that, probably. I mean, I don't know if I've really ever spelled rai. I spell meow, I spell meowity and stuff like that, but I don't usually write rai. I guess it could be RIGH. It feels like it's got a G and an H when I say it. Right. You know? Of course it was okay. I was very gentle. It bit me, but meh. That happens. It bit you with its little snaky mouth. You were braver than your ex. He jumped in the bomb shelter as soon as the animals started fighting. Stayed in there for 3 weeks eating dried noodles. And the only thing he had to drink was Crystal Light. God, it was an awful 3 weeks. Who would like a tall glass of Crystal Light? Anybody? What you looking at, Pee? What's going on over there? What you thinking about? Don't talk to me right now. I'm feeling. As an ISFP, bye, Lobo Feroz. It was fun having you here. Thanks for being here. I'm outlasting people. That's good. Listen, Eric. As an ISFP kitty, I like to just sit here. You talk too much. Okay, PP, I understand. Just shh, Eric, shh. Just don't do it. God, I wish this guy would shut up. That's what she's thinking. He just won't let me sleep. He just wants to talk. I need to get some kitty earplugs. I think Kitty wants some kitty earplugs. I wonder if I got her like kitty headphones, if she'd start to listen to my music. And come out here and she'd be listening to she'd be listening to other YouTubers for music, and she wouldn't be listening to me. Kitty, why aren't you listening to my music? She does have demonstrative SI. You can see it, can't you? She's demonstrating it right now. That's an ISFP cat. This is demonstrative SI. Look at that. What is she demonstrating right now? That she knows how to get rye and rye. She's very expressive. Oh, kitty friend. Kitty, can I have a kiss? Please. You don't like my kisses. I'm sorry. That was my fault. I should never have done that. I should never impose that on you, Kitty. Don't fall down, thing. That's not right. That's not what you should do. That's not how you should be. That's not who you should are. Right is the best. Well, it's the closest thing I got to Fi-Fi. Fi-Fi would be the FI equivalent of Rai, I guess. But, you know, when that's you're really working the pun angle there. It made me laugh, and yet it's ridiculous. Okay, so anyway, patchouli with a hint of redwood, doused in cheap red wine. That's the smell I want for my perfume. I was trying to say something. You guys keep distracting me about things. What was I saying? There is no other kitty like the host air kitty on any channels. Yeah, she's not my kitty. She's her own kitty. She just affords me the privilege of her company. You know, she's free to come and go as she pleases. She has chosen to stay here with me, but you know, I'm fortunate about that. But you know, she do what she wants. I just have to keep loving her so well that she wants to be here. Eric, did I read your question? I did not read your question. Or is that Eric? Read my question. Okay, I'll read your question. Eric, I believe my mother's an ESFJ. Yesterday, she went on a date with an ISFP. She said she was bothered by the fact that he couldn't make conversation. In character for ESFJ? Yeah, absolutely. What she's saying is, he gave her nothing to work with her third slot NE, and he ignored her FE. Well, that's an ISFP for you. Yeah, I do. Oh, I didn't know what that thing was. With open hands. Oh, okay. So I got both the tones were wrong. I got both the tones wrong. Eric, read my question? Was what you meant to say. That's good use of emojis for FE purposes, Octavio. You've got some excellent emoji FE. You know, the better the FE, the more likely to use emojis. But you know, on the other side of the hoop, bad FEs also likely to use emojis. If it's in like the 6th slot, ESFPs are likely to use some emojis in there too. But generally speaking, your successful emoji users are 1st and 2nd slot FE, maybe 5th slot, maybe 3rd slot, I guess, sometimes, but probably not that much. I don't use that many emojis. I'm getting a little better at using emojis. I understand how effective they are. It's like those open hands there make it such that Octavio's prompting me to read his comment that I ignored. He chose these open hands things to convey a tone, which was because, like Countess would have put, Eric, read my comment, God damn it, exclamation point, which would have gotten exactly the same outcome as Eric, read my comment. Because, okay, look, you notice I said ESFPs have bad 6 slot FE emoji use. ENFPs I didn't comment on because they're a weird exception to a lot of things. ENFPs 6 slot FE is so incredibly different from ESFP's 6 slot FE. It's one of the weirder things in all typology. ESFPs typically their FE is, typically it's like anti-FE. It's like does exactly the opposite of what FE is supposed to do. When 6 slot FE is used by ESFPs, it tends to make people not like them. It's like backfire FE, Well, FE is anti certain kinds of FE because certain kinds of FE are perceived by FE as bad FE and clumsy. So ESFPs seem to have this sense that They should just be able to tell you how you should perceive them, and you're just supposed to go with that. Whereas decent FE tries to evoke or nurture that perception, is a good way to put it. FE is not, from a good FE user's perspective, FE is not manipulative, it's nurturing. A good FE user nurtures a certain perception until it grows. They don't try to tell somebody, you have to perceive me like this. That's how I perceive ESFP FE. It's just like, God damn it, I have to do FE? Well, fine. I'll just tell you how to perceive me then. Because it's demonstrative, so I have to do some FE. No, perceive me like this. No, I'm like this. I'm deep. 6-slot ESFP FE is the kind that Rachel's former roommate had, who came home one time and said, somebody said I wasn't deep. Rachel, you're deep. What's a deep song I could play so I can prove to them that I'm deep? That's 6-slot FE in the ESFP. It's this odd, complete lack of any nuance. It's like anti-intuitive, just like mud clumps of FE, And not all ESFPs annoy me or anything. It's just what I'm saying is when ESFPs get FE, which they'd rather not, because remember, it's countervalued for them. But when they do, and a lot of circumstances kind of require it, it's just like, you perceive me like this. I am smart and funny. I am clever. I am an INTP. There's an ESFP named Courtney in the Raw Room and in the community in general a few years back before she got herself banned, who insisted she was an INTP. And she was always going into the Raw Room like holding a book on Jung or something to prove that she was an INTP. And then, but every time you try to talk to her about any ideas, she'd say, well, Jung says, I think she had like read one book basically. And that was this Jung book. And so anyway, and I'd say, Courtney, that doesn't matter. That's not responsive to what I'm saying. You're not responding to my warrant. Blah, blah, blah. I get all mad and stuff. I didn't understand what TI polar really was back then. Exactly. Now I get it. And I wouldn't have even bothered banging my head against the wall. I did bang my head against the wall. And in fact, I made a video back then that was taken down because she didn't like it. The main reason she didn't like the video was not that it made her look bad because she was just so TI polar through the whole thing, but because I titled it 60 Minutes with the Stupidest Woman on Earth. Well, I can understand, a little bit harsh. What do I think about Octavia's point on ENFPs? Clementine, I haven't seen Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Rachel told me I wouldn't like it and I'd be sad about it or something. I don't want to see it. Oh, no, she told me. I remember. No, that's a different movie. She told me the plot of it. Rachel told me the plot of it. I think she may have also said it would be sad for me. I don't know the character, though, and I don't know if that's an unhealthy ENFP. Zandy, baby. Yeah, of course it does the opposite effect. That's because you're NE. So you can perceive the possibilities other than the concrete and immutable. The title of this video is actually viewing concepts as immutable or something like that, which is to say, and this is something that Hegel said that I thought was very interesting. He said, it is not the philosopher who thinks abstractly, but the layman who uses concepts as givens that are immutable without context. It is the philosopher who thinks concretely because he transcends the limits of quotidian concepts in order to understand their broader context. This makes philosophical thought and language appear obscure, esoteric, and mysterious to the layman. In other words, here's why censors don't understand us. Not true of all censors, but for ESFPs, for example, are never going to understand this at all. When this says, Hegel was aware of his obscurantism and perceived it as part of philosophical thinking to accept and transcend the limits of quotidian, everyday thought and its concepts. ESFPs don't understand what that would even mean, to accept and transcend the limitations of everyday thought and concepts. They wouldn't really understand that. And they wouldn't understand what it means to say you treat a concept as an immutable without context. That's what Cloud's always doing. He's treating concepts as immutable, as though context doesn't matter. Like he'd say something like, Eric, you're a real ENTP would act more like me. Now, that's treating a concept as an immutable, not factoring context in at all, not having any kind of nuanced understanding of what to do with that concept. So, in other words, like meta-analysts, they understand concepts as things you do things with them. So, they're process-oriented. But for people who treat concepts purely as objects, like ESFPs, they see each concept as immutable. And the only way you can do that, really, is to have TI either very low or polar, somewhere bad or polar. Life is a pure fucking dramedy. Is that drug that keeps you from getting seasick? It's slightly sci-fi. What's slightly sci-fi? CJ O'Connell, is that how you explain your odd-looking penis to girls who date you for the first time? Look at it. Don't think of it as weird-looking. It's slightly sci-fi. Okay, but it's kind of shaped like a duck. I know, it is shaped like a duck. That's what makes it sci-fi. In science fiction, men have duck penises. Scroll up to where where I asked you, lol. That's the point Wendy Proves asking about. Well, you asked me what? Just put it again. I don't know. I can't find the thing that you're talking about. It's slightly sci-fi. Is the best result to every insult? Well, it's the best disclaimer to make. Now, before I go any further, let me just tell you, this is slightly sci-fi. What am I preparing myself for exactly? Ray guns? Scientifically FI. Oh, scientifically FI. Oh, science feelings. No, these aren't regular feelings. These are science feelings. You know they're objective. I think ENFPs tend to be confusing when unhealthy at the very least. They almost feel manipulative while not being manipulative. Hard to articulate. Is that what I'm supposed to respond to? What am I supposed to respond to about it, though? What am I supposed to say about it? Like, do I think that's correct or what? I don't know if I've known any unhealthy ENFPs or really been able to distinguish between healthy or unhealthy ENFPs. I don't have any ENFPs really in my life other than here, I would say that the reason is probably because ENFPs and ENTPs don't tend to congregate together. They occupy too much of the same niche and can't really cooperate because of their conflicting tool functions. So I guess I don't really know a lot of ENFPs. I don't know. There's something about ENFPs and ENTPs, I think, that each type, in a random average encounter in the world, assuming no knowledge of cognitive functions, assuming no past experience with a person, ENTP and ENFP randomly sort of run into each other in the street, talk briefly. There's going to be an initial skepticism in each person towards the other. How do we do it for the betterment of people and things? Well, I mean, I don't think ENFPs do manipulation, really. I think they they end up manipulating people accidentally because they use as a tool function some sort of authentic expression and realization of their feelings. Since that's a tool function, you're using it to approach lots of things. But there are a lot of people who respond to that with sort of, it's like, what's that thing called? Like, you know how this finger moves, like this finger moves a little bit too because it's, what's that word? You know what I'm talking about? It's, Hambone, Jeeves cannot fill his head crater with gerbils. He needs to get guinea pigs. We've discussed this. Gerbils are for the bottom hole. So, I mean, I think that there's skepticism. I don't think there's necessarily antagonism between the two types. There's skepticism because they initially go, hey, you're like me. But wait, there's something off here. Like the guy, well, you know, the example I've been referencing for a while since Hawaii, which is the guy who had the shirt that says vegan AF. I see him walking down the street. I'm walking down the street. Maybe I have my sexy hat on. I didn't at the time, but let's pretend I did, you know. I'd see his vegan AF shirt for a second, kind of snicker at it, like that's kind of cool, and then go, vegan. And he'd see my sexy hat or my, let's say I was wearing that shirt I also saw on the way, which was, what would Gigi Allen do? And he'd be like, Gigi Allen, that's awful. He's a misogynist or something. So it's like there's an initial skepticism because at first you go, oh, hey, cool thing. Wait, not cool. And both people do it to each other. So, you know, I'm imagining a t-shirt with a lab coat clad cartoon girl with a blank expression and holding a heart-shaped flask beaker or whatever with the caption, I have scientific feelings for you. Or science has revealed my feelings for you too. Now, granted, you lose the excellent term phrase scientific feelings. I wonder how you could hypothesize something regarding a beaker of scientific feelings. Like if you kiss me, this much measurable feeling goo will seep from me. Here's the thing. In general, I want more liquids and oils to seep from me. I don't have a lot of seepage going on. Very little seepage. I envy, naturally, the things of the world that better seep than I. I'd like to seep and drip and discharge. Those are three verbs I want to get better at. I want to get better at seeping. I want to get better at discharging. And I want to get better at, what was the third one? I don't even remember. Leak. Drip. I want to leak and drip. I want to leak and drip and seep. That's why I've embraced FI. FI is the only emotion, the only cognitive function that will make you leak and drip. It will, even if there's no need to get rid of those liquids from your body. In contrast, well, I like to discharge my pee. A lot of people just let it go out, but I make it go through a whole discharge procedure so it gets paperwork filled out so it doesn't come back anytime soon, you know? So I make this shit complicated for them so they don't want to come back, you know? Well, explain to your roommate that I've checked him out a bit on the internet and he's got a seepage problem. Some of his pores are clogged. Some of them are too open. I think I'm going to have to come over there and fill his pores with my man seed to solve the problem. That will explain it to him. Science has revealed my feelings for you. I've tested my feelings. They're scientific. Discharge. Hold on a second. I got a little bit of discharge on my hands again. Why do you keep reaching down there? I just can't keep my hands off of that shit. I don't know. Soggy whale sandwiches are some of my least favorite sandwiches. Well, my elementary school on Thursdays used to always serve these soggy whale flesh sandwiches. And I'd say, God, it's bad enough you're making us eat this intelligent marine mammal, but do you have to make the bread soggy? That's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. You've actually thought about what concept a lot? Eating whale flesh sandwiches? Eating soggy whale flesh sandwiches? Soggy whale flesh sandwiches are normally called lipstick? I guess, in cultures where they eat a lot of soggy whalefish sandwiches, it starts to stain their lip. Like if you eat a lot of blue whale, your lips will eventually become kind of a cobalt color. The inks, the natural inks that seep from their skin and drip will stain your lips. In contrast, if you eat nothing but sperm whale sandwiches, your lips will become the color of sperm. And in fact, you'll start to seep sperm. And you'll go out and you'll say, did somebody just jizz on your face? And you go, oh my God, I'm seeping sperm again. Whale burgers? Listen, Matthew, you know what? I want to fill you in a little secret. Do you know that most whale burgers have no more than 70% whale meat in them? Yeah, they use dolphin meat as fillers. So don't think you're getting real gray whale or blue whale or baleen or humpback or, I like killer whale myself. If it ain't Shamu, I'm shamoozing out of here. That's what I say. Bullshit? Have you ever tried a Shamu before? I just keep slabs of smoked Shamu meat by my bed. I just like that. Delicious. Taste both of the ocean and of mammals concurrently. Because you know what? Most ocean things aren't mammals. Most of them. Some of them are, but most of them are not. The only reason ocean mammals don't taste very good probably is because they eat fish. And fish don't taste very good. And also with the pollution and stuff, the scurrility levels in the fish are getting really high. And obviously, therefore, whales get more scurrility in them. I know the whale meat industry needs to be regulated. We need strict government intervention, regulation, oversight. We need every single step of whale meat preparation to be regulated by the government. It's the only way I'm ever going to feel safe. Okay, I wanted to share with everybody a new recipe I found online for humpback omelets. So what you do, kill yourself a humpback whale and bring it into your kitchen. Now, if you can't fit the whole humpback whale in your kitchen, you can do this out in the front yard or the driveway. But remember, after about 6 hours, your humpback whale will begin to rot. So you should either get a really big freezer or maybe share it with the neighbors or whatever. I don't know. Or if you only use a little bit of it, just throw the rest of it away. It's fine. Okay. So look, what you want to do is slice 3 thin 1-inch steaks from the part of the humpback whale that's the hump, right in the middle of the hump. That's the juiciest part. Okay, now once you've got your 3 humpback whale steaks, you're going to pan fry them very thinly, just a little bit. Don't overcook them, okay? Here's the key ingredient that people never think of. What do you think it is? This is a surprise. People are always surprised with this. Capers. You put capers in it, and you just bake it at 400 for about 15 minutes after the light pan sear. And when you bring it out, what you're going to do is just slice that into lunch meat sized slices, and you've got yourself one of the most delicious humpback whale sandwiches you will ever taste. A little bit of onions on there, a little cilantro. I also like a watercress. Watercress really really kind of brings out the oceany flavor of the humpback while retaining the kind of cow-like thickness of the meat. Please do remember to dispose of the whale carcass out front before serving, because if you're preparing this ahead of time and you've got guests coming over, by the time they get there for dinner, it will begin to rot and stink. It also will bring a lot of flies. If you just leave it there, eventually it will actually explode. That's right, because the gases will fill up inside. You do not want exploded, rotten, rancid humpback whale carcass all over you and your neighbors' houses. That's why after you cut the 1 or 2 steaks off of the humpback carcass, just throw the rest away. You've got to spend a little bit of time pushing it, but you can fit a whole humpback whale in one of those green trash cans. And yes, it is yard waste. A humpback whale does count as yard waste. So if you can't quite squeeze it in normally, if you get a wood chipper and you push it in, remember to push in your humpback whale into the wood chipper tail first. The head won't fit in there. But if the wood chipper is pulling it in like this, and it gets to the head, and it gets stuck, just take a sledgehammer and just bam, bam. Eventually, you kind of force it in there. You'll hear a big blah, and then all this shit will spew out. That's how you know you got it. Okay. So once you wood chipped the rest of the humpback whale and you prepare your sandwiches, here's an important tip: don't put the bread on until right before serving and toast it. Because the single worst thing that any human being can do, and brings us back to the start of this whole thing, is to serve a soggy whale flesh sandwich. Well, thanks so much for joining me today. I hope you learned a lot about whale cooking, whale fish, whale flesh, whale sandwiches, and the importance of toasting breads. Next week, we're going to be cooking up sloth. Sloth from the South American jungle. The great thing about sloths is they aren't very fast. So when it comes time to prepare the sloth, just hit it with a hammer. The end. You are a scoundrel, madam. I'm not going to yell it in my most intimidating voice. I don't have a most intimidating voice. I just have, my most intimidating voice fails utterly. I tell you when I was very, was when I was with Kimberly. I got in some screaming fucking fights with that woman. Like, just like, so I would just, I screamed so loud at the top of my lungs. I must have appeared crazy to anybody. Of course, as I said at the time, I don't know what it is about this woman. Nobody has ever made me so angry before. And, that's a good indication that you're with the wrong person. When Eric gets heated, he uses words that haven't been used in decades. I was talking to this rapscallion the other day. Well, that's one of the things that is sort of a decision to go back to, which I used to do a little bit more and stopped doing because I didn't see any reason to anymore, but I really should go back to doing, which is the angrier you get, the fancier and more formal your talk should get. And when you use things like madam and sir and rapscallion, people aren't sure whether to be concerned because you're so angry or laugh because of how you're talking. Miscreant's a favorite as well. And at the same time, they can't throw at you that you're cursing at them, you're name calling or anything like that. You can't ever really defend that shit. So that's why I should never do it. Whereas you can always defend formal 19th century indignation. He called me a miscreant. He called you a what? A miscreant. And you're saying he's name calling you? Yeah. Why did he call you a miscreant? Oh, well, I never mind. I don't actually want to talk to you about this anymore. Right? You see what I'm saying? Listen here, kids. I'm here and I don't accept any of this. Okay. Well, the good news is nobody's trying to get you to accept it. Nobody's saying, Cloud, please be the receiver of these packages, tuck them in your waistband, and carry them off to your bedroom. What was the M word? Miscreant? Oh, you mean malfeasance. Yes, malfeasance. That's general bad behavior, right? Like ill-intentioned behavior, as opposed to, say, accidental liability inducing behavior. A specific bad behavior. Kan Krishna Sarma Pagu's here. Hey, Kan Krishna Sarma Pagu. Do you know earlier I was pulling cards and I pulled the Pagu card for somebody? I said, hey, look, you got the moon card. That's called the Pagu card in India, talk. Even though you've already told me Pagu doesn't mean moon, but I've changed. I changed what you said to me to be something different, to be what I wanted it to be. And I've decided, Kan Krishna Sarma Pagu, that you told me the Pagu does mean moon. So if it doesn't, that's your fault, not mine. What works? I'm still figuring it out. A lot of stuff. I do feel more mature than I did in 19, but I was a bit smarter. I mean, this is the thing. Like, you guys who are in your early 20s, 19s, or whatever, I've been sort of saying this since I started doing YouTube and started interacting with young people, like 20-something people or whatever. This whole generation is, or at least the ones who interact with me around here, are way more advanced than my generation was at the same age. When I was in my early 20s, I would not have been able to understand anything that I'm saying now. I wouldn't have had any reference point. There would have been no lead up to it. It's growing up without the internet, you know? Time for an American spirit. I'm craving a bad decision. Is an American spirit a bad decision? Actually, Cloud, that's my point, right? Is that when I was 20, I wouldn't have been as aware and smart as you 20-somethings are. I kind of, I guess, would say not you, Cloud, but in general, you know. I don't know what the intranet is. I just know what the internet is. When I first found you in my YouTube Rex and watched the video, I had no idea what you're talking about. Yeah. Smoking a cigarette isn't really a decision, Matthew. Not smoking a cigarette would be a decision, for sure. But smoking a cigarette is just sort of rolling along with inertia. Capricorn is the most negative sign of the planetary characteristics. I think this may be true because I know a Capricorn rising who is very negative. Do you eat weed or do you smoke it, Can? Smoking weed is very different from consuming weed in some other fashion. Just to let everybody in the world know that. You get high very differently when you smoke it than when you eat it. Yeah, learning is about you know, you can't help but learn one way or another from your experience. You're going to learn something. The problem is, when I was 18, 19, 20, there wasn't a metaphysical environment for me to go to. Not really. So the experience I learned from was like physical world experience, you know, stupid real world shit, you know? Oh shit, it's past 10. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I kept you up past your bedtime. I don't think I'm going to talk to you on Google Hangouts again tonight before you go to bed, since it's 10:30 already and I'm not quite done live streaming. But I love you very much, and I'll talk to you in the morning if you're going to bed right now or whenever you are. Is that cool with you, my precious, 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 precious angel? You realize that you're ruining your flesh? How are you ruining your flesh? Are you rubbing flesh-eating bacteria upon your... Oh, you drank 0 energy drinks, and I stopped smoking cold turkey because of LSD. I see. And what happens? You think you're gonna at some point decide to maybe want a cigarette again? New York is currently, and Rachel is currently in New York. She will be coming around the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming out to California here, Immunity Man. Why are we ruining our flesh? Well, that's nice. It's a good thing to want to take care of yourself. It's true that certain excesses are bad. Smoking tends to lead to excess. It is possible to smoke in ways that aren't bad, like Cameron. Cameron has an occasional cigarette. That I don't understand at all. That, I guess, just an SI dumb trick. To be able to smoke cigarettes and not get addicted to them. Oh, the urine. The sweet yellow urine that streams from my member. So wet. So shiny. So good. Oh, urine freshness. Oh, the freshness of urine. All right, urine. You got your discharge papers. There you go. Keep your hands out of the discharge on your way out. Also, keep an eye out for the seepage. Seepage. Hey, what's that band called? Was it called Rainbow Kitten Surprise? Oh yeah, Rainbow Kitten Surprise. That's a bad name for a band. I want to explain why that's a bad band name. Okay. I want to explain why that's a bad band name. So, Rainbow Kitten Surprise is a bad band name because it's got the cheapest kind of NE, and the NI is unsubtle. It's kind of like supposed to be funny, but it's not funny. It's just kind of referential of disposability / cuteness, and it's not clever. And no, I was just, look, it's not my fault. My camera, to be at the right level, happens to be crotch level when I stand up. Oh, for goodness sakes. 1, 2, 3. I do not like putting people with wrenches because it starts all these little things. I want a wrench. I don't like that. Nobody. I wish I had never started the whole wrench thing. Although I need you, though. I'm sorry. I don't wish that. I appreciate my good wrenchers. I'm sure you'd be a good wrencher. 1, 2, 3. But, this is what happened last time. Exactly. I do trust you. That is not why I'm not giving you a wrench. I'm so tempted to give you one because I do trust and like you and think you'd be a good moderator, but I don't want any more moderators. And making people moderators causes this discussion all the time. And it's like, that's why I don't want any more moderators. Listen, I might make you a moderator at some point, but I'm not going to do it right now. It'll be sometime when nobody's talking about moderators and nobody notices, You are not ever going to get a wrench, Jeebus. Okay? Bacon's part of the non-mod gang. See, this is the problem with even talking about wrenches. All of a sudden, there's a distinction. These are A-level people and B-level. No, it's not like that. It's not supposed to be like that. That's why I wish I never done any wrenches except for the fact that I need them. So I'm glad I did. I don't like the separateness. I don't like the, like VIP regular people thing. I don't like that at all. But, the reality is some people have to moderate. I want to be a moderator. My intelligence is on another level. My judgment will purge all evils away. Okay, well, I'm going to need to know which level it's on, though, because it could be on a very low level, and then the fact that it's on another level doesn't help you. I cannot give Hammy's wrench to you. I'm not. Hambone is my. He's got better discretion than me. And it's hard to have good discretion because you can't just be like have good restraint. That's half of good discretion. It's much harder to have the other kind of good discretion, knowing when not to have restraint. Oh, well, that's the other thing is the more moderators one has in general, the less one has any meaningful criteria for moderation because everybody has their own criteria for moderation. They might take some guidance from me, but they're not going to feel constrained by me. Yeah, Hambone is my left-hand man. Why does he have to be on my left side? Eric, there are people here who didn't get good tarot readings earlier. Sure, who wants one? If anybody wants one, all you got to do is say, you don't even got to ask any of that shit. Just say, like, Meow wants a tarots or something, and I'd probably do it, Doesn't take that long. Your lack of wrench giving is ironically totalitarian in and of itself. I don't really. Okay. See, the thing is, the word we want to use there is authoritarian, not totalitarian. But I don't think that argument makes any sense. That my lack of affording individuals authority over other individuals makes me more authoritarian. I don't think that makes sense, frankly. 1, 2, 3. I think you had a T.I. Polar moment there. It's a subjective grab bag that can be only understood with careful and particular observation of all the subjects involved. Yeah. So, you want cards. Hambone wants cards. Well, sure, Hambone. We're doing today, you've got 2 choices, okay? You can do either body, heart, mind, or you can do vice, virtue, free will, or you can do lucky, unlucky, make your own luck. Those are the 3 things you have. Actually, the heart, body, mind has 4 cards, but the other ones have 3 cards. So you can either do Heart, body, mind, mind. You can do vice, virtue, free will, or you can do lucky, unlucky, make your own luck. Which one do you want, Hambone? Which one do you want? That's a lot of hyphens. Now, that's a lot of hyphens. Heart, body, mind. Okay, body. Here you go. Your body, Hambone. This is your body card. Your bod, your hot bod. You have the body of the Queen of Wands. Octavio Silva, can you help us out by informing what the Queen of Wands is all about there? What Hambone's body is all about? His body is energetic, courageous, chaotic, independent. He's got a lot of balls. Wow. Hambone, you got more than 2 testicles? You must really be raging with testosterone. Now, your heart, your tender parts, the source of all your seepage. The sun. Wow. Hambone got the sun as his heart. Now, we're going to do your mind. You're thinking of 2 different things, Hambone. Your first thing that's on your mind, it's this one, obviously. You're going somewhere. You're getting on a boat. You're saying, here, I'm taking this stick. You keep that stick. You stay over here, Jesus. I'm going on the boat. It's one thing you're thinking about. The other thing you're thinking about in your brain, in your head, yes, then I will do you, Rachel, your dreams, of course, my darling. That's next. Is this. You're thinking about the Empress. Hambone. Your body is vivacious. Your heart is full of joy. And your mind is on traveling somewhere to get laid. I have summed up your life experience. Okay, now, Rachel Apollosa, my precious angel who gets special privileges galore, whatever she wants privilege-wise, has asked for something. So that gets cut to the front of the line. Because she, unlike, see, that's the okay kind of special privileges. Because it's special privileges because she's my girlfriend. She gets special privileges, yes, but she has to suck my dick to get them. So, she deserves them. What did Rachel want? Rachel wanted a tarot of what your dreams will be like tonight. Okay, here we go. Early night dreaming. Early night dreaming. I think it means regardless of how you guys meet up, you're going to be involving boats. It's going to be water travel. So perhaps she lives on the other side of a lake. That's a possibility. Okay, Rachel, this is for your early night dreams. You get the Wheel of Fortune. Bunch of random shit. A bunch of any in your early night dreams, okay? Now, second one. Middle of the night dreams. This one popped right out. This is like the last card with the guy on the boat, except this guy's already sailed away from the shore. You can't see it, but that Jesus guy who's standing back on the shore is calling out to him right now, saying, hey, you left your stopwatch here. He doesn't know that the guy that's broken, he didn't even leave it. They just didn't throw away his trash. That's your middle of your night, okay? Middle of the night dreams. Now, here's the most important dreams. It's the early late morning dreams. Okay, these are the second to last dreams. They're the most important because they're the most magical. But the last one are the ones you're going to remember the most. So these are the most magical dreams you're not going to remember the most, probably. This one. You're going to dream of a bush, and instead of it growing fruit, it grows cups. And 7 of them, to be precise. 7 of the cups. Now, lastly, your late morning dreams, which are right before you get up in bed, out of bed in the morning. You have these dreams. Queen of Wands. Those are the 4 quarters of your night, quartered out and dreamed. So there you go. So, basically, your morning, the dreams you have right before you wake up then are going to be, getting your balls in the air. Okay. That means basically your boobs are going to start bouncing before you get out of bed because those dreams are going to be so hectic in the morning. But before that, you're going to be dreaming about just what was before that one? I don't remember. I forget. Anyway, you saw what it was. I don't remember, but that's the point. Now, who was next? Cloud wants a card. Okay, here you go, Cloud. Your body. Ooh, your body betrays you. I know Octavia is underpaid. Your heart. Your heart is full of conventionality. And your brain, number one, your mind. Okay, if this tarot is right, Cloud's mind cards should both be cups. Should both be in the field of cups. Mind card number one. We got 6 cups. And mind card number 2. This one. Wheel of Fortune. Basically, Cloud, what these cards tell me is that your body's always betraying you by requiring SI. But in your heart, there's a deep conventionality that wants to conform and get along. However, in your mind, there's just mushy emotions and random shit. Basically what this reading says. What was the heart card? It was the Hierophant. The Hierophant. Captain Conventionality, they call him in the tarot community. Card, please, for Mattias. Card, please, for Mattias. Which of the poles do you want? You want body? You got to tell me you want body, heart, mind, or you want vice, virtue, free will, or you want lucky, unlucky, make your own luck. Winston's mom wanted lucky, unlucky, make your own luck. I remember saying that. I'm going to give her lucky, unlucky, make your own luck. Winston's mom, lucky. Traveling is a lucky thing for you. Starting voyages, doing voyages, whatever. Yeah. Unlucky. This is a spot where just if you try to do these kind of things are going to go wrong. 2 things popped out. 2 unlucky areas. They're both wands. Ace of Wands and what's that one? Knight of Wands. Ace of Wands, Knight of Wands. Those are 2 unlucky areas. So it's weird. Your lucky area is also Wands, 3 of Wands. Your unlucky areas are those. The make your own luck. Make your own luck area. That sounds like some. Ooh, what's this one for again? Make your own luck. Okay, well, this is good. That's good, actually, Winston's mom. Because what that tells you is that tower shit doesn't control you. You can decide your outcome in the tower moments. You've got more control over tower than most people probably. It also tells me, though, that this middle one, your unlucky wands, Ace and Knight of Wands. Let me look and see what Octavia Silva said. All right, so being unlucky in the Ace of Wands, I would say expectations or hopes that don't pan out. That's what it means. That, like, if you're hoping to get a little luck to have this wild idea work, it's not going to. And unlucky, also hasty open-minded. In other words, if you're gonna play it fast and loose and hope shit goes well, so it all just sort of meows together, that's not your angle of attack. Now, your lucky area is travel, foreign land, moving forward, foresight, self-belief, freedom, happiness, choices, hard work, paying off, adventure. In other words, you got a lot of both liberty and freedom. And you do well with liberty and freedom. It's your area where exercising your liberty and freedom authentically will play out nicely and luckily for you. So there you go. That's the Meowdy Meow for your Meowdy Meow. And Mattia Sanchez, which one do you want? Oh, he wants the virtue one. Thank you, Octavia Silva, for being the real tarot host. You're the host of Tarot with Famous People, and I'm the guy who reads it. You're like the guy who, okay, yeah, you can come, you have room here, come sit down over here, and you shut up. You're like that guy, you know? All right, so Matty Sanchez wants the virtue. Your vice first, your area of where it's difficult for you to be moral. Nine swords. Your virtue area, Mattias. This is an area where you're very unlikely to be sinful, and it's easy for you to avoid temptations to be moral. I would say, in other words, you court others morally, naturally. You're not likely to be immoral in the aspects, in the behavior of courting. And then the last one, you're welcome, Mr. Involvement. Thank you for affirming my reading. And what was the last one? What am I doing? Oh yeah, your free will one. This one, you have to really make your moral decisions. The luck's not going to help you. You know, sort of your natural way is not going to help you avoid evil. Your natural way is not going to help you be evil or make you be evil. It's going to be just about your free will. The moon, huh? So you're wicked at 9 swords, and let's see what 9 swords was. Let's see if Octavio put that one there up here for me to see. 9 swords: terror, inability to cope, deep unhappiness, at breaking point, anguish, and focusing on the past. So this is your vice area, is where you are going to go wring your hands and be a hand-wringing wringer hands is what you're going to be. That's an area of sin for you. Indulging in excessive hand wringing. But your area of virtue, let me see what it says. Romantic, yeah, well, yeah, we talked about that. That you're good, you're not mean to chicks, you're nice to chicks. And you're cool, and you respect them and treat them, nicely and stuff. So, okay, and then the moon, yeah, you're gonna have to use your intuition. You have to embrace your moral agency and willfully use that intuition. You can't just let it take care of itself either way. And that's how the tarot speaks to you, Mattias. One, two, three would like a reading about their death. Okay. First card is going to be fast or slow. I'm going to tell you about the speed of the death. Speed of the death is the first card. Okay. Speed of the death. Page of Swords. I would call that probably a pretty fast death. Now, painfulness of the death. How is the experience going to be? We know it's not going to last a super long time because it's going to be pretty quick. But, like if you die over the course of 3 days, that's a quick death. You could still be in incredible agony for 3 days. Or you could just, die in your sleep from a heart attack and not even feel anything. So let's find out. How unpleasant is the death going to be? 7 cups. I always forget what that one is. Oh, no, delayed news. That's not fast. That says delayed news, patient needed. Ooh, you're going to have a slow death. My mistake. 7 of cups. Multiple possibilities. Which was okay, so I think basically it's going to be a slow death that involves lots of different parts. Some of it are going to be agonizing. Some of it are going to be pretty comfortable. Some of it you're barely going to feel like you're dying. Now, the last one. The soonness of the death. How soon is it going to be? Let's find out. I can't ask a specific question like it's going to be this year. It's too specific. He just needs to comment on the general area of soonness. That's what the tarot is going to do here. Sweet. Ooh. I think this card is telling you that's evil to ask. You're not supposed to ask that question. If I think. You know why you're not supposed to know? You're not a Cyclops. Only Cyclopses get to know that. I think I've pushed the limits of my terror willingness in this area. I don't like to try to predict the future. And I certainly don't like playing with death and stuff like that. That's where you get sort of NI viruses. You don't want to get any NI viruses. So I think that whole thing about the devil card is not saying that it's not actually coming on when you're going to die sooner or a long time from now. It's saying don't ask that question. I'm not supposed to try to predict that shit, you know? It's not even late for me. It's not even 8 o'clock. NI viruses indeed. Yeah, so you actually got me to push a little bit further than I normally would be willing to even push here in that thing because I'm feeling kind of snappy, I guess. But I do trust my deck also. It tends to give me warnings. Like don't use me like this. So I have faith that it's not gonna punish me before it warns me. That's such a great sentence. Lol JK, but actually though Lamau Smith. I like it. Anybody else? I'm pulling this card for PP, my kitty. Chariot. She probably has places to go, things to do. You know, she's an important kitty. She is, after all, a kitty pageant winner. Well, okay, it's been 5-hour long live stream now. I'm actually Jake Hurwitz is gonna take her. Okay, we're gonna get sucked back into this and just never ended. Okay, so Kitty's gonna win something. Maybe she beats the orange cat. I like that a sentence though. I like the Lamau lol shaking my head. Lamafau. Okay, here we go. Which kind of reading do you want, Jake Hurwitz? Do you want body, heart, mind? Do you want vice, virtue, free will? Or do you want unlucky, lucky, make your own luck? You gotta tell me which one you want, Jake Hurwitz, if you want to get it. If you don't tell me... Okay, cool. So that's vice, virtue, free will. So the first one is your area of vice. This is the one where even though you're trying to do good, you're prone to, sinning. Okay. Your vice area. That's not a card. Doorways. You always commit evil when you approach a doorway. No, we're pulling that one out for this. You can't have that one for this one. It doesn't work for this one. We're starting over. Okay. Now here's your vice area. Your vice. Here it is. I found it. It's this one. Your vice is 6-6. 6-6 is your area of vice. So even if you do the best you can, because nobody's perfect, nobody's Jesus, you're going to sin a little bit. You're sort of inevitably going to sin in that area. You should try to sin less, but you kind of can't help it. It's implicit to you that that's your area of, Okay. So Jake Hurwitz, your vice is going to be lapping up that recognition, lapping up that praise. You wouldn't happen to be third slot FE, would you? Or fourth slot, maybe? Okay. Now, your area of virtue. This is where you are less susceptible than others to temptation and sin. Less susceptible. You are less susceptible than most people to sin in the area of 9 swords. In the area of 9 swords. I'll have to wait and see what Octavia says 9 swords is. MBTI rock band, huh? I don't think MBTI rock band would make a fortune necessarily. I did take some today. I actually took 3 of them. I took 2 in the morning. I took 1 more before I started the stream, which is way less than I normally take when I would get a prescription. Like I only took 2 the first day and 2 the second day. Usually I start with 2 and then like second day I'm like up to 6 already or whatever. Adderall is amphetamines. that are prescribed to me for because I have excessive slowness disorder and I need speed. What am I doing? Oh, right. So, okay, that's your area. So basically, you are less likely than most to act out sinfully in dark moments, which is good. That's a good area of virtue. Now we're going to do your area of free will. That means you are fully responsible. You're exactly average as everybody about your temptation here, so you have to be fully responsible for it. King of Pence. It's your area of free will. Let's see what it's all about. King of Pence. I just wait for a second. Probably. There it is. Okay. Maturity, grounded, bettering yourself, stability, cautious, seeing things through the end. So you're going to have to apply a little bit of your own SE. Somebody with fourth slot FE has a bit of an SE problem, maybe. You're going to have to see things through to the end. That's follow through, young man. That's follow through, okay? I don't want you quitting midstream. That's your area of free will. Anybody else wants this thing? Anybody else want any of these things? I like the idea of having a 24-hour live stream channel where I do live streaming. Most of the, like, whenever I'm not live streaming, somebody else takes over and it just goes all the time. That'd be great. That sounds hard to set up. CJ O'Connell would like a vice virtue free will. Okay, CJ, here you go. Your vice. Too much ice cream? That's not so bad. Ace of Pentacles. That's your vice. Your virtue. The virtue of CJ O'Connell can be found in this tarot card right here. CJ, one thing that you and I have in common is we are virtuous to our inner lady. Me too. Inside of me is a pregnant woman just bursting to get out. Okay, now your free will card. Here you go. This one you have to be careful. You got to do your shit. You got to pull your weight. You got to do your thing. You got to do your man. You got to use all 9 of your sticks. What is, you know what, Stephen Rain? I want the TWFB movie to be a combination of Beaches, The Notebook, and Dying Young. I'm glad, 1, 2, 3. Ongoing battle, fatigue, strength of will, nearly there, close. Okay, so in other words, CJ O'Connell, you're an ENFP, right? If you are, then what that tells you is you have the same problem ENFPs have. You can get like 3/4 of the way through something, but if you can't quite see the light at the end of the tunnel after 3/4 of the way, you have a tendency to just say, fuck it, and just leave it like that. Don't do that. That's what that card's saying. Don't do that. Just push through. You got just a little bit more. I know you can't see the end of the tunnel. You just go ahead and fucking do. You push through. Just do the SE shit, and yeah, you know. You don't enrage anybody, Joel Nathan Henry. Just because I disagree with you sometimes, or say no, that's wrong, doesn't mean I'm enraged or that I don't like you or anything. It just means you're probably right. You probably don't use TI and you're making some things that don't validate it on a TI level. And that's okay. Anybody else wants these things? Anybody else wants some things? 1, 2, 3, same here, G. I'd enjoy a reading this SRB. SRB, what kind of reading do you want? You want your vice virtue, free will. You want your body, heart, mind, mind, or you want your unlucky, lucky, make your own luck. Which one do you want, SRB, Sean Ryan Barron? You tell me. Dick Wolf. I'm a bit of a dick wolf, you know. All right. The first option, body, heart, mind, or no, it was vice, virtue, free will. Here you go. I'm going to do both of them for you, Sean, Ryan, Barron. First one we're going to do is vice, virtue, free will. Here you go. Piao, vice. Your vice is being judgmental. Stop being so judgmental, Sean, Ryan, Barron. Your virtue. Your virtue. Your virtue is 8 pentacles. I think that means you become a cobbler and make shoes in a workshop. That's your virtue. Stephen Rain, your free will. You got to balance your shit, dog. You got to pay those bills. You got to do your shit. You got to go say, I'm sorry, I broke your mailbox. So that's your free will. That's everybody's free will ever. This seems like my free will area too. It's like, this is what I know I got to do and should do. And I sometimes neglect it so much that I'm engaged in sort of wickedness. And sometimes I do a good job and I'm engaged in kind of goodness. It's like you can have both positive and negative moral applications in this one, positive ones in this one, and negative ones in this one. You know? Okay. Now, Sean, Ryan, Barron, I'm going to do the one I like better. The one I like to do best of these little things here is not the virtue, vice, free will. It's not the unlucky, lucky, make your own luck. It's body, heart, mind. Here you go, body. This is your body, Sean, Ryan, Barron. Justice. Your body is just. And your heart is a star. Congratulations. Your heart has got it. It's the star of this movie. Now, your mind, Sean, Ryan, Barron. SRB gets 2 things on his mind. There's only 2 things on Sean, Ryan, Barron's mind, okay? First thing on his mind, death. Okay, you only think about 2 things, Sean, Ryan, Barron. You think about death. What else you think about? You also think about Eight Cups. I don't remember what that one is. Death and taxes? Is that what you think about? Death and taxes? Basically, it says, my body, yeah, it's fine. I'm fine. I got a good enough deal with the body here. It seems to do its job. I'm right kind of, it's fair. I don't feel like I was denied, tall enoughness or short enoughness or fat enough or thing. I feel fine. But I'm also not thrilled with my body. I'm not like I didn't win the genetic lottery or anything. That's you and your body. But it doesn't matter what my body is because I'm Sean, Ryan, Barron, and in my heart of hearts, I know I'm a star. That's me. Look at me. You can tell I'm a star. See that wistful, distant look in my eyes? That's the look of a genius. But in your mind, say, well, being a star makes me wonder, when's it all going to end? When will it all end? Because that's the end of me, and that's death. I could worry about it all day long, but you know what? I'm just going to walk away. I'm just going to let that go. I'm going to focus on my music, my heart, and my adequate but unspectacular body. And that's Sean, Ryan, Barron in a nutshell. That's him. Who else wants that? Body tarot? 123 wants to be body tarot? Okay. I didn't body tarot you yet? Okay, I'll body tarot you. Oh, so it was a metaphorical death. Okay. Fine. Fair enough. 123, this is your body. Strength. Wow, you're strong, 123. Strong enough to sit and have team crumpets with a lion. This doesn't work. I don't do this one by years. This is a permanent NI thing, okay? I'm sure it is, yeah. Now, this is your heart, 1, 2, 3. My heart's a page of pentacles. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm youthful. I'm youthful and pentacly. Okay, now, here you go. Oh, this is first thing on your mind. Fell out. First thing on your mind is 7 swords. So your heart's dependable, you know? It's not super ambitious, but it's dependable. Your mind, you've got 7 swords. And what's the other thing you've got in your mind? Oh, you're worried about somebody betraying you, a friend. Maybe you're considering betraying somebody else, even. I don't know. You're worried that, I don't know if Joe's really good for me. This is the other thing in your mind. Random shit. Oh, that's right. You're an Edom. I wonder. Fucking Joe. I'm worried about Joe again. I wonder if pigs can. That's your going on in your mind, okay? Random shit. Random shit is in your head. Okay, Matthew, Alistair. Your body. Did I do your body yet? Matthew's body is the King of Wands. Oh, yeah. Come here, baby. I want you to meet the King of Wands. That's Matthew's body. Matthew's heart is filled with chariots. Matthew's heart's always going somewhere new. That's FI tool function for you. He's just a spirited young lad who's bouncing all over the place with his heart. Now, next, what in the world is going on in Matthew's mind? Hot chick, okay, sure, naturally. That's going to be going on in anybody's mind. Hot chick, naturally. Matthew's thinking about hot chick number 1, Queen of Pentacles. Man, I want to get on that Queen of Pentacles. That's what's in Matthew's head right now. And also, oh, I'm sorry. I got Queen of Pentacles. No, you're thinking about being mature and grounded. My mistake. Being no nonsense. You're saying, Matthew, I'm tired of your own nonsense, Matthew. I'm going to de-nonsense myself. That's what's going on in your head. I was wrong with that hot chick. Probably the next one's hot chick, I'm guessing, because you have 2 things in your head. Just bless this mess. If anyone asks, we're a nice, normal family. Okay. This is Matthew. What's the King of Wands? Let me go up and see. My body is made to hump, okay? This is Matthew. My body is made to hump. My heart will never be satisfied. It's a restless butterfly fluttering around everywhere, landing on flower after flower. My mind, I'm a star, but I kind of know I need to be a little bit more mature about my mind. So I kind of think to myself, chill out, Matthew. You can do this. That's the Queen of Pentacles thought. But the other part of me says, but fuck it, Matthew, because you're a star, dog. That part more comes out when you're a little bit deeper in your cups, probably. Not saying you're not a star, Matthew. You are a star. You're a star in a constellation called My Heart. Kankan Krishna Sarmapagu would like one? Which kind would she want? Remember, you've got 3 choices, Kankan Krishna Sarmapagu. You got body, heart, mind, vice virtue, free will, or unlucky, lucky, make your own luck. Which one do you want? Do you want the body? Do you want the luck? Or do you want the morality? Physicality, morality, or randomness? Which do you want? All of them? Okay. All right, King Krishna Sarmapagu. Since you've got the best name, you can have all of them. Here you go. Your body. Your body is made for 2. Ooh la la. Somebody's looking for her soulmate to put his sausage in her sausage bun. Okay, that's your body. You're gonna pop out babies, it says basically. You are ready to be impregnated, King Krishna Sarma Prabhu. Let's do the job right now. This is your heart. Your heart has 6 swords. I always have to turn it around to read the Roman numerals. I can't read the Roman numerals very quickly in reverse mirror, you know. It should be easy enough, but I always turn around and double check, you know. Okay, now we've identified King Krishna's body. It's the 2 of Cups. That's the soulmate card. And we've identified her heart. That's the 6 of Swords. Her heart's healing. It's always moving forward. It's calm. It's overcoming hardship. You know, in King Krishna Sarma Prabhu, shit happens, and she is undaunted, unbloodied, and unbowed. She is King Krishna Sarma Prabhu, okay? Now, what does King Krishna Sarma Prabhu think of in her mind? She's got 2 thoughts in her mind. The first one is this. A handsome young lad. I wonder if this handsome young lad turns into this mature and bearded, sexy stud guy. Maybe. Okay. Page of Pence is one thing you're thinking about. And the other thing you're thinking about, this one popped right out, is this guy. Page of Swords. Could it be that King Krishna's heart is conflicted over 2 different suitors? 2 young men come a court, and King Krishna Sarma Prabhu is not sure which she should choose. You're going to go for a weed break with a junior boyfriend. What's a weed break? So which one's the junior boyfriend? Is it the Pentacles guy or the Swords guy? Look, the Pentacle guy will give you a circle, but Swords guy has a sword. So he's obviously cooler. So true. It's confused. Okay, now, next up for King Krishna Sarma Prabhu is, of course, her virtue. I'm sorry, her vice, her virtue, and her free will. Here's your area of wickedness, Can. I can interpret this in 2 different ways. It could be there's a flashy young magician out there who's trying to woo you, and you are susceptible to wickedness, and by letting him hump you when you know better, because he's kind of a scad, right? Could mean that, or could be when you try to be too efficacious rather than taking what the game gives you, so to speak, then you cause some problems. You got to use that NI. Don't try to be all NE on shit, is what we might be saying, right? Okay, now, your virtue. You are a very good girl when it comes to 7 Pentacles. I think it means you take good care of your plants. And when it comes to you not being inherently good or bad, but having to apply yourself and your moral agency directly and not rely on your nature to deal with things, your free will area, well, that's 4 sticks. 4 sticks. So your virtue area is patience, planning, taking stock. Your vice area is trying to do magic, trying to force shit. That makes perfect sense. Whereas like my virtue area would probably be trying to force shit. And my vice area wouldn't be patience, but it would be like also trying to force shit too much, you know? And then your area of free will means, listen, King Krishna Sarma Prabhu, don't be one of those INFJs who everybody likes, but who secretly hates everybody. Be one of those INFJs who everybody likes and who thinks it's more important to make them think she likes them than to reveal the truth. Thanks, King Krishna Sarma Prabhu. And I am going to do one more for you. It's your unlucky. It's your unlucky, lucky, make your own luck. Okay. So first, unlucky King Krishna Sarma Prabhu is unlucky in this area. Oh, the same one you got before. This one. You're unlucky in this area. What did we say this one was before? It was the area of virtue. So you're virtuous about it, but shit doesn't necessarily play out well for you, okay? I mean, just because you're virtuous about it doesn't mean it serves your interests. Okay, now, and I don't think that's true either. I don't think Audrey Hepburn was ever in any concentration camp. I read that. I was like, what? I immediately started running Audrey Hepburn jokes with her. Now, listen here. You Nazis need to. All right, here we go. Your lucky area. This is where things just seem to go your way. Who knows why? The Emperor. Emperor is a lucky area for you. I got to wait and see what Octavio says the Emperor says. I'm not sure, but that's a lucky area. Mr. Emperor guy there. I think it's basically like masculine energy. You're lucky in love, I guess. You're lucky in finding the schlong you want. Oh, I see. You're lucky in getting guys to take care of you. Okay? That's what that means. It'll be your father, and then it'll be your husband or whatever. So you don't got to worry. A guy will always take care of you. Now, make your own luck. This one you can't rely on any luck, but you can also anticipate no especially bad luck. So that's a good thing. Here we go. This one. 5 Pentacles. I'll have to see what that one says. Yeah, my longest urine stream is over 7 miles. So different units of measurement. Okay, so yeah, you got when shit's stacked up against you, you got to make your own luck. You can't just wait it out. That's the thing, King Krishna Sarma Pagu. Because you are an NI Dom, you have a propensity to sometimes try to wait shit out too much, try to know too much before you act, rather than just sort of half-assing it like a normal person. So that is an area where you can apply your free will to maximize your goodness in your life by remembering, don't just try to wait for shit to happen. Make it happen sometimes. But also, you can be lucky. You're going to have a male to take care of you. And also, remember, the first one says the same thing as the last one, basically. Hey, you can fuck up if you're not patient enough, but you can also fuck up if you're too patient. So just be constantly nervous, okay, about doing it wrong. That's what it's saying. Just constantly be nervous that you're doing it wrong and you should be fine. So did Audrey Hepburn really, was she really in a concentration camp? Oh, that's a Catherine Hepburn. Okay, whatever. Same different. Was she even Jewish, Audrey Hepburn? Here, this is where you find such a man. This popped out for you in response to that question. Seriously. You're looking for a magician. Well, obviously, King Christian Star Pagoo. If you're an INFJ, what do you need? A motherfucking ENTP. This is me, this card. Rachel's the fool. She identifies as the fool card, which he totally is. Which is it's got kind of a derogatory sounding name. There's nothing wrong with that card, the fool card. I like it a lot. I really self-identify mostly as the magician in any tarot deck. Not as the King of Swords, not as the magician. I don't know why. I just see it and I go, that's me. And this Temperance is another card that I pulled out. Okay, good. So now that everybody's future and so forth or whatever has been told with the Caro, and we've been going on for, it's 8:21. It's 5 hours and 30-minute live stream, huh? That's pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Was she even Jewish, Audrey Hepburn? I mean, they didn't just put Jews in the camps. They put gypsies and homosexuals. But the thing is, what was her thing that they put her there for? I should get something to drink. what you do for work, CJ. He participates in the live stream and hangs out with me mostly. It's not a very well-paying job, but it's a time-consuming job for sure. I only played GTA 5, and I still play GTA all the time online. Smuffa. Those are the real questions. Wow, these are the real questions. What lie? What am I lying about? My cake? I didn't lie about cake. I do love cake. I'm not lying. It's one of the most flavorful of the sweet foods. Sweetmeats. Can I have a pudding full of sweetmeats? You know sweetmeats are glands, don't you? I love a good gland. Who likes to eat glands? Why would anybody eat sweetmeats anyway? You know what's cool, Hambone, is I thought it might be a reference, but I didn't know what it was exactly. If you're talking to me. Or are you talking to 123? She was Romanian, but they reformed her successfully. That's why she wasn't killed in the camps. They successfully concentrated the Romanian out of her, you know? That's why they're called concentration, because people have long assumed that if you concentrate hard enough, you can, say, pray the gay away or concentrate the Judaism out of somebody or whatever, It was a terrible idea, obviously, but that's why they're called concentration. Because it requires a lot of concentration to stay alive in one. Oh, don't worry, Jimmy. You're not going to any camp. You're going to a concentration camp. What's that? Well, it's a place where you'll learn to concentrate very hard if you want to stay alive. It's kind of like a game, except it's filled with despair and suffering. Mommy, the doctor diagnosed me with ADHD. Well then, dear, we're going to have to send you to the concentration camp this summer. There, you can learn to concentrate. I don't think that's what a concentration camp is, Mommy. Oh, well, of course it is. Why else would it be called a concentration camp? Okay, so I've done a little bit more research. It turns out Audrey Hepburn wasn't in the concentration camp, but she did, after World War II, she did send her child, Katharine Hepburn, to a concentration camp to treat her ADHD. That's where the confusion came from. Of course, neither Catherine nor Audrey knew that this concentration camp was not to help people concentrate better, you know? When her mom came to get her at the end of the summer, she was just skin and bones, nearly starved to death. That's when she started talking like that. I can't believe you sent me to this camp, Mother. So I saw the ads for them during World War II, and they seemed so appealing. I mean, obviously it's a place for smart people. They were filled with Jews. So yeah. Why did they call them concentration camps, Horse Mumbler? Because they were helping the Cubans to concentrate? Or because they were concentrating the Cubans all in one area? If so, they really should have called that Cuban peon distillation. I'd prefer to use the word distill rather than concentrate, if that's the case. He did? He's dead? I don't remember hearing about that. Oh, God. That explains it. Okay. That makes sense. I guess the estate claimed that they weren't responsible for that part of the contract. I guess not. Okay, whatever. You know, contract law, inheritance taxes, and all that kind of shit. It's understandable. Okay. CJ O'Connell. Just very basic, like setting up mics, setting up cameras, recording, etc. Are you saying things that Eric needs to learn? True. I can see that. Yes, those are things I need to learn. Basic things, like how to speak, record things, have microphones. This is the doorway to my heart. I was going to end it, and then I thought, you know what? I'm going to play a couple songs on the guitar first. Maybe I can get to 6 hours just for kicks. Yeah, it does. It because, look, you can't undergo a summer camp's worth of basically malnutrition and torture without developing a couple of tics. And that's what Katharine Hepburn did. She never lost that quaver in her voice. She was always afraid of the stormtroopers barging into her cell in the middle of the night. So anyway, I'm going to pull a couple of bowls, and then I'm going to play a little bit of the guitar here. Catherine of Aragon. She was sometimes called Catherine Aragon of Virtue. She never stopped cheering. She spent the whole summer cold. The only blanket they gave her was made from the flesh of another camper who had met her demise, Ever since when she said she wants a blanket, she says, "Can I have another sheet of skin?" Hambone! Like that. You get off of my lawn, Hambone. You know the rules. When walking up to my front door, you step on the stepping stones. Do not touch any grass. That's how grass gets trampled. ISTJ vanilla, ESFJ cookie dough, ESTJ coffee, INTP mint chocolate chip, ISTP rocky road, ENTP moose tracks, ISFJ cookies and cream, ENTJ chocolate, INTJ dark chocolate, ENFP strawberry, ESTP Neapolitan are all suggestions for channels to compete with INFP coffee. Right? Oh, wait, or those flavors of ice cream. Hambone, I am so tired of stepping on your flaming poo. A lot of corrections. Look, CJ, corrections aren't stupid. They're smart. Can have you make music videos? I want somebody to produce the music video I've described for the rapper Grindy Peps, where he's got, he's Flavor Flav basically, sort of. He's got kind of the Adidas tracksuit stuff. The whole Flavor Flav thing is he's got a chain, but instead of a clock on it, he's got a big ass pepper grinder. And in his signature video, it's like the camera's down here, it's on a track. It's walking with him, right? It's a long room. And as he's walking, rap women in bikinis are crisscrossing in front of him, each carrying a plate of salad. He's rapping. He's not looking at the chicks or the salads at all, but he's walking and rapping. Bah, 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 bah. And as he's doing it, every second or fourth beat or whatever, a little bit of pepper on one. And every time he does it, he hits one of those chicks' salads just perfectly, not even looking. He's just peppering all the salads. And all these chicks are walking around with their big old booties and big old boobies. And every time they get a pepper on it, so they're like, yeah, they're so happy about it, They wiggle a little bit. And he's got so many rap girls there that the whole song lasts about 3 minutes. The whole video, by the end of it, he has peppered 132 different salads, each held by a different rap girl. Now, it needs to be a one-shot video. So he's going to need to practice it a lot because he's going to need to actually nail it. If he misses one of the salads, there's no way to go back and fix that. It's all one shot. Okay? Just like that band, OK Go. After that, sales of pepper grinders and requests for pepper on salads at restaurants will skyrocket. Okay, good. Thank you, Octavio. We just need to find the rapper, the guy. We need to find a guy who doesn't really have to have any talent or anything, because he's just going to lip sync mostly. But he looks like a rapper, okay? Remember, we have to have a visor for him, and he's going to wear it to the side in a jaunty fashion and say, boy. Now, what I want to do is get some kind of link with the pepper grinder industry and peppercorns. What is the name of that company that makes those things of peppercorns all the time, like Shilling or something? It's like a spice company. I want to get a deal set up with them. And, in the video, we'll obviously all the Adidas logos and stuff, we've got to blur them out because you can't have those. But I tell you what, we're not going to blur out the logo on that pepper thing because we'll have a deal with them. This is product placement. And then, we'll roll out the plan. So within a year after this video, he's going to be making commercials saying, dog, you know what it's like to have shit that's bland, ain't no good. That's why I got to put some pepper on it. Shilling brand pepper, the most delicious. Making it rain pepper in the club. I like that idea, 1, 2, 3. Grindy Peps makes it rain pepper in the club. For sure. Basically, he goes to put a dollar bill in the girl's G-string. Instead, he just, yeah, boy, a little pepper down there, baby. And she's like, hey, that's not money. It's okay, baby. It's worth more money. It's Grindy Peps pepper. You taste it now, girl. That's some soul food. That's one of his lines. Grindy Peps, like one of his trademark lines at the end. At the end of every song, you hear this, and he goes, now that's some soul food. Pepper. He just says pepper periodically, too. Or peps. It's like his word for like word or yeah, boy. He's got yeah, boy, of course. He's got what? But he's also got pepper. He just says it randomly as like a exclamation. Hey, do you like that movie Home Alone? Peppa. Or sometimes you won't even say that. You just be like, and people know. So now would be a good time to buy pepper stalks, obviously. Grindy Peps is a North Korean, but nobody's been able to identify him as such. They all thought he was, a crack dealer from the gritty streets of Detroit or Chicago or something. He looks just like it. But eventually it becomes revealed that he is in fact North Korean because he goes through security one day and the metal detector goes off. And when they look, it just turns out his body is riddled with parasites, which have metal in them because they've eaten all the human feces that they use as fertilizer there, which itself is filled with heavy metals because of the lack of environmental protection. So ultimately, he ended up dying from his parasite infestation. But the good news is we own the rights to all of his stuff. So he never owned it anyway. He didn't know anything about ownership because he's from North Korea. So we were able to kind of maneuver that one. If you do, tell me how much better you feel in a live stream weeks from now. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? One, two, three? He's talking to me and Becky? I don't think so. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to talk to me and Becky with one thing, because the only way you could talk to me and Becky, you have to say exactly opposite things to each person. It's not like there's a conflict between me and Becky. It's, Becky's done bad stuff and I call her out on it. So yeah. We should have guessed he was North Korean because he came with one of the squad of North Korean cheerleaders. And he said he just met him outside the 7-Eleven. I never believed it. I should have realized it. Especially when all the North Korean cheerleaders started dying of parasite infestations. Oh, okay. Right. Sure. Ancient Korean mining technique. Create hundreds of thousands of political prisoners and force them to eat the dirt you want to mine. That's the quickest way to get metal. Then you use their poop as fertilizer, and then when the people eat the food, you just use them as bullets because they're full of metal. That's why if you get shot in North Korea, you're likely to have a North Korean body hurling at you at high speed. If you got to go to Mars with SpaceX in 2030, would you? Anyone? No. If I was invited and encouraged to go to Mars, I would say, no, thank you. Why do I want to go there? What's there? Is there like a good restaurant I'm going to go there to? Or is there comfort, ease, and civilization there? I'm pretty sure no. So no, I'm not going to Mars. Maybe Joel Nathan Henry wants to go to Mars. He might enjoy Mars. Maybe Cloud would enjoy Mars. Maybe Octavia Silver, you're not going to make it on Mars. I can tell you. As soon as you get there, you're going to be like, I've changed my mind. I want to go home. So no, you don't get to go to Mars. Stephen Rain, I don't know. Maybe you like Mars, maybe not. Hard to say. CJ O'Connell, you can go to Mars briefly, but then you got to come back because you're not going to last long there. I can tell. Hambone, I'm not sending you to Mars because nothing would change. Exactly what you're saying. You'd have to spend a whole lot of time getting to Mars and setting up your computer and finding an outlet. It's hard to find outlets on Mars. And then once you got that set up, it'd just be exactly the same as you being on Earth. So you might as well just stay here. Oh, don't you want to come out and see the Martian sunset, Handman? No, I'm on the computer. But it's Mars. I know. That's why it's, I kind of feel a little lighter than usual because of lower gravity, but fortunately, I don't pay any attention to that shit. You'd go to Mars, you don't belong here anyway. Why do you say you don't belong here, Stephen Rain? Why do you say that? Do you feel ostracized by people or disliked by people? Do you feel as though you've got a lot of bad luck or that you don't have a niche in which you can fit? I'm curious. One thing I'm curious about is Maroon 5, the guy who's the lead singer of that, Adam from The Voice, but what's his last name? Anybody know? I don't know. Adam something. He's an interesting guy. He's a pretty good songwriter. And I'm pretty sure he's a censor. Probably SFP, but maybe NFP. I'm not sure. Adam Levine. Okay, yeah. I heard there's a few Maroon 5 songs that I like. I think, hey, that's a pretty good composition. I heard one when I was at Hookburger today. And he gives me unnuanced, self-satisfied vibes, which is a little different. Unnuanced, self-satisfied can lead to careless narcissism, but it's not really narcissistic. He's satisfied with himself in a way that's not particularly nuanced. Like, he never worries about somebody else correctly intuiting little inadequacies in what he's doing or the limits of what he's doing or kind of the schmooziness or whatever, because he's not intuitive and he doesn't care. He might be an INFP. I think he's an SFP. I think he's an ESFP probably, but he's a good songwriter, which this is mostly why I'm curious about him or interested in the thing, is that I don't think of SFPs as having that much access to decent NI, and he's got some decent NI in some of his songs. So, I think he's basically an ESFP who has well-developed fourth slot NI and who's using demonstrative NE to come up with, he's using eighth slot NE to support his SE. In other words, he's creating to be a rock star, and he will continue to generate things as he needs to be a rock star, whatever. But in general, I have to say, pretty good. Maroon 5's pretty good, and he's got some good songs, and he's got some good instincts. I don't think the arrangement instincts are very good, but his melodic instincts are pretty good. That's maybe the best ESFP musician I can think of off the top of my head. Now, look, Octavio Silva, I want to tell you the key to treating mental illnesses like OCD. You just got to keep on double checking. If you double check, triple check, quadruple check, quintuple check. It's the only way you're ever going to solve OCD. I used to have a crush on him until he bored me with his ego. Well, that's the thing is, okay, look, I don't know. I think he's ESFP. I don't think he's an ENFP. So the thing is, I get what you're saying there, Zandy, which is when you're interacting with other people, right? You've got there's a lot of different sort of sheaths of identity you can approach it with. So when I go FE, I'm well aware of how and when that FE might be seen as disingenuous. So if I'm going to be effusive in praise, for example, it's probably going to just totally be a naturally occurring thing. Like something really shocks me in the moment. I go, wow, that's really fucking good. Like that. Or I'll do it in a nuanced way to let them know that I'm genuinely effusive in my praise, but I want them to understand that I'm serious. I'm not just blowing smoke up their ass, or I wouldn't say anything, And so the way I talk to people that I'm communicating with about things I like about them is much more successful than the way he does, because every time he's engaging with somebody, he's doing a lot of eye contact and like, you are the, like a lot of this really demonstrative FE kind of intensity thing. And for intuitives, that feels so clumsy. I think for sensors, they eat it up probably if they're the recipient of it. If an intuitive's the recipient of it, it feels really clumsy. Like this guy's expecting me to just jump right into this frame with him and play along. And I'm not buying it. Of course, a smart intuitive will play along anyway, but it's like it causes you to lose respect for the guy. People, this is the most important thing to me, is that for other people, as far as other people's perceptions of me, it would be that people get that I can engage with them on as nuanced a level as they want to engage on, and we'll try to match or just equal them in that regard as to how they're talking. So, like when I do talk to sort of like my ex-wife's family, sensors, all of them, just Candace, her dad, her mom, her sister, her brother, is a bunch of very sensory sensors. And, when I went over there and we had conversations, I would try to talk about their shit in their boring way because that's what I'm supposed to do, whatever. But that's my take on Adam Levine's personality and ego, is that he's probably not that egotistical, actually, but he's clumsy. From an intuitive perspective, his personality is clumsy. Oh, it's over 6 hours now. I think there might even be like a time limit on these things. Like they chop you off at 8 hours or something. I don't know. Like Adam Levine thinks when he's expressing appreciation of a third party or another person, that he's also getting credit for not being egotistical. But that's not the case. It doesn't work like that, and that's what I mean by non-nuanced. Well said. Sensors metaphysically trip over themselves. But don't feel insulted, sensors. Intuitives trip over themselves. They actually trip over themselves. Now, you tell me which is better or worse. I don't know. It's like sensors think tripping over yourself actually is worse than metaphysically tripping over yourself. Intuitives don't care if they fall in a big pile of mud as long as they don't say the wrong thing. At least my kind of intuitives. I mean, I do think that in general, ENTJs, when we talk about intuitives, we should sort of not include ENTJs almost, because they don't, for a lot of these things, they don't play like intuitives very much. And we could include some ESTPs instead. It's like ESTPs are more like intuitives than ENTJs a lot of time. I am still live, Jay Kerwitz. Still live. Still live, but probably, it's funny. It's like I'm sort of running out of steam, I guess. But does walking help ENTPs think? I don't need to walk to think. But it is the case that sometimes I get restless being in a place, but then doesn't link to my thinking. It is true, I guess, if I'm thinking hard about something, I'll walk away from other people. If something requires a lot of hard thinking, like I don't want anybody to talk to me or anything. And also, I don't really want anybody to see me. So I'm doing really hard thinking. I'm going, like, I'm trying to do really hard TI shit. Like, okay, but if this goes, and people go, like, what do you do? People will say, why, what are you saying? What are you talking to yourself about or something? I don't want to be interrupted. So, but that's just when I'm really thinking super hard about something. The other thing that happens when I'm really thinking super hard about something is I can't get off on the proper exit on the freeway. I just drive right past my exit and that kind of stupid shit, It's frustrating. Right. STPs would be more like intuitives because TIFENI in the front four is somehow fundamentally more intuitive than TENISEFI. They got three physical functions. The only intuitive function they have, the only universal function they have is in the tool function, which means instrumental. And their absolute value of SE is the most physical absolute value you could have. So that's why and STPs seem more intuitive-like than ENTJs. Not more intuitive-like than INTJs because NI-DOM makes a huge difference. Then is both an absolute value and the metaframe for INTJs, and as a consequence, they are intuitives first and foremost. And their third slot is not. They're not valuing such a external physical function as FI in the third. It's their physicality is less on display to other people because it's internalized. I need a break. A break from what, Eric? You're not doing anything. It's like this is when I need to walk around. What's your name again? Rebecca Talibi. This is when I need to walk around is not because of any reason except I've been here too long. So I'm going to get up and walk around in a second. I'm going to pull this bowl. I'm going to get up. I'm going to walk outside. I'm going to feel the cold air on my face. I might stretch a little bit. Then I'm going to come back in here and decide what I'm going to do with this thing. It's strange because I don't want to leave the live stream because as soon as I leave the live stream, I will be alone. But I want to be alone kind of because certain things I like to play, like make music or make videos, certain things. So I'm kind of playing that I have to be alone. But I'm not sure if I really want to play any of those productive things right now, because I may end up trying to go to bed at a reasonable hour here tonight, like midnight or so. And at that point, I'm not sure how much gumption I have to actually accomplish anything creatively inspired. So you can see the rock and the hard place between which I sit. Oh, I hate it when that happens. So I'm pulling, assuming the clogging is in here, right? But the clog's in this part. So I'm never going to pull it through. You got to poke that part with your poker. Push down all the resin into the water. Oh, yeah. That's good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There. Now my bong and I have had sexual intercourse. Oh, hey, I forgot to mention I got to see my old Japanese friend Manuki the other day. Cool lady. We were having lunch. I said, how's it going, Manuki? Of course, she said, so I was like, what's up with you Japanese ladies and that sound you make? It seems like we used to have regular conversations. Is this a new thing? And she was just like, uh-huh. Am I scaring or hurting you in some way? I wasn't really doing anything to her. If I could tell, she was just having her soup and her soda, and I was sitting across the table. Am I scaring you or hurting you? And all she could say was just be like, like that. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that chick. Although I did hear from one guy that she started doing porn. So maybe that's it. You sound like somebody's really tearing you up there, Sakura. But you know what? I saw your partner here, Yoshobi, as he was entering, and he's not tearing you up, lady. Okay, those sounds. No. Those are not authentic sounds, lady. Those are inauthentic sounds. Gastras. No. Why doesn't molten fungus grow in bongs? Why not? I'll tell you why. Because the healing, purifying power of marijuana means that this old bong water is cleaner than distilled water. I could distill this water 100,000 times. And it would get ever less clean than it is now. By the end of 100,000 distillations, it would be absolutely filthy. Where is my weed anyway? What am I looking for? Weed, right. Here it is. Now I've got it poked out, so you have plenty of room for the smoke to go through. Mold still needs a food source, which is generally a carbohydrate of some sort, like wood or spilled wine, etc. So no. What I recommend to people, and people pay me $30 an ounce for this water, they use it in their neti pots. I think you're correct, Rebecca. I think, I wouldn't say a majority, but at least probably half of all intuitives quote unquote, are actually sensors. "12 a.m. song record." Is this you? Is this you singing? Oh, I can't push that. I forgot. Copy link address. I will copy that address. Oh, is it? I don't want to get a copyright violation. So if it's not your song, if it's some artist's song, I can't play it on the live stream. I could listen to it now and mute here, like I did with that other song. Look, you don't want to drink bong water. Most of all, you do not want to spill it in your room because it has got to be. It's like there's got hemp's used for a lot of things for reasons, right? So there's not many things in the world that could create so persistent and potent a smell as bong water. Bong water is absolutely awful. You know, it's like the worst thing ever. You just don't want any of it anywhere near you. Well, 1, 2, 3. Note what listen though, but note what Octavio Silva said about bacteria and stuff needing a food source. The truth is, life started on this planet when somebody dropped a piece of cheese into some bong water. That's how the mold started. Without the cheese, no life can start. Or wood, it says, wood could be fine. Of course, that's to be a tree before there's any wood, but, that's why cheese is what started it in the bong water. Eric, literally, it's like bizarre. What is? How life started in bong water? God dropped the cheese. Yeah, right. People think God created the earth. God oopsed the earth. He tried to grab it. He dropped it. It fell from the cloud. It was almost down to the ground, but God had very long arms. So swooped down, ninja it, but hit him right here on like the tip of his finger and just bounced off and into the bong water. He was going to fish it up. He's just like, fuck it. It'll biodegrade. Before plants and animals, there were giant mushroom forests. What was there before giant mushroom forests? Just nothing? Just bong water and cheese? Yeah, it is absurd. It's weird. See, weed has got weird qualities to it, Like resin is incredibly sticky and hard to get off of shit. You get resin on your fingers, you'll be washing your hands for fucking hours getting that shit off. I'm not biodegradable, 1, 2, 3. I've eaten plenty of preservatives, like every good thinking American. It kind of smells like truth too, though, Gostras. You should point that out. It is outrageous. It's nutty. But the funny thing is, as long as it's safely contained within the bong, you never really smell it. One drop of it spills out of the bong, your room smells like bong water for weeks. It's weird. It's like a magical thing, This substance obviously has magical qualities to it that do weird things to other things, Bong water. Okay, let me try it. First, I'm going to do it the way you said it, then I'm going to follow your instruction. Bong water smells kind of like stagnant swamp water. Take the is out. Bong water smells kind of like stagnant swamp water. Oh, you're right. That is much better. That is so much better. It's so much better than what the is there. Goss draws excellent comparison. Stagnant swamp water? I would call it more. It kind of smells like like kind of like a wood chipper, like a combination of woodiness with some like diesel exhaust and excessively loudness, kind of like that. I was gonna take a break and then play the guitar, but I still got stuck on the smoking weed part. I'm not quite done with that part yet, I guess. That tends to happen. You can get stuck smoking weed. One thing I'm really happy about with this live stream, and probably the one big takeaway from the live stream, I finally have an additional word to include to my package of feelings-related words linking to moisture. I will, 1, 2, 3, just chill out. I've always had moisture, dampness. I started with moisture, got to dampness, got to wetness, of course, saline, dew, wetness. But today I discovered, shocked I haven't dug it up yet, but seepage. Yes, of course, seepage. What a great word for moisture. Okay, look, you need to stop sopping up your seepage. This is a good way to say get out of your feelings. Dry your towelette means apply your logic. And fill your mouth full of desert sand. That means punish yourself for feelings. I tell you what, after this bong rip, I'm going to empty the bong out. That's going to require me at some point before I pull another bong rip to add more water. So that's how I'm going to change the bong water. What I will do is I'm going to pour this bong water into this little glass thing here so I can show you what it looks like. I would guess the last time I cleaned this bong was before Rachel left and I left for Hawaii. Probably around when Rachel got here. Probably when she first got here, I was like, oh, I'm going to change the bong water since you're here. That'd be my guess. Rinse this thing out. This is a canister that Rachel and I got in Oakland at the best weed store ever, the Anthropology of Weed Stores. We got this King's Garden, King's Cake stuff. Thank you. And this glass container now is going to show you what my bong water looks like. I can't quite seem to, this is not a sticker, so I can't pull it off. So you'll have to look through there. Yes, I am Arif. I've decided I'm Arif with any consonant after it. Let's look at it. That's juicy. That's good and juicy. Looks like ink. Let's go pour it out in the sink. Actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to take you to the sink. So this is as good as it's going to get. It's pretty gross. Once you pour it out in this, you're like, oh, that's a little ripe. That is a little ripe. Yeah. Honey, can you fetch me one of the bath bombs? Bring this and toss it into the bath. Here you go, sweetie. What in the world was that you put in my bath? You said you wanted a bath bomb. You said you wanted a bath bomb. A bath bomb? I said a bath bomb. Oh, my bad. I thought you said bath bomb. I thought you meant you wanted to bathe in bong water. You need to be more specific. Yeah, it's pretty thick, you know. See, I don't like to think of it as not changing my bong water. I like to think of it as being, you know, serious in my commitment to the existing bong water. I'm not just going to give up on some bong water at a moment's notice. I'm going to give it plenty of chances to succeed. What am I looking for? The bong now. Right. They didn't pour out all of the bong water. Ooh, that's the juicy bit right there. All those little nuggety nugs. Nuggety nugs of resiny goodness. Ew, Eric, ew. You're so gross. Why did you lick that? I didn't. I didn't lick it. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. God. Eric traveled across the room, there from the sofa to here, expecting to be easily able to fill the bong. But when he got there, what he discovered was this very small sink. Undaunted, the clever Eric used a canister and filled it up with water, thereby solving the bong problem once and for all. I've been David Attenborough. Thank you for joining us tonight. Well, you really gotta shake it around. There's always more good you see when you do it, you know? That's why you gotta shake it around. That was the same advice that led Miley Cyrus to a career in twerking. Someone told her one day, you gotta shake it around. Trying to explain to her how to clean a bong. She overgeneralized. She thought it referred to everything. You mean my ass and my titties? Yes, Miley, that's what we mean. Okay. I'm an ESFP. Talk about an ESFP. Boy, oh boy. Is Miley Cyrus an ESFP? Yes, she is. She is quite the ESFP. You know, I appreciate her bold stance on getting naked and showing us all. You know, that's like she's not afraid to be a strong woman. And I want to applaud her for unveiling all of her goodies to everybody with such wanton abandon. Good job, Miley. What type would you least like to be reincarnated as? Times New Roman. Oh, you don't mean typeset? You mean font, right? No? Okay. Courier? Stunning and brave. That's the sort of thing that Bill Walton would call himself. Bill Walton was, again, broadcasting last night, the basketball game. ESPN was smart enough to stick another third person in there between him and the play-by-play announcer. It was better, like it was less horrible and awful, but okay, so look, ESPN, you obviously heard my video and thought you were going to get away with not firing him by adding a third person. You know what I should do? It will be funny to do. Send a legal demand letter to ESPN demanding that they fire Bill Walton or that I will sue them for intentional emotional distress. I would have so much better a case than Becky. No, I don't. I don't want to hog time dump in the middle of the ocean. I'm not saying he deserves to be punished or anything. I'm not saying, beat him up or anything. I'm saying I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he loves his family. Just don't let him near any microphones. That's it. Just don't. Not for money. I mean, he's such an incredible douchebag. Bill Walton is he's so full of himself. He's got terrible, terrible FE. I think it's 8th slot probably. And he doesn't give a fuck at all about the viewer and their experience. He thinks they're there to hear him tell stories from his past about how important he is and other shit like that, And just his general meowity, just like, I played with Jeff Jensen, and he was the fastest and the strongest and the best. Oh my God. Seriously, it's like, it is so bad that every time he opens his mouth almost, I continually try to give him a chance because I would like to watch the game with commentary. And I'm just hopeful that, and all the commentators have to do is basically stay out of the way. I don't need them to do a great job. I don't need them. Just please don't pollute the audio space with unrelated garbage that's also effing cringy. You can pollute it with unrelated garbage all you want, in fact. I wouldn't even complain. I might eventually go, why are you guys still talking about this? They're not even talking about the game. But if it's not cringy, it's not awful and cringy like Bill Walton, it won't even bother me. I have low expectations. I just want to watch the game and have some people talk blandly about it, right? Bill Walton, it's like every time he opens his mouth, just about, not every single time, but most of the time he's talking, it's like if you're Effie, you're going, okay, Bill, that's okay. I can live with that. What he just said was fine. Now he just needs to stop here. This is the obvious place to stop. Give the next guy a chance to talk. And he just keeps on going on. And he's ignoring all the FEQs. And it's making me go, oh. I have to mute the TV to watch basketball games if he is commentary. He just needs to not be a basketball commentator anymore. Seriously, it makes me want to cry. It's like, God, why are you putting him in Pac-12 games? Why isn't he from the Big Ten or something? I hate that he's a representative of the Pac-12 too. Just he's always yammering on about UCLA and the Conference of Champions. He thinks he's like some sort of advocate for the Pac-12. He's embarrassing us. He's not funny at all. That's a horrible thing about him. He tries to be funny and isn't. He thinks his character is really beloved or something. It's just, oh, please. I think that would be a fun thing to do. Send ESPN a formal legal demand letter on some sort of like law firm stationery, demanding that they never assign Bill Walton to broadcast another basketball game, and that if they fail to comply with this demand, I will hold them liable for $750,000. That's not even asking that much. 750. That doesn't even sound like that much. It's not even $1 million. Of course, I deserve $750,000. I had to sit through a couple at least. Bill Walton. I couldn't even not watch them because, obviously SC's playing. I'm going to watch that game. I'm going to watch the UCLA game. So this is what ESPN did to me. Thursday night, they had Bill Walton call the USC basketball game. Then Saturday, I was like, the USC game is not being called by Bill Walton. Thank God. He could have been him because there's a Pac-12 network, and Pac-12 network uses Bill Walton too. Oh, phew. Yeah. Okay, go. Good. USC won. Let's go to the UCLA game. Oh, I'm proud of the UCLA game. No! I thought it was safe from Bill Walton tonight. He wasn't doing the USC game, and then I switch over and all of a sudden it's like somebody stabbing me in the chest with rusty fucking spikes. He's so terrible. You see what I'm saying about Bill Walton, how terrible he is? It hurts me. It makes me sad for society, civilization, the whole world, that somebody that terrible can be doing a job where he's actually causing harm to millions of Americans. This is the thing. I am not the only one who cannot tolerate the guy's commentary. The problem is he's not just bad. He's painfully bad. I don't care if he was just incompetent, if he barely said anything, if he stuttered. I don't give a fuck. I can still watch the game. I can make my own commentary in my head. That's fine. But he's so polluting the language space around the basketball game. I'm a language person. I need language and the experience to be in sync and stuff, And he is like he's a toxic waste dump of language. What's the Rothschilds? I don't understand what that means. Right. I mean, he's the kind of bad you can't just peaceably ignore. He ruins everything around him. Seriously, I can't think of anybody else in the world that just makes me feel so sad. Like, God, what is wrong with things? That this guy, who's not just not good at his job, he's like doing the opposite job, right? His job is supposed to make the basketball game more pleasant. He's doing the opposite of his job. Nobody likes him. Some people can block him out more easily than others. You know, it doesn't bother them so much. If you got FE backside, you're probably not caused this pain by him, right? Right. But 1, 2, 3. I challenge you to watch any length of his commentary in any basketball game. That's it. That's the challenge. Keep watching it. Turn on Bill Walton. See how long you can keep watching it before you have to mute it or turn it off or go. People love him as a person. Fine. He's a great guy. He does good work, all that kind of stuff, right? But it is true that nobody likes him as a commentator. Nobody out there who's saying, I like Bill Walton, is saying, he's a good basketball color commentator. Nobody says that. Nobody thinks that. He doesn't talk about the game. He doesn't care about the game. He cares about being a big blowhard. One might call me a blowhard. I'm sitting here blowing hard for nearly 7 hours now. In these 7 hours, I have not manifested the level of blowhard once that Bill Walton manifests within 10 seconds of opening his mouth. And that he persists in from that moment forward till the end of time. Have I eaten? Well, right before I started this live stream, I was just finishing up. I mean, was coming back from Hook Burger, so I ate right before I started. But it has been apparently 6 hours and 42 minutes since I started this. Did I ever take that break that I was going to take? I still was smoking bowls, huh? Now I'm going to take a break, okay? Did I take a break? I don't remember. I don't know what I changed the bong water. I didn't take a break. Somebody convinced me to change the bong water. I think it was Goss Draws. Now, how does that look, huh? Oh, yeah. Still filthy. But the water's not as filthy. Okay, the bong's just as filthy, but the water's not nearly as filthy. That was dumb. Well, guess what clogged my sink? Bong water. Why? Because it was full of chunks of resin and I poured it into the drain anyway. So that was kind of dumb. But I do dumb stuff like that a lot, you know. I just don't think about things like that a lot. Like, hey, Eric, maybe you usually pour this outside, don't you? Would have been my SI saving the day. But I was inane at you guys while I was dealing with the bong, so I didn't even think about the SI, right? I didn't associate like, hey, there's a reason maybe you pour this outside normally. Of course, I didn't TE it, which would have been, if it were like a first time bong cleaning, I might have been like, what should one do when one cleans a bong? What should I consider before doing something here, TE wise? I probably wouldn't have done that anyway, but too late for TE at that point, too much SI. But I never accessed it. Why? Well, you can't do NE and SI concurrently if they're in the 1-4. They do switch back and forth. So if I'm NEing, I'm accessing SI, but I'm accessing like metaphysical SI for storytelling or ideation or whatever. I'm not accessing practical SI about what I'm doing. So the more I'm ideating, the less paying attention to the sensory world. And that kind of SI is sensory world paying attention kind of SI. Like the linkage would have been the physical action would have prompted an association of the memory of doing this action before. But since they're not paying any attention to the physical action, the association never happened, at least not enough to penetrate the thick and steady tapestry of my wordplay that blocks out any sensory data from turning into ideas anyway, you know? And so it was that bullshit spewed from the man's mouth steadily for some 7 hours. And the people watched and listened and were amazed as the bullshit fell upon the ground and formed a tidy tapestry. I'm a woodpecker. Get out of here, bugs. Oh, is it get out here or get out of here? Go get food. Go get food. If you don't, you'll be in a mood. You need to eat some fish or meat, some bread or cheese, at least some bees. That's all you've got. Go get food. Make a PB&J. It could save the day. Save the day. Catch yourself a humpback whale. Broil it for 6 hours. Catch yourself a humpback whale for fillet. If you don't get up and slay some marine mammal for your sandwich today, then I will reach through that there screen and slap you. Octavio Silva, you take pretty good care of me, I gotta say. You're right, I do need to go eat something. I'm gonna go in the house and I'm gonna make myself a food cube of some sort. I don't know. Food cube. I wish Food Cube existed. And I wish, instead of being a delivery service to your house, they just had a little chute installed at everybody's house with a big, long chute going back to a central place. It was high up. And you order it, and they just drop it in the chute, and it goes directly to your house. Wouldn't that be great? You know what? That's how we should spell Food Cube. 1, 2, free. You just changed the names of one of my restaurants successfully. Food Cube is now Food Cube, spelled differently. FUDECOOB. I love the TM, but I want it next to the FUDE. I like them pushed together like that, though, too, CJ O'Connell. But I want it FUDE, capital FUDE, capital COOB, you know. Are you going to push this into 8 hours? I'm curious what happens if I hit 8 hours. I think maybe it cuts you off at 8 hours. I kind of want to push it 8 hours to see if that happens. If I eat, I'll be able to go 8 hours, no problem. That's just like chilling out for another hour and a half instead of getting down to doing something. At that point, I'll probably just go to bed, you know? So that's easy. But I do need to go inside and eat something because I think I pushed it about as far as I can go before I get slapped by Octavia Silva. All right, here I go. Food cube. Hi, kitty. Well, guys, the universe is being pretty damn clear to me. It keeps telling me that I'm supposed to be president in 2020. I don't know how I could possibly even do that. But it's like I keep getting all these NI piouts to the face. You should be running for president right now, Eric. Why aren't you doing it? You need to be president, Eric. Why aren't you doing it? Well, because it's too late. And remember, I was taking care of my mom. That's why we got you on out of your way, Eric. Okay, but it's gonna be hard to scramble this. That's why your dad keeps telling you his head shaking. God, there's nobody to choose in this election, and keeps showing me articles about needs to be. Would the INFJ be the best vice president for the NTP? Yeah, I miss Spacey too. He's got sort of an ontological parasite that's rendered him sort of out of commission for a while. I know. I can't possibly run for 2020. I'm reading the wrong NI newspaper. Okay. I mean, the NI is giving me. Okay, the NI is saying, yes, you were right about running. It's not saying hurry up and run. I know. I want Dave Chappelle as my vice president, frankly. I heard he's supporting Andrew Yang, but if he actually had me as an option, if we were aware of me as an option, then he would obviously support me because I'm more correct. I'm obviously more correct because of all the reasons I've articulated before. What do I think about Countess being ESTJ? Countess is not an ESTJ. I don't see any SI from her. It doesn't matter if I spoke to you for 5 minutes. I've read your chats a million times here. You never talk about SI shit. You never use examples from your life. You never reference any people in your life except people around here. You always you attack people with instrumental NI. What else? That's the thing. I don't know, Mrs. Mom, what the universe is telling me. I tend to trust your judgment about reading the NI newspaper. But I also just had this notion inside, like, I should just say, I'm going to continue live streaming until I'm president. And just make a live stream and then start talking about why I need to be president. And if you're watching this, please go find somebody else to come watch this so they can understand that I need to be president. And at any point, if anybody hears about me, like, well, there's this one guy running, make sure they understand. If you want to know what he's like or something, you can turn on his live stream at any time and he's there. Now, I can't actually live stream 24 hours a day, of course. So I'd have to have something set up that, like, I could be live streaming live sometime and then, stop and maybe put a live stream replay on when I'm sleeping or something, or get somebody to do that TE shit for me. Yeah, I've been wrong. Sure. Spacey can be wrong. I can be wrong. Nobody's a perfect typologist. And an hour is enough time to type somebody, but some people are more misleading than others. And, if you really want to be super sure, you'd probably spend a good 3-4 hours. But, that would probably, for most people, be redundant. And for most people, that'd be way too much time. So, Winston's mom, I am not going to contract syphilis when I become president. Okay? Remember back in the day, like when Bill Clinton was president, where somebody could be president and think they could have sex with people other than their wife and get away with it? Could you imagine a president having sex in his office now and getting away with it? Nobody would ever possibly conceivably think they're going to not be found out, you know? The days of shady shadow dwelling are over. Literally, me and Matthew asking the same question. Haha. I am not exactly sure, but what I do know. But what you do know is I believe this president will not finish his first term, and the next president is going to have chronic health issues of some kind. Well, I mean, what I love about that, Winston's mom, is the specificity of the prediction. We can check, like in December, or I guess in February, next year, February, and we will be able to know whether your prediction about him not finishing his first term is right or not. It's very black and white. There's no interpretive shit. Regarding the second thing, that one is relatively clear cut. Like if the president doesn't develop concrete chronic health issues during the presidency, or have them going in that are significant enough to be noted as such, rather than just sort of like, you know, President Strauss has asthma. I technically, I guess I have asthma or ADHD. Maybe that's the chronic health condition I have. You're right, Winston's mom. You're going to get a new couch for this. When I'm president, I will still have ADHD. I promise not to get cured of ADHD before my presidency, okay, Winston's mom? We will all rally around our very ill president, and this will bring us together or tear us apart. You mean I'm going to get really, really thwacked? Is that what you mean by very ill? I'll be ill and hardcore. Yo, Strauss is thwacked as fuck. He's really kicking some ass as president. Let's rally around him. No, we're not sure if we want to. We may want to tear us apart. Nah, fuck it. Just all rally around. Okay, hooray, problem solved. Okay, look, Ghost Rider, you don't get cracked out on Adderall. That's called thwacked, okay? You're using the wrong word. You could call it thwacked. You could call it thwicky. You could call it thwackage. You could call it twacked. Any of those are fine. But you can't call it cracked out. You sound like such a noob. Oh my God, Ghost Rider, you sound like such a noob. Ghost Rider is such a drug noob. Did you hear what she said? Cracked out on Adderall. Oh, spun maybe? How about that? Spun? That's fine. Thwacked, spun, tweaking, you know, not cracked out. That's for crack. What did I eat? I ate a frozen dinner of turkey, smothered turkey it was called. Smothered turkey, and it was quite good. I realized that I might have hyperfocus of an ADHD, which I used to study. What is hyperfocus of an ADHD? ADHD people don't have hyperfocus. What are the differences between Adderall and meth in terms of effects? I don't think there's really much huge difference in terms of effects, but I would say the biggest difference is the means of consumption. So it depends how you do meth. First of all, if you were to inject meth, then you'd really be a speed freak, and that would not be a good thing. So I never injected it, so I don't know what that's like. But I hear it's, you know, just a whole new world. So fortunately, I never did that and never will. If you snort it, it really depends on how much you snort. you know? If you do a little bump, a little enough bump, it might be kind of like Adderall. But very few people dose themselves with meth in similar dosage to what they dose themselves with Adderall. So when I decide one day, fuck it, I'm going to get full blast whacked out today on Adderall, I might take 80 milligrams, maybe 100, at the absolute most. When I took meth in the past, I took, who the fuck knows? I have no idea how many milligrams of meth I took. That's the thing. You cut up a rail. How many milligrams is it? Well, it's a medium small rail. I know what a medium small rail looks like in a big rail. So I'm not going to accidentally cut myself like a gigantic rail and think that, well, this looks medium because I don't know or something. No, I know, meth rails are small. That's assuming you just rail it, though. Now, you can't rail meth for very long before you just start to have like bloody bits of mucous membrane dripping out of your nose, basically. It's not good for your nasal membrane, obviously. So if you smoke it, that's where you have a problem, ultimately, more than snorting it. Snorting it hurts a lot, but in theory, I guess if you were to snort a small enough amount of it first thing in the morning and not snort anymore until you went to bed, that it would be rather like Adderall. Now, if you smoke it, though, you got your meth pipe, your speed pipe, your map sap, as it's sometimes called, your peepadora, your piece, your glass. Anyway, if you smoke it, you put some meth in the bowl. Now, when you smoke meth, you realize just how much meth is in a little bit of meth. Because you put some meth in there, and you melt it, and it becomes this sort of tannish pool that recongeals into a pool, And then when you go to smoke it again, you light it. You make sure the flame doesn't touch the bottom of the pipe because it'll melt it. It'll burn it, and then it starts tasting really gross. Look, smoking meth is an art form, kind of, really. I know it's giving me kind of a bit of craving for meth too, but fortunately, I don't even have any concept where to get it and no desire to get it. Anyway, so then if you know how to work the pipe right, you got a good new pipe. Because also, if the pipes get pitted, they start it starts eating the meth. Basically, it just eats it and it disappears. But if you got a nice new glass pipe and a good decent amount of meth in there, but not too much. If you put too much in it, it's unavoidably going to get burned. It can only melt and recongeal so many times before it gets gross. So you got to have the right amount in there. But if you do, and the right kind of lighter and the right technique, a little bowl of meth will give you a shit ton of hits of meth of it. Like, you might pack enough in a bowl. If I do it just like I said, I might not finish that bowl of meth for 3 days. And I also might not sleep for 3 days. And I might not sleep for 4 days because when I do finish it, I still have all this meth left. That's the problem with smoking meth. It's so easy to hit it again. You are sitting there in the morning, you're like, okay, I woke up, I got a good night's sleep last night. Let's just say you do everything perfectly, like I said, right? You're perfectly well rested and perfectly ready to do some meth. And you wake up in the morning, you've got some in your pipe, you've got it all perfectly set up, new pipe, everything, just like I said. And you hit it, you go, I'm going to be constrained. I'm going to hit this thing 2 times. And you blow out a big old, of white smoke, and then one more time. You go, wow, fuck. Okay, let's get going here. Let's see what we're gonna do. Put the pipe in your pocket, and then you start working on music or making videos or whatever you're doing on that. And then before you know it, it's like literally before you know it, it's like 4 hours later, It's like, oh shit, how did I get to like this 8-hour live stream? If you're fully thwacked out on meth, I mean, it would seem to pass so quickly. Like, I started this thing, and before I even turned my head around, it's 8 hours later. This feels like 4 hours, So the thing is, after your 4 hours or whatever, after the first little constrained meth hitting thing, you go, okay, good. That was nice. I'm still thwacked, but I might as well just hit it once more. I'm feeling a little tired. I'm feeling a little SI. SI comes in and goes, you're sore, you're tired, you're hungry, you've been sitting in one position for too long. Take care of yourself. And so you go, oh, okay, I just hit this again. It's you age fast is right. You age really fast on this shit because that like I couldn't do it now. I'm too old to do that shit. There's no way I could do it. It's too intense. Who, me? I'm not. No. The thing is, I was never a meth addict, really. You would call me one. I would have called myself one, I guess. But I never fiended for it like that, I don't have any interest in going and getting meth. If somebody were to put meth in front of me right now, I wouldn't touch it. If somebody would hand me a meth pipe, I wouldn't hit it. And I know this because a year ago, I would have said, I don't do that anymore, but if somebody were to hand me a pipe, I'd hit it. A year ago, I would have said that for sure, because I'm pretty honest with myself about the shit, Oh my God, that shit was the worst. Now that's the bad times. Carpet picking for bits of meth you dropped when you're out of meth. That's what they were picking the carpets for, because when you're putting in the pipe, you spill a little bit down here, and it only takes a little bit. So when you're out of it, you're like, is there something right there? And you get a little magnifying glass, and we're already thwacked out as fuck, and it's a nightmare. Not everything about the experience of doing meth is a nightmare, but that's what I understand differently now than I used to. You don't get to pick the things in the package you want. You have the whole package. You have nothing but the whole package. It's like, for now, even my Adderall usage is way down. I am not on very much Adderall right now. It may seem pretty thwacked out, but I have had in the last 3 days of taking it, 2 pills, 2 pills, 3 pills. That's small for me. That's, I take 15 milligram pills. So it's 30 milligrams, 45. Hey, you guys mind if I rake your lawn? Yeah, I'm not really hungry right now. But you gotta rake out the. Never mind, I'll find it. I'll find it myself. Like that. Yeah, you do seem like you're on a lot of the moment, right? Well, talking about it makes me thwacky. It's weird. A lot of drug association things give me the drug sweats. Like, I really get the drug sweats when I go to the weed store, looking at the weed and thinking about which weed I'm going to get. I start getting drug sweats as though I were smoking weed already. It's strange. Same thing with talking about speed. Puts me back in that place, like, mentally. I'm definitely on right now, but that's because I'm pretty well rested, which means I'm macro rested. I'm micro a little tired because I didn't get. I am down a night's sleep. No way, Eric. No way. What? I probably would agree with that, Octavio Silva. Here's the thing. Here's the reason I would agree with that. Cocaine like changes people's personality even after you stop doing it. Seems like. Yeah, I mean, I'd quit when women threaten to leave too, you know. That's a good motivator. See, that's not true, though, Octavia Silva. Once you take it, you'll never feel the same. You'll always crave that same feeling. It's not true. That's such bullshit. Cocaine is not very. I don't crave cocaine. I never craved cocaine. Like the first time I did it, I was like, I hate this fucking drip. Yeah, I guess it's kind of cool. It's like, I never liked it. I don't even. Who likes coke? I mean, look, I've had a nice time doing coke before, but whenever I have liked it, I think it was mixed with speed. It seemed to last way longer than the other times I did coke. Real coke lasts like 30 minutes, and you're like, oh, I either do more coke or just have this sort of I've got a head cold feeling. Cocaine. It's a great drug that makes you feel like you're a douchebag with a head cold. Would you like to be a douchebag with a head cold? Try cocaine. Anyway, I did eat, and I drank some water, and I talked with my dad. My dad isn't managing it well either. That's the thing about meth. You just can't manage it well. Its time frames don't fit within human time frames. You can take Adderall, and it barely fits within human time frames, which is to say, if you take it early in the morning, in theory, you can go to bed at a reasonable bedtime every night and take it every morning and not have yourself staying up all night because you're on Adderall, you know? But it barely fits within the human time frame. You add Vyvanse in there and it no longer fits within the human time frame. And so then you're talking about an SI clusterfuck of a problem. Like, you know, I knew this ENFJ, who was SI polar, obviously, and who lived with me briefly in Laverne. And he was on a shit ton of Adderall and Vyvanse. Like he had the maximum prescription of Adderall, which is like 90 milligrams a day or something. And supplemented with Vyvanse. And he explained it's like, okay, you see, the Vyvanse is like this. The Adderall, I take them, 3 times a day, these 30 milligram pills. It's like this. So, it's like this levels out the Adderall. That's why I need it. You need it, assuming you don't care about bedtime at all, right? Well, I need this today because it's going to level me out. These drugs are sort of structured around the idea that you are awake all day and then you are asleep all night. And if you need 3 Adderalls a day, you take them morning, noon, and evening. Don't take it too late in the afternoon and it'll keep you up at night. That is fucking ridiculous. I mean, you got to take it bright and early in the morning or you will be up all night. Listen, Countess, I've given birth now to 5 kids. I got 6 grandkids. And my butthole is just as taut and lean as it was the day I was born. So you don't need to worry about things getting loosey-goosey down there. And you don't need to have them snip, and you don't need an epidural. You just need good, hearty, enthusiastic pushing. Remember that, Countess, when you're in labor. Eric said, I just need good, enthusiastic pushing. And he's the internet guru. Why are you doing that strange thing? He's the internet guru. It can, if you don't do your anal Kegel exercises, Kegel exercises, Kenanal exercises, I think they're called, whatever it is. I forget the name. What the he will. What the he will? Who said what the he will? Oh, I like it too. Yeah. What the he will? Are you saying like hell or what? Okay, well, Winston's mom, you should have called me to diagnose it. Your problem was too big baby. Your baby was too large to fit out of you. That's why. You should have drank wine throughout your pregnancy to keep it small. According to Hemingway, drinking wine during a pregnancy will help keep the baby small. You're 1,734 years old? Ghost Rider? Oh, I'm sorry. You're 173.4 years old? I guess that's a little bit more believable. Okay, Mrs. Winston's mom, I'm the nurse. The doctor wants me to inform you. It says on your chart here, you suffer from vag too small syndrome and baby too big syndrome. That's the problem. These are common syndromes. You want to adopt a 17 3/4-year-old? What would be the benefit of that? You could be like, didn't Liberace adopt his gay lover or something? I think he might have. Adopt a 17-year-old, kick him out at 18 so they have a family. Get out of here, you. I just got here. You're 18 now. The good news is now you have a family that doesn't care about you to complain about. Well, we're coming up on 8 hours. I'm going to wrap this up around 8 hours. Right about 8 hours. I still haven't played the guitar, huh? Or did I once? I don't remember. It's been a long live stream. It's a full work day here. You know, people think live streaming is easy. It's just like any other job. You know, you put in your full 8 hours. Boss is always breathing down your neck. Live stream harder. Live stream harder. Live stream harder? I don't know how to live stream harder. I don't know what I want to play. Do I want to play? I want to play some old song that I haven't played in ages. Like, Oh, I don't know. I'm no expert at knowing what I want to play. That would not be my level of my area of expertise per se. I guess I could play this old one. Thanks, Hambone. At this rate, assuming I get half of that, I have made 1/8 of $1 per hour, which is like 12 cents about. Thank you, Hambone. You know, that probably does help keep YouTube off my back. They think I'm legitimate if I get occasional super chat, I bet. I hadn't even thought about that. How does that song go? Going to the loaf. Going to the loaf. Going to the loaf. Up mountain, going to the loaf. Far from the city below. Going to the loaf. Gonna go up the winding road. I got my little dog. He bringing little dog and going to the low. Up mountain, going to the low. Far from the city below. Mountain sunshine on the tree. Far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on those trees. Mountain sunshine up the air. Mountain that's over there. Mountain sunshine on those trees. Yeah. Don't cantaloupe my onions. Is one of my mom's old sayings. Stop cantaloping my onions. How does Eric talk so much? Fills up 8 hours with all this junk. Hambo knows the answer. I roll and being me. Even when I'm not on that speed, still wanna talk a lot, you see. 'Cause I'm a super extroverted guy. They call me MTP. Like to show off my enemy, and thus I am a super extroverted guy. I suppose if you put anyone on enough speed, they'd probably be more talkative than usual. But I suppose if you did not, then you would still see that none of them would ever be like this. They wouldn't talk so much anyway. Shit goes. Lots of Adderall and being me means I can talk a lot with or without speed. But my SI endurance fails me when I'm not thwacked out. As the thwackage coalesces, the SI just recesses into the very, very back of my mind. As each whack it overcomes me, I gradually become more funny, and I entertain the people all the time. But then late at night, when I'm lying all alone, the darkness fills the room and overcomes my bones. Boo, 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 what a sad clown am I. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question, Countess? Because I'm a sad clown. That's why. God, it's like, Countess asks a question, I give her a full, thorough, logical answer, and she says, what the hell? Come on, Countess. Jeez. Thanks, Hambone. Thanks for the, what do they call that? Notation. Notate that, Eric, you said. I will. It's notated. There. When I move this thing, that tells me something. Yep. Oh, there we go. That's how it works. Sad clown. Jake Hurwitz, you were the first person to tell me it's not too dark. Every other person I've talked to says it's really dark. Are you sure your darkness meter is accurate? It's like Cameron telling me something's not too gnarly. I said, okay, well, what's your scale of gnarly? Okay? Like, what's this jump that you say is not that gnarly? What scale is that? Is it 1 gnarly or is that a 7 gnarly? Oh, that's a 1. Okay, if that's 1, then no, I'm not trusting your gnarly judgment at all, because that looks like a jump that I would probably crash if I tried to jump over that. Same thing with your perception of darkness. It's not the murder that concerns me, Hambone. It's the bullying. That's the dark part. Not lighthearted. That sounds like that's the kiss of death. That's that kiss that one of the Sicilian guys gives you when he wants them to, have you swim with the fishes. Yeah, well, maybe. I would say this. He had a hot girlfriend. That chick with the baseball bat with the titties, the boobs, and the vagina and stuff. Remember her? The new one, straight up. The Joker triggered me. Sorry, the new one, straight up. Haven't seen the new one. I like Joaquin Phoenix though. Okay, CJ O'Connell. I don't know if you were here for the conversation regarding the etymology of gaff. But Joaquin Phoenix is one of 2 primary definitions of gaff. The other one being Bono. Harley Quinn. Yeah, she's a sexy one. Yeah. Harley Quinn does tend to engorge a male member or 2, I suspect. Who is that chick who plays that actress? I mean, like, has she ever done any porn? Okay, so anyway, gaffness. So, to be gaff is to rhyme with Ray as duck. And the gaffist, just to be clear what I mean by gaff, we can define gaff very clearly. Joaquin Phoenix, ultra gaff. Bono, ultra gaff. Dave Matthews Band, gaff. But also, me and Rachel's love talk to each other. super gaff. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just gaff, you know? Like, it would be correct to say, oh my God, that guy is as gaff as Bono in a negative way. But it would also be correct to say is, oh my God, I am so gaff for Rachel. You know? Actually, so gaff is redundant because you can't really be so gay as, so Ray as duck. But that's redundant. It's like calling it an ATM machine. ATM, the M stands for machine. Gaff, correct. GAF. Anyway, I'm just sort of clarifying the definition of gaff. We begin with Joaquin Phoenix, which is why we got to the topic of gaff. Somebody mentioned Joaquin. Incredibly gaff. Shockingly self-important and FI. Bono. No. Dave Matthews Band. Gaff mixed with a bunch of unnecessary physics papers about gaff. It's just awfulness plus analysis about awfulness. Pink Floyd, I don't know what kind of band they're. Who else is gaff? Cesar Romeo? I don't remember Cesar Romeo, what he looks like. I do think fairly often about Eartha Kitt. Like, the reason I think about Eartha Kitt is because she was very talented, I think, but she had this, like, this is my shtick, right? Like, but my heart belongs to Daddy, because my daddy, he treats it so well. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy. And it was always like, I want money and diamonds, and I don't, it's like, that's sort of her shtick. Fierce. Okay, yeah, there you go, fierce. That's probably a good way to put it. Fierce. That is the best way to put it. That's the right word for it. Fierce. She got this whole fierce thing going on. But it's like, God, how unfortunate that that's all she was. I like her voice. I wish she had had either more NI vision or fewer constraints on her NI vision. Because I'm not sure why she ended up being so much a caricature of herself. Whether she was sort of like typecast too much and she couldn't get out of it, or if she just didn't really have any other shtick, or she didn't, she got stuck in it, or what. But I like her. I like her songs. I like some of her music for sure. She sings probably the best Santa Baby. I would say Eartha Kitt is the #1 Santa Baby rendition. Santa Baby. She sounds like, okay, or the one that's really like breathy little girl sounding. That other one, I like that one. That one's more sexy, the other one. But Eartha Kitt's is sort of musically better, I guess, or more inspired or something. She was a chanteuse, a storyteller. What's a chanteuse? I have to look that up. Sort of a Baker Boys meets Michelle Pfeiffer. What's Baker Boys? Before Michelle grew up and learned to sing. I don't think Michelle Pfeiffer ever learned to sing, Winston's mom. As far as I know, she's still tone deaf. Chanteuse. Google this word. Google me this, Googler. A female singer of popular songs, especially in a nightclub. So, like, is Ella Fitzgerald the classic chanteuse? Thank you for teaching me a new word today, Winston's mom. Chanteuse. No, I want you to sing it more like a chanteuse would. That's what I'm going to say to some female when she's singing. You caught mommy kidding Santa Claus, huh? Maybe you should have sued mommy instead of Santa. Not Santa's fault. He's not the one obligated not to kiss your mom. Your mom's obligated not to kiss him. Grease. Michelle Pfeiffer was in Grease too? I did not know that. The Fabulous Baker Boys is a terrific movie. You'd be Jeff Bridges. Okay. You had a rose bush called Edith Piaf. Is she related to Rice Pilaf? You don't know if you've heard the whole song, WTF? Bike? Only for Christmas related lawsuits? It does. Because it basically, you can't go past June. It's the same thing with taking down your Christmas lights. Am I a fan of materialism? You mean, that's actually an odd way to put that question. Materialism. Am I a fan of materialism? I don't know how to answer that question. I guess because you're asking me about my FI. Am I a fan of it or something? I don't even know what you mean by materialism exactly. What do you mean? He won, but he just got paid in mistletoe and holly. Do you mean the school of philosophy, like that links sort of to objectivism or empiricism, or do you mean the pursuit of happiness through collection of goods and expensive stuff, or you mean the tarot card materialism, which represents the devil in my deck? You can be bad all you want now, never see Cole. Well, see, here's the problem, Hambone. Here's the thing. You're the sucker. All you won was no fossil fuels for you. You could have gotten free fossil fuels just by being bad. Okay, well, if you're talking about materialism in the philosophy sense of, I guess, empiricism, I would say that it is one of several what I would call philosophy analysis level work versus meta-analysis level. So materialism from a meta-analysis perspective is an approach to philosophy that prioritizes physical empirics over metaphysical objects, basically. It says there's no point in... It basically tries to assign a normative quality to one's epistemology that rejects subjectivism as defined by TE, physical objects. You know, it's not a very... It's about philosophy. It's sort of an early stage of philosophical development in that sense. I would say if you're talking about materialism, it refers to the habits of people trying to make themselves happy with consumerism. All right, which last statement was confusing? What did I say exactly? The last statement I made. Well, I'm just saying there's not really any inherent reason to prioritize physical empirics over any other kind of empirics. In other words, all data channels through experience of an observer is the only way data becomes data. So in that regard, if you're trying to limit it to data that validates through an external physical systems interface modality, which is what empiricism functionally is, then you're treating some kinds of objects differently without good cause, basically. You see what I'm saying? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that modality. It's just materialism is specifically kind of a normative approach to data. It says this kind of data has more inherent legitimacy than this kind of data, and it tries to reduce the workload of language in some sense. But what do I think about materialism as terms of like consumerism? I don't think it's a thing. I think people do and buy what they want. They can be encouraged to do so by advertisements, but for a lot of times, that's just making sure that, like, what advertisements really do is they make sure that when you want something legitimately, this product that's a manifestation of that general category of thing comes to mind. It's not like the ads really make you, like, ads don't make me want to go get donuts. But an ad might make me choose to go to a certain kind of donut store instead of another one when I do want to go get donuts. Lukeman Ahmad. Hello. It's also the case that some things are more conducive to brand attachment than others. So if for certain, I'm trying to think Florida's natural grapefruit juice. I prefer that brand of grapefruit juice over most other brands of grapefruit juice. Because it's a food, people tend to be a little bit more brand picky about it because of the SI shit. If I'm getting like paper clips or something, who cares what brand of paper clips I get? It's harder for a company like 3M to argue that their products are better because of their brand than something like, grapefruit juice. My ankle is swelling up. My foot's swelling. I've been sitting here for so long. I have to go stand up for a second. I'm going to stand up over here. So, yeah, regarding the consumerism materialism thing, I don't think there's anything wrong with people doing what they want. What people want to do is either profit or buy stuff and just let it occur as it naturally does. Will things actually make people happy? I think it depends what kind of person you are. I think the right assortment of things, the right amount of things, and the right placement of things attained makes ISFJs very happy. I'm not very attached to it, but I almost always spend my money on experiences and not on objects. Like, I thought about going and buying an object today. I almost went to Guitar Center because I would like to get a compressor, an external compressor that I can put between the mic and the sound card so I can compress it before it gets into the sound card so that I don't get this sort of like weird auto compression thing that I think YouTube does that I don't like. But I didn't end up getting it. Eventually, I will get an external compressor because I've been thinking about it for about 6 months now. Of course, I would spend an equivalent amount of money on weed without thinking twice about it. And would never try to make myself wait before buying weed. But when I think about buying an object, it's like, ooh, that's gonna be like probably $100, Eric. You better wait 6 months considering whether you really want that thing. It's kind of silly because certain objects I do really want and need, and I should get, and I'd be happy I'll be happy once I get it, Like external compressor, a compressor that goes before the sound card. I mean, that's an object I should get, but instead, I'm just like, yeah, but do you really need to spend the money on that? As I drop the equivalent amount of money twice, 3 times, 4 times in a week that I keep continue thinking about whether I should spend it on that one time or something. It's ridiculous. But the good news is it does prevent me from acquiring too many objects. And the thing about objects is they have a maintenance cost. Once you have an object, you have to do something with it. Where am I going to store it? Am I going to put it over here? Am I going to put it over there? Oh, now I'm moving someplace. I got to do something with this. I'm going to move it now with me. I'm cleaning over here, so I'll clean this object now. I have to move this object, clean this shelf. Those are all parts of the maintenance cost of every object you have. Like what the fuck am I going to do with this thing? This thing is not going to be part of Mindy's club. This guy, but I might use him as a doll in some movie at some point. So don't really want to throw him away, but I don't really have a place for him. So it's just sort of clutter over here. I didn't think of all objects as clutter, even ones I like. Of course, the key rule about object is replaceability. How replaceable is something? That little toy thing, they have shit tons of bags of little toys like that down at the thrift store for cheap. I could go get an equivalent random little toy if I really wanted to, then no one's noticed. So there's no reason for me to keep that thing. I just throw it away. I am going to throw this away just to sort of prove my point. I'm throwing this thing away. I'm going to throw this away. Of course, the real problem with objects is I don't just have that. I have a whole class of things like that. I don't want to throw the whole class of things like that away because I see them as potentially useful for some future thing. And when I'm going to throw one of them away, I usually go, I throw them away all or none. Dave Sanderson wants to ask me a question, but I keep not seeing it or something. But materialism? Do I think democracy is the best form of government? Well, I mean, do you mean like representative democracy, or you mean like literal democracy, or you mean representative democracy? Like you say, American style democracy, Western style, constitutional democracy. Well, I mean, I can't really think of anything particularly better, except I would say things like that are usually better the smaller they are. The more localized your central government to the population it rules, the better in general. If you have a democracy, I would say, you know? The thing about democracy as it manifests in the United States, well, the thing about asking questions about the ideal form of government, the best form of government, or whatever, is you always have to get to that form of government some way. So it's like, in American democracy, would I like to see it changed? Yeah, sure. In the sense that I'd like to see, I think it's upside down. As far as drawing resources from the populace, which government does, it ought to draw the most resources at the most local level and the least resources at the most distant, centralized level. The federal government takes way more money from any citizen than their state government does. But their state government provides most of their government services that they may utilize, or their county or local governments. if the local government draws the most from you, well, that's because your local expenses are the biggest, namely school. Oh, that wasn't me. That wasn't me farting. That was Pee. She's over there, but she farted really loud. What would a debate between a capitalist INTJ and a socialist INFJ look like? Talking past each other for sure. In a sense that the problem with anybody trying to argue in favor of socialism is if they're actually arguing in favor of real socialism, then they don't understand that they're arguing in favor of violence, I guess. If they're just sort of arguing for a more socialist manifestation of the current system, then they really mean they want to increase taxes. And the problem that they're going to have is if the person who's arguing against them is prepared at all. Well, most of PP is just a regular house cat, but her butthole's a lion. The problem that the socialist is going to have is, now, hold on a second, I would say to the socialist. We have inequality that's supposedly so bad, right? But doesn't the federal government already take almost half of every dollar every person earns in America on average in taxes? Or not entirely the federal government, but all told, don't you work half of your time for the government already? Because, people pay 30% or so in Social Security. They're going to pay, 12, 15, whatever percent, depending on how much money they make in federal income taxes. They're going to pay state income taxes. They're going to pay, if you toss in sales tax, probably more than 50%. California sales tax is like 10% now or something. Toss in car registration, which is a tax, and the health insurance mandate, which is a tax. According to the Supreme Court, it's not really, but according to the Supreme Court, then you're definitely looking at the government already. You already work every other day for the government. So for the days you're working for your employer, he pays you your salary. Now, for the days you're working for the government, are you getting an equivalent amount of value of services from the government that you're getting in money? In other words, do you think you get, let's say you make $65,000 a year, and after all their withholdings and everything, you take home about 38. So your employer paid you $38,000. Do you think you got $38,000 worth of resources from the government? And if you do you think you got $20,000 worth of resources from the federal government? I mean, I just don't understand it. Why anybody would think this failed approach of having the federal government take ever more money from people that supposedly has produced this horrible status quo that we have to change with government. Why do we think that, when the government first said we need 10% of your money, so, okay, well, that's fair. And they didn't use that right and didn't successfully solve the problems they're supposed to or whatever. So they said, well, now we need 20% of your money. And that didn't work. And they didn't solve the problems. And, well, now we need 30% of your money. And they failed again. And now we need 40% of your money. Now we need 50% of your money. Why then would any sane human being listen to somebody who says, well, the problem's not how they're spending the money. The problem's not what the scope of their jurisdiction is. The problem is they need more money. Why? They've failed, according to you, in every aspect with the money they've already spent, because income inequality is the highest it's ever been. So government spending goes up, income inequality goes up. They may or may not be related, but there's certainly no reason to believe that increasing government spending helps. Remember, you're not increasing government spending, you're reducing citizen earning. When you say you want to put more money into programs and stuff, what you're saying is I want to make sure you, every citizen, I'm going to take more of your money. You're going to earn less. You're going to work the same, but you're going to earn less. Anytime somebody says, I want to spend money with the government, the federal government, what they're really saying is, I want to force you to take a pay cut. I want to force a pay cut on you. You're going to work the same amount of hours, but you're going to get less money. We need to reframe the ridiculousness of big government proponents. They are not advocating helping the poor. They're advocating a pay cut for every American, but the same amount of work. They're not advocating solving hunger. They're advocating a pay cut for every American, the same amount of work. This person is trying to pitch you a good deal. But what they're really doing is they're going to your employer and saying, Joe here is now going to make less money for the same work. He's getting a pay cut. Demote his ass. Cut his pay. So he's saying this person who's pretending to offer you a package, a gift, is really saying, I want to get you an involuntary pay cut. People need to understand that's what's happening. Everybody says, when somebody advocates, well, we need to make sure more disabled people get money from Social Security. It needs to be framed properly. They're not saying somebody should get something. They're saying you should lose something. And somehow, sane people have lost control of the narrative. This is why I need to be president. I don't need to be president because of my policies and what I'm going to do in office. I most of all need to be president so I can change the discourse of the country. It doesn't matter really what I do as president as long as I don't fuck this shit up royally. Just a bunch of random little policy things like always, right? What does matter is how people talk about things. And right now, the spinmeisters have created a world that has been muddied by endless lies and misinformation. And this is one of the examples of it, you know? People want to pitch their plan to steal money from you as something else. They want to pitch their plan to make you poorer as something else. They always want to paint roses on their attack on your financial well-being to make it look like it's something delightful. At the end of the day, you're always getting money taken from you involuntarily by people who don't care about you at all and don't care about the people they purport to help. If they cared about helping, they wouldn't have stolen your money. The best way they can help is to stop harming people. Candace, what books on strategy have you read? I'll write the book on strategy, bitch. I'm Countess. Read. I don't need to read no strategy. Ain't nobody but nobody fucks with me. I'm motherfucking Countess. Sun Tzu came and sat at my feet, took notes, and then ghost wrote for me The Art of War. Machiavelli learned about court politics while supping upon my bosom in Versailles in France back in 1682. He said, Countess, tell me the ways. And I told him, you just got to bust some people's ass. Just take no prisoners. Do whatever you got to do to win. Read strategy books. I am a walking strategy book. They call me Countess. Wow, that's a pretty dramatic speech, Countess. I gotta tell you something, though, Andy. It's called The Art of War. It's a little bit misleading. War is not so much an art as an epic failure of discourse. A PTSD-inducing bloodbath of brutality and inhumanity. So I'm not sure that qualifies as an art. If Sun Tzu thinks war is an art, he's gotten off on the wrong foot with me. It's definitely a vector of leverage. It has high correlation to instances of injustice. Tends to produce scenes and images that one can never get out of one's head, like children running down the street on fire and stuff. But it is a great subject for feature films. Feature films, war is really good for feature films. It's like, wow, this is exciting. Everybody's going to get shot. So let's talk a little bit about things that happened when I emptied storage and put shit up here and stuff. So I had been looking for one of these things for a long time in thrift stores, but I never able to find one. But when I was packing shit up in the garage, up at the top and the back, my dad already had one of these things. The cardboard box is so old it's literally falling apart. It is the easiest cardboard box I've ever opened. Oh yeah, baby. Come here. Come to daddy. Come to daddy. You know you want me. Come here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tell me that's not sexy. Now let's look at the back of it. What kind of outs and ends does it have? It's got the right kind of speaker outs, mofos. That's what I'm talking about. Right here, these ones actually. Same kind. These ones. It's also got, it's like RCA record out. Nice. It's got a phono. Perfect. Perfection. Exactly what I needed. And look, of course, since it's my dad's, we even still have this guide to Sherwood authorized service stations in case I have a problem with it. And what else do we have here? Why? Of course, it's the operation manual. Well, of course, we're going to keep that. Why would you not keep this? Of course, you're going to keep this. Otherwise, how will you know how to work it? Pretty cool, though. It's got, tells you what all the outs are and stuff. Pretty cool. this one. To outdoor FM antenna for distant reception. Record player connections. Interesting. Look, depending on what kind of turntable you have, it connects into a different spot, whether it's ceramic cartridge or magnetic cartridge. I don't know what this turntable is or that other one. Tape playback and recording. It's quite a complete little device. I love this kind of shit. Audio block diagram. Boy, they don't tell you this kind of shit nowadays, do they? What is this, like some sort of like routing of the circuits or something? Like a circuit board, a primitive circuit board almost? But it shows you all the buses because they're all analog, you know? That's neat. I like old gear like this. What else do I have here? Okay. I think this warranty is expired. Unfortunately, it expired August 1st, 1977. So I could still try to say, I know what I could do. I could try to go over here to this 1975 and try to change it to 2015. No, it's still not 2 years. I'd try to change it to 2019. Then maybe they'll fix it for free. Now let's see here. What is in this one? This is like some important paperwork. I don't want to lose this. Oh, these are the service stations, authorized service stations. And fortunately, you know, there's not really that many. But there's a fair number here in California. You can see. Good thing I have this guide because there's no internet to look up things on. California. Let's see, what's closest to me? Oh, there's one in Los Angeles. Bill's House of Natural Sound. What do you want to bet Bill's House of Natural Sound is no longer in business? What else we got here? Canoga Park. Sound Service Center. No, I want to go to Bill's House of Natural Sound, which is a great title for a store. Bill's House of Natural Sound. Now let's see what this one is. This looks like some important paperwork too. Ooh, look. Wow, they really give you the diagrams on this shit. Look at this. They give you the whole schematic on it. Oh my God. How kind of them. Get the whole schematic of the whole electronics. If you want to build your own Sherwood receiver, you've got the blueprints right there. And also, this is important. Here's what I'm thinking. This is the fill in and return the warranty card, right? But look what it says here. It lets you fill in the purchase date yourself. So if I just put in here 2020, it'll still be under warranty. It's stuck on a loop forever? This isn't a loop. This is new. This is all new, exciting information. I haven't talked about this receiver at all today. This is all brand new. Oh my God, look. You can get this for only $10 a month from Pacific Stereo. What a great deal. Every easy credit from Pacific Stereo. Just $10 a month. He's fine. I don't need to buy this from him. He's not ever going to use it, you know. I told him I was using it. I said, "Hey, Dad, I took this thing down. I'm going to go play with it." He said, "Okay." He don't care. Anyway, I've been looking at this for a long time because I've got these really great Bose speakers, but they're old Bose speakers, and they use this kind of speaker wire connection, where in other words, they just use speaker wire. They don't have some weird, like, freaking little adapter thing there, like a lot of the new ones do, you know? In other words, they go to like RCA instead of just the speaker wire, and you can't just strip RCA and have it become speaker wire. It doesn't work like that because the out it's hard to explain. Whatever. I needed this thing, and I also was hoping to happen to find, you know, a standalone turntable, because the other turntable I have has a receiver as well, but that receiver has the wrong kind of speaker things. So what else did I find up there? Biggity Pyow, a turntable. Does it have a needle? Yeah, it's fine. Feels good. And this is a Gerard. Made in England. This is a British turntable, interestingly. What's this thing? This is the grounding lead. What does it say? The spade lug on this green grounding lead should be attached to an appropriate ground on the preamp associated with this record playing equipment. I don't think Keanu Reeves is an INFJ. I think he's probably an I don't know. I think he might be an SFJ, maybe? Some kind of SFJ? I'm not sure he's an N. I don't get a lot of N vibe from him. Anyway, I gotta rearrange in here. Gotta do a whole meow. Sometimes the kindest men age well. Keanu's so kind. Does it work the other way around? If you age poorly, does that mean you're mean? Is that why I'm kind of wrinkly? The thing is, it's weird. Whether have I aged well is an interesting question. I look older than I am by most accounts. Like from the neck up, basically. But I don't feel old or seem any different the rest of me, really. I mean, my lungs are a little cash compared to what they used to be. But whatever. So I don't know. Yeah, it's like most people, when they say if somebody's aged well, they're mostly looking at their face. Of course, you have the rest of your whole body, whether it's aged well, is important too. And so in some sense, I know I've aged well because even though I smoke a lot and whatever, I still have no problem going on that bike ride with Cameron and you know, going pretty fast, keeping up and getting sweaty and stuff like that, and not getting, you know, I feel I'm not exactly fit, but I have so many natural fitness advantages that I can outperform people who are fitter than me a lot of times. Like on a bicycle, I'm very light. My bicycle is extremely tall because I got fitted at the bicycle shop. Like I got the right bicycle for me, you know. And it's a really good bike. It's a light bike. I'm a light guy. I've got long legs, and as a consequence, even though Cameron is certainly stronger than me, probably from doing a lot more exercise. He's also got not as good a bike. He's got a bike that's more for off-roading. So, but even in that context, his bike's more expensive and more formally an off-roading bike. He's more for jumps and shit like that. My bike's faster. So, and there's a lot of stuff like that where I may not be in the greatest of shape, but for any normal life thing, it seems like I got a little bit more physical ability than a lot of people who I encounter. I think you're something Peter Panish about you, but not really boyish in your physicality. Yeah, I mean, metaphysically, I'm definitely young. I mean, I don't know. That's a tricky question too. I've slowly become metaphysically old, but I haven't. But it's like a constraint of the youth rather than a replacement of it, I guess you could say. Because I'm curious about this issue of sort of childlikeness and intuition. It does seem that in general, intuitives, especially those that don't have TE, are kind of like permanent babies. And I'm not sure why, because it's strange because it's like on any specific question, for example, of if my dad were to actually listen to me some and listen to my strategies a bit as to what he ought to do, he'd plot, in my opinion, better courses. But all you got to do is look at the two of us, and the evidence is pretty cut and dry. Who's the one who knows how to plot good courses? It's not me. It's him. He's the one who's got everything all fucking handled, not me. So it's weird. You have a horror of someone seeing you from behind and then recognizing my age and cringing. I'm pretty sure if somebody does cringe around you, you're going to misread it. It's probably not the FEQ that you think it is. I have no idea what you look like. To me, you look like kind of a washed out grayish with some brown bits in it over there. I don't really know what that is. Whatever your icon is. Just kind of like mushy brownish stuff. Grayish brownish stuff. I don't know what that is. If you were going to make me a sandwich, Countess, I'd probably be like, why do you want to make me a sandwich? You mean like with bread, meat and stuff? Really? You're going to make me a sandwich? You, Countess, are going to make me a sandwich? I didn't know she had any videos. Does she? She's putting this mom in videos? I have no idea. I had no idea that was the case. This is how self-absorbed I am. I don't look at any of you guys. But part of the problem is when I click it, nothing happens. I try clicking Winston's mom, nothing happens. I see other people say like, well, click their name, but that's, I guess, just on phones. Okay, cool. I'm totally curious. I totally want to see this video. Is your channel called Winston's Mom? I can't. It doesn't work. I tried that. I tried this. Everybody tells me this. I keep trying it anyway. So I've already tried that. I know it doesn't work, and yet I do it every time somebody tells me to try it. I've tried that 50 fucking times. It does not work. I actually have an image in my head of you. I picture you as this lady with glasses and like long stringy black hair, like not not curly, but like little curly, like wavy, and maybe more than wavy, more like ringletsy. Okay, so I picture you as that. Like, I guess I picture you as somebody who goes like this and pushes her glasses up periodically. Do you do that a lot, Mrs. Mom? I think you do. I think I picture you sort of squinting over the laptop, going down, your glasses come down, and you go push them back up like that. Jake Hurwitz, are you fucking with me on purpose? Was that funny or what? Are you trying to be funny, Jake Hurwitz? Or did you actually say that? Okay, bro, chill out. All right, Hambone, I'm chilling. Gosh. You're a very sophisticated, well-dressed, extremely formal, and quite nice in person. I stand up and wiggle a bit when I walk. Okay. I don't think anything I said was contrary to those things. I just said you had ringlety hair and glasses that you have to push back up onto your face. I don't think that contradicts anything you said. Okay, Countess. First of all, your first mistake in cooking the beef bourguignon was misspelling both beef and bourguignon. It's spelled B-E-E-F and B-E-R-Ion. Okay? No ringlets? Okay. How many ringlets does it take to make a curl? Okay. So what I wanted to talk about, though, besides that, was something very, 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 very important. You see, here's the thing. Okay, cool. Here's the thing. It's so important that I'm going to say. Fuck. It's almost midnight? What? Here's the thing. I don't know what I was going to say, but look how little weed I have left. And maybe I could go to a weed store further away that's open later. I could do that in theory. Okay, then, Winston's mom. I have a very specific question for you. What percentage of your blouses feature shoulder pads? I want to also toss that question out to Countess. Countess, you can answer it too. Winston's mom, Countess. What percentage of your blouses feature shoulder pads? Hambone, do you have any blouses with shoulder pads right now? Last I heard, you had gotten rid of them all. Zandy, good. Zandy, quick question, important question. How many of your blouses feature shoulder pads? No, I did not start streaming 8 hours ago. I started streaming 9 hours ago. Okay? No blouses at all. No blouses at all. FM, no blouses at all. Ugh, gassy. Winston mom has some jackets with shoulder pads. That's good. That helps. So when you say fancy, Winston's mom, so you look fancy and stuff, my first thought when I hear fancy women's clothes, is shoulder pads. Has that changed? Is it no longer the way to be fancy if you're wearing women's clothes that have shoulder pads? I know PP is farting up a storm. It is quite a stink fest in here. Whoa, girl, what did you eat? Hang in here. We are still going like a lawnmower mowing. Okay? I saved those little messages for you. No shoulder pads for Zandy either. What does this world come to? Okay, then. I have a quick question for Zandy then. If you had to choose between a wardrobe consisting entirely of capris for your pants, or entirely of Daisy Dukes for your pants, what wardrobe would you choose? All capris or all Daisy Dukes? Neither is ideal. You're going to be cold in the winter. Either way. You're either going to have the whole of your leg cold or the shin down cold. You choose, Andy. You have to get rid of all of your pants except your capris or all of your pants except Daisy Dukes. What are Daisy Dukes? Sometimes they're called hot pants. Hot pants, they're called sometimes, I think. But if you want to know what Daisy Dukes are, you should see a picture of Daisy Duke wearing Daisy Dukes. The actual original Daisy Dukes were not as dramatically Daisy Dukey as Daisy Dukes the chicks wear now. Yeah, nowadays girls is like half their butt cheeks hanging out the back of the Daisy Dukes. I'm going to give you another third option, though, Andy. You have all capris, all Daisy Dukes, or all burlap sacks. I will let you cut foot holes through the bottom of the burlap sack. So it's basically like an upside down dress. Yeah, like booty shorts. Right. Booty shorts. Wow, Zandy, I guess I really am aging out of relevance if people don't even know what Daisy Dukes are anymore. My word. They're like rapper girl shorts. Oh, good question. Luis Zahn wants to know, what is the reason I had mentioned and the real reason I'm live stream? Because he missed it. Well, the real reason I'm live streaming is because I enjoy live streaming. Will Abner with Julie Newmar as Stupefying Jones? Obviously, no, I've never seen that. It's an amazing question to ask, in fact. Are those all real things? Pewdity pew, pewdity pew. Everybody likes to coodity. Stupefying Jones? Good old Stupefying Jones.
Things, government got it, I's got it. You can stop your fretting and your fussing, because I's really got it. The most necessary innovation in modern times.
Oh, quickly, what is it?
Here, put these on.
Cover up, young feller.
Stupefying Jones.
What does it do?
It's a deadly weapon. Guaranteed to stupefy a human male dead in his tracks. Here, I'll demonstrate. Hey, it's you, McGrath. Yeah? Come on over here. All right, honey. 5, 4, 3, 2, blast off. Stupefied. Unstupefied. What you want? Nothing. All right. Well?
What an incredibly strange thing. What is that? What is that thing? Oh my God. I want to know what that thing is. What is Stupefying Jones?
No, I've had enough. This is an order. Every one of you pack your things. Government
I
truck.
got it. I got it. You can stop your fretting and your fussing because I really got it.
Okay, but here's the thing. Now look. If you're looking at this Stupefying Jones thing, which yes, I'm gonna like for sure. My question is this: why doesn't the hot chick and the little pink top and the little blue shorts, why doesn't she stupefy people? She's at least as stupefying as the other chick. She's probably more stupefying, I would say. Okay, yeah, she's right in the background, the opening scene there. That chick with the little pink top is barely hanging on. She's just as stupefying. And why is that guy dressed like that? Is that supposed to be like a hillbilly outfit? This weird, like, one-armed overalls thing this guy's got on? Like, like the big orange shirted guy, right? What the fuck kind of outfit is that? It looks like he's like Paul Bunyan or something. And why is the scientist guy wearing such a wacky outfit too? Why is everybody wearing such wacky outfits? I'm guaranteed to stupefy. All the girls have all the men's eyes covered so they don't get stupefied. Now, I understand why it is that sunglasses prevent her from stupefying the scientist and the other guy. How is it that those sunglasses block the stupefaction? And oughtn't we expect that without the sunglasses, that other nations will be able to come up with sunglass technology that will block stupefaction as well? It was that easy to block stupefaction? Stupefying Jones.
Yeah. Come on over here. All right, honey.
There's a lot of hot chicks around there. There's a lot of hot, skimpily dressed chicks there. Why is only that one stupefying?
3, 2, blast off. Stupefied.
And why doesn't he remember being stupefied?
Unstupefied. What you want? Nothing. All right. Well?
What is that? What's that move? What's this taken from? What is it from? Stupefying Jones. Why is she stupefying Jones as well? Like, it's the corn pone. Let me see this. Open a new window. I gotta take away the studio again. God, why do you do that, YouTube? Oh.
Gosh, honey, it's high time you knew that our town was founded by that beloved man sitting up there on that beloved horse, Jubilation T. Cornball. The greatest fighting general and military strategist the Confederacy ever knew.
Was he brave?
Brave? Why, J.T. Cornball didn't know the meaning of the word fear. Terror, yes, but fear never. And all over the countryside, there's monuments commemorating the names of his famous battles.
Such as?
Cornpone's disaster, Cornpone's misjudgment, Cornpone's catastrophe, and Cornpone's humiliation. When we fought the Yankees and annihilation was near, who was there to lead the charge that took us safe to the rear? Why, it was Jubilation T. Cornpone. Oh, toot your own horn, Pone. Cornpone, Jubilation T. Cornpone. Unshaven and shorn Pone. Jubilation T. Cornpone. He weren't nobody's stunts. Why, it was Jubilation T. Cornpone. Unshaven and shorn Pone. Jubilation T. Cornpone. He weren't no.
I'm glad that the city's Native American stereotype has no problem joining in the song and dance routines, because sometimes, you know, they don't know all the moves. But my main point here is there's a lot of hot chicks here. They're skimpily dressed in this. This is from Lil Abner. Is that a movie? Lil Abner? Like, you know, a lot of them. A lot of hot chicks in this. Why is it only stupefying Jones causes stupefaction? Why don't the hillbillies get stupefied by their own hillbilly girls? Like that girl right there is in this one-armed overall thing that they seem to like. But most of her overalls have all fallen away from her. They seem to have fallen off of her clothes. There's something like extra sexy about looking at hot chicks from really old movies. Like that little overall thing there. The tattered overalls. She is scrumdiddlyumptious. Like, what's this? There's nothing like a dame. Rogers and Hammerstein. Barn raising dance. 7 brides for 7 brothers. Or the country's in the very best of hands. Lil Abner. So it's a musical movie? The whole movie's like that? Or what? Is that how it works? Oh, I want to know. Yeah, I got a little stupefied by both the stupefying Jones lady and the other ladies who were less stupefying to the townspeople, but not necessarily less stupefying to me. When you start getting me looking at chicks, you know, before you know it, when we know where that line of interneting goes, and you start looking at, you see some old movie and you see some chick who's kind of hot in the old movie, you start like Wikipediaing like hot chicks from movies from 1930 to 1942 or something like that. And you start looking at these old black and white pictures and she's really hot. And then you put topless hot chicks from in movies. You know, topless hot chicks pictures from 1930s to 1948. And before you know it, you're Googling bad girl getting DP'd videos, and you know that's that pathway. It just goes that direction. And it starts so innocently. It starts with Lil Abner. It starts with stupefying Jones. Before you know it, you're watching something that's slightly horrifying. You guys know, you know the routine. You know how it goes. Before you know it, eventually, you know it's time. when you launch the incognito browser. Go to Google. Push videos instead of, which is the only time you ever push videos. You always just go with the main results. Sometimes use images. If you're pushing videos, you know you're probably rubbing one out. And you know you're probably in incognito mode. If you're pushing videos in incognito mode, you know you're rubbing one out. Luis Dizon, you have to be related to Matia Sanchez. Bing is better for that? Really? Is that true, or are you just teasing an old man who doesn't know enough about Bing to know that it actually has a use? Well, you know you're getting a Miyagi rug burn, right? Exactly. Was that this live stream, or was that the morning live stream? I think that might have been the earlier live stream. I will keep that in mind. Hambone, thank you for that. I may actually find I have a use for Bing after all. Who knows? I mean, not a common activity for me, but when Rachel's out of town, I'm feeling a little, tossy-turny. Well, I'll tell you what helps me to go to sleep sometimes. A little something called touching my own genitals. Agitating them, you might say. Agitating them until something comes out of them. Namely, ejaculate. The Miyagi rug burn gives you the meow meow, the piao piao. I've never been brave enough to try one. I didn't know it existed until this morning when a little bird whispered it into my ear. Capris are less work. Shorts would be more work. She finally answered the question, huh? I'm glad that you didn't just ignore the question. You spent that much time thinking about it. All right, then. How about if I offer you as an option hoop skirt? You have all of your wardrobe be hoop skirts. All hoop skirts, all capris. You've rejected the booty shorts already. So you got a choice between all hoop skirts or all capris or all hazmat suits. Probably not going to pick the last one. So, How many hoop skirts do you own, Countess? 5 or 6? Do you have any corsets? Corsets. I want us all to wear corsets from now on. One of the problems I've been having with Horsemonger lately is he's always out of his corset. I'm always trying to tell him, like, hey, get that corset on. You're starting to bulge. You have one corset and no hoop skirts? You're never going to make it in Victorian England, Countess. I'm planning on time traveling you back to Victorian England, so you better start building up your hoop skirt collection. I don't want to see my stupid face on screen. Countess, your face isn't stupid. Why do you say your face is stupid? When you say that, it makes me think of this one series of pornography videos, which is called Duck My Stupid Face. Which it's a pretty good title for a porn series, I guess. But yeah, I guess probably for the rest of my life, whenever anybody says my stupid face, I'm going to probably think of that, I think of that particular series of videos. I guess you could call it a chapter, or a body of work, a theme, a pornography theme video set or something. It's called Duck My Stupid Face. And It begins with the participating young lady indicating that indeed it's time for the gentleman to duck her stupid face. I mean, if you're curious, you could go to open an incognito window and just type in duck my stupid face, but replace the D with an F if you'd like to see what I'm talking about. But if you don't want to do that, perfectly understandable. I'm not recommending it. I'm just saying that whenever somebody for the rest of my life says, quote unquote, in any context, my stupid face, I'm always going to think that, obviously. I'm not saying it's like my favorite or anything. It's just a series that I know exists, that I'm aware of. And that I may, in theory, have on occasion, once or twice in the past, viewed for educational purposes only, one or two or several videos from that series. It's possible. What about an antisocial stupid voice? I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. What about an antisocial stupid voice? Your voice isn't bad. My accent is accent, and it's stupid. Countess, I don't like you talking negatively about yourself. There's no reason for that. You have nothing to, what's the word? Disclaimer about at all, or shit talk yourself about, You just need to remember what that title was that you were going to Google that I explained a second ago. You're terrified of how you look in videos? Probably don't call the guys who do that show. What is your birthday? I like astrology. My birthday is 4/27/71. The time I was born was, I always have to look, 1:29 in the morning. Would you like to know the city of my birth as well? Apparently that's important. Panorama City. It's here in California. 1:29 a.m., April 27th, 1971. Why not? What are people going to do with it? Figure out how old I am? Countess, I've struggled to pronounce plenty of words today. I can barely even get them out of my mouth. So, that doesn't mean I got an accent. The thing is, it's really hard to kind of identity theft me in any way, because I don't really have any credit of any sort or any ability to get credit in my name, really. Hopefully I is actually interested in astrology and not just trying to identity theft me or whatever. But I'm pretty sure nobody really wants my identity. At least not for thievery purposes. I don't really have anything to steal. And I got shitty credit, and it's like it's just not a good identity to steal anyway. But yeah, regardless, what I am is going to do for me is she's going to realize something that I already know. I have very special star stuff. Okay. My star stuff is like grade A- to A+, somewhere in there, in between A- A+. It's definitely out of the B's. I'm going to tell you another little thing here. Not only do I have very good star stuff, I also have very good numerology stuff. Yes, I'm a very special numerology number. One of those important ones. And what other magic stuff do I have that's good, Vincent's mom? Anything else? Any other magic stuff I have that's good? Oh, also, apparently, I didn't know this, but I have a lot of magic powers when it comes to the tarot. I thought it was just sort of, you just say your meow. What I realized is I can tell you lots of things about you with these tarot cards. So I'm going to tell you something right now. I am. This is your body. This card represents your body. Everything about your body. This one right here. 10 swords. That's your body. All right. Now this next card here. This represents your heart. Your gentle, loving, tender, wonderful little heart. This is your card. Right here. Knight of Cups. This one keeps popping up. Boy, we got this card a bunch of times, huh? That's the card of your heart. Okay. Next, this is obviously your first thing on your mind. This is your mind card, okay? This is mind card number 1. Oh, I got 2 of them right here. Mind card number 1 and 2. Mind card number 1, you were thinking about thinking too much and not really making decisions and hanging around. And the other things on your mind? The gentle wonders of aimless childhood play. Yeah, my card out here knows about these things really, so you kind of got to fill in the gaps. Since you got a rainbow eye icon, I bet you already know about tarot cards, though. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, she doesn't know, I guess. Yeah, I usually have a helper who tells me what the cards mean. Hambone, I'm trying to act like an expert here. You're exposing me. Luis Dizon. Luis Dizon, did I already body heart mind you? Do you want me to body heart mind you, or do you want me to good luck, bad luck, no luck you? I'm gonna body heart mind you. I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna ask your opinion. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna body heart mind you. Here we go. Your body, Luis Dizon. It's not a temple. It's the devil. Your body is the devil, Luis Dizon. What do you think about that? Wow. You must have a rather antagonistic relationship with your body. Now, your heart, the seat of your seepage. Ace of Cups. Wow. That's a very emotional card you got there. That's an emo card. It's like the ace of emos. New beginnings. And here we go. Yeah. What's this one? Oh, mind number 1. You're thinking, so mind number 1, you're like, I'm drinking too much. I shouldn't drink so much. Or, God, maybe I should eat fewer pineapples. I think I'm getting addicted. And the other thing that's on your mind is, oh, you're crying over spilt milk. I call that the crying over spilt milk card. So What that means for you, Luis Tizon, is you're thinking maybe you should restrain yourself because you made some mistakes. You're meowing and meowing about that. You don't trust your body. You're not a physical guy. I'm not meant to live in this physical world with this body like an animal. But in your heart, you're just a baby in a cup with a little bird about to come land and play with you. So joyful and cheerful. So wonderful and true. That's you, Luis Tizon. That's you. Pretty clear. Whose point of fortune lies in Sagittarius? Whose point of fortune lies in Sagittarius? Who has 6 masculine signs and 6 fire signs? Your true north node is in Taurus. Your bull needs battle, but your oxen is looking to yoke it to his oxet. You're talking about me or somebody else? I don't know who you're talking about. You eat too much sometimes. Sometimes you eat too little. Oh, you were talking about me. Thank you for talking about me. Because you know what? I'm not enough of a center of attention here. So I appreciate that. It's so much more interesting when you talk about me. I appreciate that. I have 6 masculine signs and 6 fire signs. So are fire signs feminine signs? My true north node is in Taurus. My bull needs to battle. I do like to battle sometimes. You know what? This most recent battle was very actually satisfying and resolving. And, you know, it feels like Mercury and retrograde did a job. Hey, Hambone. Hey. How are you? Good to see you. Can we go to bed now? I know, really. What time? It's after midnight? Fucking Christ sakes. 9.5 hours? I cannot possibly have been live streaming for 9.5 hours. All right, look, this is it. I'm telling you guys the truth now. We are not going to live stream any longer than 10 hours. I'm actually serious. I'm going to end this goddamn live stream by 10 hours and not a minute longer. And in fact, it's not even going to be 10 hours. We're going to end it sometime in the next 14, 15 minutes. I don't know. But I am going to finish this weed because I practically cashed this weed. The only reason I have any weed right now, since I haven't been to the store, is because Cameron, while I was in the midst of, fighting with Becky shit and stuff and dealing with drama when we got back from our bike ride, you're really in for some reason. Okay, Hambone, I understand. So as a consequence, I'm not going to drag it out forever. All right, I get it. You're toughing it out. So I said it will not go any longer than 10 hours. I promise, and it probably won't even go that long. Yeah, you can get a card. What is the longest live stream? Wait, you mean the max live stream length is 10 hours or what? All right. Jerry like the mouse. This is your body. It comes with a fart. Your body's just a thing that moves you around. That's all. It's a chariot. Okay, cool. What's IIRC mean? What's EFAP mean? Is that electronic FAP? Oh yeah. I have no. This card shouldn't be there. That's not your heart. Your heart's not a doorway, okay? Your heart's a schmorpay. Here. This is your heart. The world. You have the whole world as your heart. That's pretty good. Okay, so you got a girly icon and you're into astrology. I could be wrong. And this is the first thing that's on your mind. judgment. And you're very judgy today. And the second thing that's on your mind is 10 Pentacles, being a grandfather. Okay? Your body moves you around. In your heart, you're the whole damn world. But in your mind, you're just a judgy old grandpa. Okay? There you go. 24-hour drunken live streams? How do you stay awake for 24 hours drunk? Drunkenness always made me need to crash, eventually, soon enough. How do I eat for so long without getting bored? Well, the amphetamines certainly don't hurt, Bacon. They certainly do not. A girl told you once you have nice long eyelashes. Yeah? Well, thanks for rubbing it in, because I spent my childhood being mocked for my stumpy eyelashes. As soon as I turned 18, I went to the doctor and said, emergency eyelash surgery immediately. I need eyelash extensions. I want them as long as your fucking arm. And that's why I've got these amazing long eyelashes now. Nobody was ever going to call me Stumpy Lash again. You spend your whole childhood be called Stumpy Lash and see how you like it. Come right in here and rubbing your advantages over me. Very nice. That would be a real magic trick. Extending my own eyelashes without surgery? Impossible. Did I give what back to her? Her heart? No. I kept it for myself. Because I'm in love with a lady. A real girl. No, this time it's a real girl. Her name's Rachel. No, you can't meet her. She lives far away. Because she lived in New York. Yeah, she's hot. She's 35. She's great. No, I don't have any pictures. Shh. Actually, I do have pictures, but you can't see them. Because you're blind. Stumpy Lash, Stumpy Lash. Have you ever been called Stumpy Lash? You want to join my support group for Stumpy Lash support group? Your girlfriend thinks I'd be fun to hang out with? Your girlfriend is correct. I am fun to hang out with. Shockingly, though, nobody's hanging out with me except you guys. It's like you'd think there'd be millions of people here. I guess then I wouldn't be fun to hang out with anymore, right? Oh, did you get the 10 of Swords? Cool. What was that, your body? Yeah, it was your body. I think it means you got 10 parts of you that can stab people with. That's the literal meaning of it, okay? You can use your elbows, your toes, your fingers, or your nose. This is for Bacon's girlfriend. Bacon, your girlfriend's body. I want you to look at your girlfriend's body right now, Bacon. Look it up and down with your eyes. I'll pick up that magic so I get a sense of what your girlfriend's body is in the tarot, okay? It's this one. Girlfriend, she is a fool with her body, isn't she? A very sultry fool. A young, intense, urgent woman with a little dog who dresses in weird Renaissance clothes. That's your girlfriend's body. Okay, now, I want you to stare directly at her heart. Don't just look at her chest. Try to look through the ribs. I'm going to try to smell what you're seeing. Her heart. It's this one. The Page of Swords. Okay? That's kind of like, I think, anybody remember what this one is? It's like youthful guy stabs people or something. I don't know. That's your heart. You're that guy. Page of Swords. Now, Bacon's girlfriend. We're going to name you, just so we don't call you Bacon's girlfriend, we're going to name you Jennifer. All right, Jennifer. Now, Jenny. You don't mind if I call you Jen, do you? Jenny? Jennifer? Here we go. This is the first thing that's on your mind. 8 sticks. 8 sticks. That's what's on your mind. One thing's on your mind. I don't know what that card means. But I do know that's what you're thinking about. I think it's like you got too much shit up in the air. You got too many sticks flying in the air, you know? How do you keep all 8 of those sticks from falling down to the ground? How do you stop gravity from grabbing them and hurling them landward? Here you go. Another thing that's on your mind, Jenny. Ooh, that's you. That represents you in this card. This is what you look like, actually, in real life. And look what you're thinking about. You're thinking about 9 beautiful little pentacles. Isn't that nice? Aren't those beautiful? Aren't those adorable? You're looking out the window going, fuck, I'm bored. And that's you, Jenny, Bacon's girlfriend, Jenny. There, Bacon. I've solved your girlfriend's life for you. You're welcome. Oh, that medicine won't do. What I had somebody do is go search the morgue and wait until they found somebody who had recently died who had really, really, really long eyelashes. And I had them pluck them out very carefully, one by one. And I had the doctors surgically implant them into my own eyelids. That's how I did it. That stuff's just a cheap imitation for the surgery that I had. Okay. Luis Dizon. This card here represents the next 14 minutes. Actually, 18 minutes. That's not a good card. What's going to happen in the next 18 minutes? Oh, I know what's going to happen. We're going to betray the longevity thing here by ending the live stream sometime in the next 18 minutes. That's what it is. Those of you who thought this would go on forever are going to feel a little betrayed. It's the moment it ends. For me, I'm going to be by myself, alone, sobbing in the darkness, wishing, oh, dear God, why can't I live stream for 11 hours? What the fuck is wrong with YouTube? I need to try live stream for 11 hours. 10 hours is not enough hours. What if you really want to turn it up to 11, you know? Talk about a travesty. What a ridiculous requirement. You won't play back my live chat in time with the video concurrently for more than 10 straight hours? What the hell? It's like, why do I even bother starting a live stream if I know it's going to be over in 10 hours? It's like, might as well just stay in bed. You know? That's not a live stream. That's just a blink of the eye. My eyes are blinking, but you can't come in. You know what I'm saying? I'm not actually upset about it ending at all. I'm just joking. I need this because otherwise I see myself being just stuck here going like, we're at 20 hours. And just, now let's see how long we can go. You know, no, I don't want to do that. So I'm glad there's this arbitrary and forceful way for me to stop meowing. How can you NE for 10 hours straight, Eric? How can you not is my question. Why are you not constantly eating for 10 hours straight? Hmm? I am so angry at you. So very angry. Don't be angry at me. Yes, I'm angry. My heart is filled with anger. Oh no, I don't like anger. That's why I'm so angry. I'm going to start yelling at you now. Ah, that's frightening me. You're very easily frightened. Hambo, we are not quite done yet, okay? You just have to chill for a second. I told you it would be done before 10. God, I hate it when people start looking at the clock. Is the period over yet? Can I leave? No, you wait for the fucking bell to ring, Hambo. God, Hambo is such a troublemaker. This is so. It really is. I gotta say, it's great. It's like I feel like you guys and I are are camping together or something. You cannot stop seeing my crotch, but you can stop seeing my crouch. If you just left it to the first question, I would have said yes, no problem. I'm sorry that I keep imposing my crouch on you. What I find weird is I can't tell if a given thing I talked about, if I talked about it earlier in this live stream or another live stream today or last live stream, where it's just all starting to blend together, I ran out of weed. I just got to smoke this joint now. I said, if you're smoking a joint, did you really run out of weed? Well, yes, because I ran out of the weed that I want to smoke more. On this day, 1971, the Grateful Dead jammed with the Beach Boys at Fillmore East. Interesting. Oh, that's not my camera. That's your eyes. Your eyes are suddenly allowed in a lot more yellow light. But it's okay. The lighting will change moment to moment because if I sit over here, it's a little different. And if I go like that, sometimes it changes it a little bit or something. Not this time, though. Yeah, well, what's going on with those markets, huh? And what's the deal with stock markets? When I was younger, people didn't buy stocks and bonds. They bought objects. I'm Andy Rooney. Have you ever noticed that live streams don't let you live stream for more than 10 hours? I have. I'm Andy Rooney. Don't you hate it when it comes to an end of a live stream and you have to stop it because you're coming up on 10 hours? I do. I'm Andy Rooney. Have you ever noticed that don't you hate it when you're noticing things and you hate them? I do. I'm Andy Rooney. Can't get Kristen Summerview. You think your aunt always invites you there, but I've been to lots of parties that you haven't been invited to there. So she only sometimes invites you there. I hate to break the news, but your aunt and I are pretty tight. She's my dominatrix. Good lady, she's got a very deft touch with the paddle, you know. Well, that's right. Uh-oh. I bet my dad's going to be getting some more emails soon from your aunt. I wasn't supposed to talk about that online. I hope your aunt doesn't threaten to sue my dad. I remember that scene, Countess. Well, after like 11 years, I changed my name to Be Cool, like the tribe. Oh, you didn't change your name to Be Cool like the tribe. You changed your name to Salty Peanut. Now, I'm pretty sure Elizabeth B. Milburn Salty Peanut, you're not factoring in some pretty important information that I discussed earlier. You might not have been here for it. About the word peanut. You shouldn't use that word because it's not a nut, it's a legume. It should be called a pegoom. So perhaps you should change your name to Salty Pegoom. However, if you don't, I like Salty Peanut. It definitely rolls off the tongue. But it should have an asterisk indicating that all nuts mentioned in this name are legumes. Well, that's the thing. You guys should all be. When I end this live stream in a few minutes, I want you guys to all go back to the beginning and watch the whole thing and review it. You should be taking notes, and you could try watching it on a fast speed, but I mean, I like Salty Pegoom personally, or you could call yourself Salty P. Kankan Krishna Sarma Pagoom. That would be a good name. I like Salty Peanut, though. Salty P is a good name, too. Salty P. Oh, my God. I just realized it. You are the rapping partner of Grindy Paps. Salty P and Grindy Paps, you guys are a rap team that is gonna really wrap up the culinary industry and sell a lot of spices. It wasn't a tragedy to you. You didn't know them. Yeah, here's the thing. Right, thank you, Bacon. Don't try to watch it extra fast. Watch it extra slow so you can make sure you get every single word. Because every single word. I mean, Lou knows. He was here 8 hours ago or so, and so he knows how he's going to have to go back and watch all those time he missed on very slow speed to make sure he gets every bit of the pure gold that this live stream is. China needs to fix a lot of things, Hambone. She needs to fix a lot of things. China is the place where I saw the two workers working on the power lines. Very tall ladder, but not tall enough. Actually, 3 workers. There were 2 on the bottom, holding up this very tall ladder in the air, and a guy at the very top of it. It's like wine against the fucking electrical line. The ladder's not tall enough, and it's not put against anything that you can put it against them safely. And it's just like standing at the end of this fucking 25-foot ladder or whatever, and these 2 guys are standing there at the bottom going like holding it up off the ground because it's too short. This is what I saw in China. I was like, I don't care about TE. TE can suck it, but you have got to be fucking kidding me. All right, Hambone's right. I'm not going to try to keep you guys after class. That's the bell. Everybody pack up. As you're on your way out, make sure you remember to write down the homework. Rewatch this thing at 0.5 speed, okay? I want Carefully notated note takings. Wolf Boy, he went home with a toothache and presumably he's starting his homework. He's probably watching it right now at home. Current perverted connotations of dominatrix dominator irk me. I prefer the classical Latin notion of the co-house heads to this contemporary kinky shit. What's co-house heads? Oh, you mean like the Lord and Lady kind of thing? That's